Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NA Legends Invitational Draft Day. Now, what is the NA Legends Invitational? Well, it is a tournament created to involve some of the most renowned competitive NA players League of Legends ever had. People who've had a big impact on NA history, as well as some of the new blood currently on any active LCS or NACL team. So essentially the goal here is to combine players from the past, players of the present, and players of the future. Now, what are they playing for besides the $10,000 prize pool? Well, we have created a very custom, fancy trophy, the gauntlets from Vi from Arcane, and this is one of the most custom-made trophy League of Legends ever had. We are spending essentially our entire budget on this trophy. Each player on the winning team will get one of these, as well as a custom engraving of the gamer tag on it. Without further ado, let's go ahead and intro our 4 captains for this event. First off, we have Yasuo, Mo, the Yasuo god. How you doing, Mo? How you been?
I'm great. I had to put on like a gamer shirt because I think people forgot that I actually play games, so I got the Super Mario shirt going on. Excited for the draft.
Yeah, you've been playing a lot of League of Legends still. I've been checking in on you. You practicing that Yasuo?
Dude, ever since they introduced Emerald, I think I was stuck there with like a 30% win rate for like a month. But I'm back to Diamond 2. I'm almost, I'm in the high ranks now, so it feels great.
Oh, All right. Next, we have Sneaky Cloud9 Legend. You might see him these days doing a lot of watch parties with Medios. Really hilarious watch parties. I think might be better than the official broadcast. How you doing, Sneaky?
Good, good. How are you?
Not too bad. How much League? I know you've been watching a lot of League, but have you been playing a lot of League?
I definitely have not been playing a ton. I've been playing some recently. I'm also Diamond 2 currently. I like before in the split, I kept getting like Masters and then just decaying out of it back to like Diamond. So I didn't get to climb too much yet.
Got it. So 2 of our captains are Diamond 2 right now. Our third captain, a man I'm very excited to introduce as I've been following his career since his days on Monomaniac Ferris, his duo bot lane with Muffin Cutie. We have the man who thinks support is so easy, Afromoo. Welcome, sir.
Hey, what up? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing good. You've also been playing some League these days, right?
Here and there. I just got off a 21-hour raid day for Destiny 2, so we're here.
Got it. Who do you foresee are these 3 other captains to be your biggest competition in this event?
Nobody.
Wow. Very confident. I like that. All right. And finally, we have the Don himself, the godfather of NA League of Legends, the only mid laner from America to ever go toe-to-toe against Faker, Skara.
Is that factual? Can I get a fact check on that last one?
That's what you told me when I first met you.
No, that's not what I told. Anyways, hey, what's up?
Scar, you were mentioning in the call that you might have some interesting draft strategies here. Well, what's your plan?
I don't want to spoil it, but I had a draft strategy, and then you showed the trophy, and I'm just like, shit. That looks kind of nice. Maybe I should try to win more.
It is a very fancy trophy. It's one of a kind. After this, no more of it will be made.
I mean, I'm sure I can get one from China.
No. The custom made. You will not find this anywhere. You guys will have to try your best if you want to secure that trophy. All right. So let's jump into the format explanation. So the way this is going to work, we are going to do a snake draft. So starting with Mo, and then Skara, and then Sneaky, and then Afromoo. Now you might be wondering how we determine this order. It's based on how I felt like, who needs the most help and who needs the least help. It's not very fair. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, but this is the only way I saw to balance this drafting. So we're gonna start with Mo. Each captain will pick 2 streamers. And there's only 8 streamers available. So all 8 of our streamers available to be drafted will be drafted. There's going to be 1 NACL player and 1 LCS player. I believe we have about 10 LCS players to pick from and 20 NACL players to pick from. Now you can do this draft in any order you like. So you can draft your LCS player first or your NACL player first. But just keep in mind, every single streamer available must be drafted. So someone's going to be last pick on that front. If there's no more question, we can jump straight into it.
I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if I should be offended or grateful to this. Thanks, I guess.
You're going to be happy once you win that trophy.
Okay.
All right. These are all the players available. You can see on the top left what category they're in. To make it easier, all 8 streamers are on the top left, starting with Shifter and ending with Stunts. And you can see the roles they prefer on the top right. Now, you don't have to force them into that role. Technically, you can draft 5 mid laners if you want, but that is their preference. All right, Mo, we're going to kick things off and start with you. Oh, hello there. Sorry to interrupt your DSG video, but did you know that DSG has a Patreon where for the low price of $5 a month, you can get exclusive access to behind the scenes content, such as my weekly podcast where I talk about how much money I'm losing every month. Don't you want to subscribe? All proceeds go to players and staff, and the more money we make, the more teams we can have, which means the more stress I can experience. Thank you. And now back to your regularly scheduled DSG content.
There's a lot of good players on this list, and there's a lot of not as good players on this list. I think we're all thinking the same thing. We have to focus on the streamers since there's 8, so I have to take the priority picks there. There are a few coaches. There are a few Valorant players. So I think I'm going to have to lock in the one I think that cares the most about League of Legends currently, and that is going to have to be Lorlo. Any thoughts, guys? Are you just going to leave me hanging here? Like,
you going for this trophy for real?
well, listen, the streamer, like, we're kind of struggling out here. With all due respect.
It's a bold strategy.
I mean, I saw him at the LCS finals in New Jersey, and I think if you're flying out to New Jersey to watch League of Legends, on some level, you have to care.
Yeah, no, yeah, he plays a lot. I
Went to
actually,
Korea recently, I think.
yeah, I watch his stream. He doesn't know this, but I watch his stream.
Okay, all right. With that locked in, we can move on to Skara. Skara, you got quite a few options here. I'm very excited to see what you pick, because you can either pick for the win or for the vibes.
He's got a strategy.
I have a strategy, and let me tell you, I have this idea, and this idea works best if I secure this player first. You know how Lorlo was taken for the skill? I also choose the NA jungle goat, Jake, aka Xsmithy Puchero.
That's a good one, because he was just a coach, and so he probably knows a lot about League of Legends.
Yes, and he's the jungle goat, and jungle is the most important role, said by all the other 4 roles that aren't the jungler.
Jungle's also the first role in reporting as well, yes.
I noticed you didn't pick your boy Danny. Is there a reason behind that?
Oh, well, I just assumed that, no one's going to take him, so I'll get him in the second rotation.
Alright, Scar's gonna lock in Xsmithy, jungle goat of NA, which means Sneaky. Now it is your pick.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is perfect. You guys set me up to pick my balls. Thank you. Waiting for this moment.
Sneaky with the Cloud9 run back, picking his teammate balls from, God, what, like 8? How long have you guys been playing together? 8 years? 9 years?
Oh, dude, it's actually been so long. Like, I think 2015 was the last time we played.
Yeah, you guys are probably at this point, you don't even need to communicate with each other. You're just so in sync. Good pick. Very good pick. All right. Afromu, you're up next.
All right, the streamer pool actually dwindling down here, but I will have to go with the top lane monster, Darshan.
Darshan,
Okay.
Zion, Spartan.
Holy.
What's the reasoning behind that pick?
Well, the streamer pool, we're kind of low. He's also my boy. Need a top laner to match Lorlo here with the first pick from Mo. And
All right.
we're going for the dub. So obvious pick. Do I get another pick for Stick Jump?
Yeah, another pick, because
Okay.
now that this round's over, we're going to the next round. It's a snake draft, so yes, the pick goes back to you, Mr. Afromu.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
I am gonna go with
Oh,
the most versatile player on this list, and that is gonna have to be Saturday.
Oh, the LCS mid laner.
yo,
Called up from the NACL and have been dominating
Wait,
the mid lane.
you picked my pick.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I thought you were going for your boy Shifter, man. What do you mean?
Well, that was to, like, throw people off. Dude, you're in my head.
David Insanity, like we mentioned, recently called up to TSM, was supposed to sign with DSG, but TSM came in with an offer 10 times its size. But we're all very happy for him. Great pick, excellent pick, which means it goes back to Sneaky.
Okay. It's actually tough. Let's see. I can start over here. Is there a time limit on this? How long do I
Nah,
have
take
here?
your time. Take as long as you need. Message some of them if you have to.
Oh shit.
I think the captains are now straying away from the streamer category and started looking at the LCS and the NACL players.
Solo's actually trying to jungle for this? It's crazy.
Oh,
What's going through your mind right now, Sneaky? Are you just examining their stats, their peak rank?
Yeah, I'm exploring the features of this button I have here. Dude, the jungle pool is it's pretty tiny. I'm not gonna lie, unless you're getting a fill jungler.
Jungle, I believe. Yeah, we have 5 junglers between everything. We have a lot of support players. Most of our captains and streamers are mid, so you'll have that covered. AD is also. Now that I'm looking at this list, Sneaky, you might just be the only AD main in this entire event.
oh
Really?
my god!
Wait a
We need
second.
a fact check on that one.
I see Spawn, Masu, and Minui are bought.
Oh,
I guess
there we go. We got a couple, yeah.
Turtle. As
Wild
well.
Turtle. Yeah.
Turtle wants to play top.
I think I gotta go with the last place jungler here. This looks pretty good. Let's do it.
Ooh,
Pika. Excellent pick. That's gonna lock in jungle for Sneaky. We're gonna move on to Skara. Skara, what are you thinking? You got your pick stolen from you by Afro Moon.
right.
I know you kept your eye on Sandy. You're always talking him up, and now he's off the table.
Can we do a redo? I was told that we could redraft if it goes poorly. Can I
Yeah,
just
we-
get like a redo?
Yeah, you can redo your first pick, but like mine are locked, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay.
You're one
I-
pick in, bro. Is it really that bad?
No. Wait, no, it's fine. We got it. We got it. I'm gonna lock in the Danimal. This guy is at the greatest gamer competition right now, securing the massive dub there. And in 2 weeks, he's gonna get the greatest league player award.
I think he's in like 13th place
Don't fact check that.
right now.
So, Scar, you are you sure about this? You know, before a mode draft, you still have a chance to change your mind.
Nah, I'm locking in. I want the Danny.
Scar drafting his boy, his Delta Fox teammate Shifter at mid lane. Like Scar mentioned, he's playing in the world's best gamer tournament right now, and you know, having a world best gamer on the team, I'm sure will definitely work out.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna move on to Yasuo then. Yasuo, go ahead.
Right. Like you said, I think I don't need to take too much time. I already thought this out, figured out my strategy, have my picks. I already knew what they were going to pick. It was all obvious. I'm going to have to go with the best ADC on the list because, you know, we're kind of struggling for ADCs here. Wild Turtle.
Good choice. Locking down one of the few, I believe, LCS ADC available in this draft. And we are in kind of an ADC meta. Really good pick, Mo. That's going to lock Wild Turtle in for him. Okay, let's take a small break. How's everyone feeling about their team so far? Mo, go ahead.
Scaras, we don't even have to worry about. I'm not even going to talk about that team. Like, I don't know if he thinks it's like a TFT or a Valorant tournament. This isn't like the best gamer in the world, man. This is League of Legends. Okay, so we don't have to talk about Scaras. Sneak is I'm a little worried about. You know, he did get Spica, but I know I've played a lot of Valorant with balls recently. He's pretty good there, but I don't know how much League he's been playing. Afro, like you said, he's been playing Destiny for 21 hours straight. I don't know if he's going to even show up to the tournament. I'm pretty happy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got a good team. Scar, I'm going to go to you. You'll have team synergy because I know you're boys with Jake and Danny, but competitively, how are you feeling?
I'm thinking, I'm hoping like maybe a lightning strike hits one of my opponent's houses in the middle of the match. Hoping they have some like PC problems, maybe especially in the middle of the lane. I don't even know if I'm gonna get 5 roles that are different. You know, I'm here for a good time.
Yeah, I also noticed you drafted a mid laner, which is normally the role you play, and then a jungle, which is like the off role you play. So
It's gonna be
already
crazy when I draft the 3rd mid laner next. Look, I'm convinced
right.
mid lane is it's the best lane in the game, and the best way you get the best players is to have multiple mid laners.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Wise words. Wise words. Sneaky, how are you feeling about your team?
Pretty good. I mean, like I said, the jungle pool's pretty limited, so unless I'm getting someone to fill, you only got a couple choices.
And Afro, you got an insanely good mid laner. How are you feeling about your team?
Great so far. Not worried at all. We might flex at least 2 players or 3. We'll see how it goes. I might flex 2.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into our 4th round of drafting and finish this up. Yasuo, Mr. Mo, you're on deck. Who would you like?
Okay. Like Sneaky said, jungle pool is also kind of limited. I think this player is going to have a heart attack when I pick him because when the season started, I was playing my placement games, and I think I legitimately went like 2-13. And it wasn't one of those games where like I built AP Yasuo. Like I legitimately went 2-13. He had some choice words for me, but I don't hold it against him. He's a great player, and I'm gonna have to go with like 10 more seconds, guys. I'm gonna have to go with Rosethorn.
Rosethorn.
Oh, baby.
I ran it down on this guy so many times. Like, wow, I feel bad for him. He might
So this
like
is
not
your
even want
way
to play
to
the
make it up
tournament.
to him.
Exactly.
Got it. Rosethorn. That would be our first NACL pick. Jungle Rosethorn being locked in. Scar, you're up next.
Okay, so in the DSG show match, I learned that I cannot be a top laner. You have to truly be cringe to play that role. It's really made for the people who have no lives and are really huge losers. So I'm gonna lock in my top laner Revenge here, who I think is on top of that plays Riven, which is just like giga cringe.
Look at those muscles.
Buff.
Yeah, but he's buff. He's real buff.
Holy.
That's a good pick of Revenge, one of the standout top laners in this year's LCS. And also, if you just lose in the game, you can send him to beat up your opponents. I can't get over how strong this man is. But that is an excellent pick. Revenge locked in for Scar, and that's going to lock up his LCS spot. Sneaky, you're up next.
Okay. Wow, there's 3 streamers left. 2 of them are support.
Don't you need a support?
I do. But I also need an NACL player.
Ooh.
I think this looks good.
Ooh, Smoothie.
Okay.
Have you played with Smoothie before?
Yep. Back in 2016, 2017, I played with them.
6-7 years ago. Smoothie, excellent choice. An NACL player for EG Challengers. That's going to lock up your NACL pick as well as your support pick. Very nice. Afro, go ahead.
Okay, so I need a jungler. Oh, I'm pressing the arrow keys on my key. And I've been watching a bit of NACL, and I think I've been doing very well. As a jungler, we are going to go with Perry.
Perry, one of the newer amateur players, I believe, on Team Cincinnati Fear. Had a great showing. Cincinnati Fear finished 3rd place in the NACL finals. That's going to lock up your NACL pick as well as your jungle position.
And then I get to pick again. This is my last pick, right?
There's your last pick. I believe you have to pick one of our 3
The streamers, yeah.
streamers.
We do have Insanity, but very flexible player. So I'm gonna have to go with Golden Glue since I'm already probably playing support. I know Golden Glue's been coaching a lot, but he's still got it in him, I believe.
I think that is an excellent pick. Golden Glue, the coach of DSG, bringing the team a win. He's got the brains and the skills. And that's going to finish your team, Afro. Are you happy with what you ended up with?
Oh, absolutely. It's a dub. We can just call it right now.
What the?
Huh?
Afro's walking away with Perry, Insanity, Darshan, and Golden Glue. We got Perry in the jungle, Insanity, and Golden Glue, both mid lane players, and Darshan top lane players. So either one of Insanity and Golden Glue is probably gonna have to take up that AD role. But overall, a very strong team. Well done, sir. Sneaky, your last pick.
I'm very happy for Afro. He can finally win a flex game. Okay, so I have to pick a streamer, and I have Stunt or Bio. Did you know Stunt actually was the creator of Nautilus support back in the day?
Oh.
And Rammus support.
That might have been an accident.
Oh shit!
Gonna lock in stunt there. Skara, your pick. I believe you have an NACL player pick. left.
Yes. And wait, where is my indicator real quick? Hold up. Ah, there it is. Okay. So I have a lot of options. And already our team has 2 flexible players. And I have behind the scenes asked Coach Jake who is the man with the best vibes. And I didn't ask the best player, I wanted the one with the best vibes. And he told me I gotta get Breezy. This man vibing it up. So I have locked in Breezy as my flexible viber.
Flexible Viber. Okay.
Some interesting words you got there combined.
Skara is just picking every person he knows on this list because aren't you friends with like Revenge and Breezy too, right?
I don't really know Breezy that well. And I mean I would say I know Jake and Danny the best. And I think if we're gonna have fun, top lane can never be fun. So you choose someone who actually mains top lane. And then the rest of the people can have fun.
Okay, well, this is your team. You have yourself, Xmitty, Shifter, Revenge, and Breezy. How you feeling about this lineup?
I think we're gonna win. I think at the very least, I think we beat Mo's team free.
But your mid laner has an Apex shirt. He's playing the wrong game.
He doesn't even need to play League, okay?
Alright, Team Skara locked in. And Mo, you are last pick. But I believe, since you haven't picked a streamer yet, your second streamer.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. I have a lot of options to pick from. And out of every single person on this draft list, I can pick anybody. I'm going to have to go with Biofrost because he is clearly by far better than anybody else I could pick here. Thank you, Toast.
No problem. That's exactly what I was going to say. And that's going to lock the team in for you. Let's see. Team Mo. We have Yasuo, Lorlo, Rosethorn, Wild Turtle, and Biofrost.
We just take the streamer out. Listen, everybody just thinks I'm garbage, okay? If we take all the streamers out, all the captains out, us 4 captains, and you just look at the 4 players I drafted, this is a pretty good roster. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a bottom tier LCS team.
Yeah, you reunited Wild Turtle and Biofrost, who played on TSM for a whole decade.
Wait, did they?
Did they?
I thought it was.
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of
I wasn't sure if that was the case. I didn't want to say anything. I wasn't sure if I was misremembering. Right, let's just go with it. Yeah, I reunited them. I brought in Rosethorn. He's a beast. I inted him a bunch. So if I do it again, no surprise, he can adapt. I think we're good to go.
I think you have the only full on-roll roster, don't you?
Yeah, looks like it. I have to actually play mid lane.
Yep.
And let's take a look at Sneaky's team. I don't believe we had a chance to really break down who's on his team. We have Sneaky, Pika, Balls, Smoothie, and Stunt.
Oh yeah, you lost. Oh my god.
I don't have a mid laner, but I think it's fine. I think we got some fill players. It should work out.
Yeah, we seem to have an overlap in the support between Stunt and Smoothie. Who are you sending to the mid lane?
It would probably be Stunt, but I guess we could decide when it gets closer. Maybe when we start practicing.
Maybe the game plan is Balls just punches us in the face with his biceps or something. I don't know what you're drafting for here.
All right, that's the team. Everything's locked in. Well done, captains. We will be seeing all of you in 2 weeks' time. You all will have 2 weeks to practice. The Invitational takes place September 16th and September 17th. So make sure you're putting... Do you guys plan to scrim with NACL team, get some practice in? What's everyone thinking here?
Yeah, I'm going to do so much of that, Toast. I can't... whoa. I'm so busy right now. I already have it all planned.
Maybe some flex queue, some clash. You know how it goes. Some casual practice.
Yeah.
Right.
I got my coach cooking up a storm right now. He's I got Baker on the line. I got DRX. Got some LPL teams. We'll see what happens.
Who's your coach?
Jake Smithy.
I thought he was your player.
He's both. He does it all. Our team's very flexible.
Wow.
And Afro, how are you going to use this next 2 weeks to prepare?
We'll see. I'll play some flags, maybe some TFT. Who knows?
All right,
Shit.
captains, thank you all very much for joining me for this draft. Your teams are locked in. I will leave the coordination for practice up to you guys, and you are all free to go.
Fair. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Thank
the trophy.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thanks
Thank
for
you.
joining us. All right, there you have it, chat. All 4 teams locked in. The captains have made their choices. Some peculiar lineups. Skara drafting for the vibes. Sneaky has 2 support players and no mid laners. Mo got he's got the TSM bot lane. I think he's good. And Afro, I like Afro's team the most. I think he's got the good players in the roles they need to be in. So it's gonna be a spicy event. Just a reminder, all of this will take place September 16th and 17th. The players will have 2 weeks to train, practice, and just a reminder, what's on the line. We have a very custom, very special trophy, the Gauntlet of Vi from Arcane. It's worth twice as much as the prize pool. So the players are going to be tryharding. You heard what Scar said. Originally, he was just going to go for the memes, but after seeing the trophy, I think we're going to see some scrims coming out of these players. That's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will all see you in 2 weeks from now as the event starts. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm Disguised Toast, and I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Farewell for now. Hello everyone. Welcome to the NA Legends Invitational hosted by Disguised Toast. I'm your host, Disguised Toast, and today we have quite the treat for you. Yes, if you are a League of Legends fan, you're about to witness the biggest crossover of generational talent in NA. We got people who started playing League of Legends since the dawn of time, guys like Skara, and brand new talents coming up from challengers like Rose, Thorn, Perry. So if you ever wonder which generation of League of Legends players were the best, you're gonna find out today. I'm joined by 2 very, very special guests, professional casters, experts in the field. Please welcome Azale and Captain Flowers. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toast. Good to be here. I think today's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. I feel bad, I think, for some of the old talent, though. I don't know how much they've been practicing, so maybe going to get beat up on by the young guys today.
Yeah, like we did a show match for Team DSG earlier this split, and you guys were there. You saw how
Yeah.
the Slaughterfest, but I'm hoping things are going to go a little different this time because a lot of the old heads, well, they're being backed up by some of these new young talent.
Exactly. Gotta use the brains. They gotta be the shot callers. Tell them to maybe play the young players like Pokemon. Tell them what to do. See if they can get them to carry them to the promised land.
The old guys are the brains, the young guys are the hands. You put them all together, and hey, at least this time, it's not just all of the old guys versus all of the young guys. I feel like the teams might be a little bit more even this time around, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
All right. We got 4 different teams here, each headed up by a different captain. We have Skara leading his team, Sneaky, Afromu, and Yasuo. Now, have you guys taken a look at each of their roster? Any expectations, predictions?
Ooh, I feel like Scar's team is gonna have some trouble today. I think Scar's team are the underdogs for sure coming into this. It feels like Scar just drafted all his homies, instead of metagaming and trying to go for the most OP team. Some of these teams look pretty stacked. Like Yasuo's team, I think is really stacked. He's got, like people who are current LCS level, obviously, like people who are in LCS and NACL, but then Lorlo and Biofrost are people who are at the top of the ladder and really, really good in solo queue. So that team is looking really, really stacked to me.
I think the one thing that they have going against them is the fact that I was going through and I was looking at all of our, because it's current LCS players, it's up and coming like NACL talent, it's streamers, and then our team captains. Mo is the only person on the whole list of eligible players that was not at one point a pro player or aspiring pro player. So he's gonna have to. We're gonna have to see Mo take the gloves off. I got to see if those Yasuo skills are still sharp.
I tuned into Afro's. I was going through his VODs, and a couple of days ago, this man set up a scrim, and they were doing draft in one of those fancy online draft tools.
Okay.
Which is more practice than I've seen any other teams put in. Like most other teams, they've been just doing flex queue, some duo here and there, but Afro's team, I think, are very quietly preparing to just dominate this entire tournament. They're backed up by Golden Glue, who acted as a coach this split, so he's gonna have the brains on his side.
Oh hell yeah!
Afro has always had that reputation. Like when he's in LCS as well, this guy is a legendary shot caller. Probably, I'd say you could argue the most legendary shot caller in LCS history. And even when you see him playing, like I would watch a stream and he'd be playing flex queue with just buddies, like not even high level players, and he'd be like shot calling games to victory, telling people exactly what to do. So Afro definitely has that competitive fire. He wants to win, and it'll be exciting to see how they do as well, because they also are going to have, I think, a pretty big advantage as far as mid lane, because they have Insanity in mid for their LCS player. No other team has, an NACL or LCS player in mid, so Insanity was looking really, really good in LCS this year, so that could be definitely a way that they could dominate.
All right, let's get ready to jump into our first matchup. It's gonna be the Yasuo's Wild Turtles versus the Water Boys. Oh man, it's gonna so Scar versus Yasuo.
Yup.
The mid lane I think is gonna be a banger matchup because you got Danny as well as Mo, and I would say they're both not at LCS level, so I think it's gonna be like a real brawl fest down there.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can't wait, man.
This should be really exciting. I'm also so curious, when you're coming into an event like this, there's prizes on the line. Some people get really, really competitive and want to be as try hard as possible. And then other people just kind of want to show out, right? So some of the players, I think, might just be going for whatever pick they think is going to look the coolest or be the most fun to watch on stream. And some people might just be going like tried and true, meta picks only. If they think they're the weakest player on the team, they're playing, enchanters and stuff like that. So it'll be exciting. Also have to see, is Yasuo going to get banned out on Yasuo? Or are they going to let him play it?
That's always one of my favorite things about this too. When you have like streamer and personality tournaments, when you have guys that are more willing to deviate from the meta a little bit, do you let them ego and try to stomp their ego by beating them on their main? Or you just play it safe and ban it out? It's part of the mind games, man. I love it.
Yeah, like once I have not seen Yasuo play anything but Yasuo, so I'm trying to think what he would even play. But
Gotta stick to the namesake.
Are they allowed to dodge in a tournament if Yasuo's banned?
What is the equivalent of a 3 LP loss in a competitive tournament?
remake.
Yeah, I mean, I think Scar will understand that it would be rude to ban Yasuo. Like, come on, like the guy, he's the only guy who hasn't played at a pro level in this entire tournament. You gotta throw him a bone. Like, to ban it's kind of, I would say that's pretty bad manners for an invitation like this.
Yeah, I agree with that. You gotta, at least in the opening game, you gotta let them come out swinging, see what they really got.
If you get pounded though, game 2, no holds barred. You're allowed to ban the Yasuo. then it's all the gloves are off.
Once it destroys you one time, then you can just be like, no more honor, no more gentleman's handshake, whatever. Just ban it out.
Yeah, you're trying to win at that point.
Yeah. It's a little. You gotta at least let him play it one time. See if he's still got the magic on the pick.
Yeah, I mean the pressure's gonna be on Revenge. I think with the Water Boys. I mean Revenge and Breezy obviously. They have a lot of successful, ex-pros. Scar was a pro, obviously. Shifter, Smithy, absolutely legendary NA jungler. I don't know how much these guys are playing these days, so I'm going to be curious to see what their level is at and how serious they're taking it. But I definitely think there's a lot of pressure on Revenge to be a big carry force on this team, and I'm sure he's going to want to show out. I feel like the LCS players have the most to lose in this because they have an opportunity to style, but if they don't style on their opponents, then they kind of look bad, because they're playing against streamers, they're playing against NACL guys who would love their jobs, so they're trying to really, I think, dominate and look good here. So I'm really excited to see how Revenge does. But going up against Lorlo is a guy who, was obviously in the LCS, and he has really, I think, maintained his level. This is a guy who, as far as I know, still gets, NACL offers, academy offers, and whatnot to this day. So he's definitely playing at a really high level. He played a lot in Champions Queue when that was going on. He's been high level in ladder across a lot of different ladders. So yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup. I'm kind of excited to see if Revenge can get a big advantage there. Maybe show out.
I mean, Lorlo's one of those all-time ladder grind lords. I'm always seeing this guy playing solo queue. He's always grinding games. He was up there mastering the dark tech of the Janna top and all of these forbidden enchanter top lane solo lane.
Well, have you seen him doing that lately? Because he's doing that again. He's doing Alistar, and he's doing all kinds of stuff like roaming Rakan and all kinds of different picks. So I'm really excited to see if he's actually going to bring that stuff out or if he's going to be playing more kind of tried and true stuff.
I'm ready for the draft, man. I want to see what we get out of these guys for the opener of the games today.
All right, sounds good. I think the teams are just about ready to do the draft. Gentlemen, I leave it in your capable hands, and I'll see you guys after the game.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toast. We will catch you after this first one is done. All right, Azael, let's hop into this. By the way, happy birthday. By the way, I saw your tweet right before this started, so a happy birthday to Mr. Azael, and hopefully the teams have got him some exciting plays as a gift, and we're not going to see any of those first bloods that take 15 minutes. Okay, they are...
Forget it. Not a chance.
There's that whole play with honor thing. They're like, no, I'd rather play to win. So that's off the table. Team Yasuo is immediately going to focus up in the top lane. They're like, no, Revenge, we're not going to let you have this champ, man. Jax is way too good.
This could be a triple ban Revenge angle, to be honest. We'll see. But, Ziggs is actually going to get banned out. So targeting Shifter a little bit, maybe even Scar, because a lot of people are playing Ziggs bot these days. So it will be interesting to see where they want to throw all their bans, if they're going to target specific players. Going to ban out Zeri. Turtle, obviously, having a really good year this year, so he's going to be pretty scary. I mean, honestly, just the more I look at the roster, Yasuo just drafted such a good team. Like, he doesn't need to play Yasuo. He could just sit back and play Karma or something. Just let the four do their work, man.
Just spam Q on the wave. My job here is done.
You just have to exist.
Holy moly, man. All right, final ban, the Karthus. They're taking that one off the table. That's always one of those picks. Karthus is one of those picks that I feel like he can change the game so much, especially if he's not a champion that's normally popular during that specific meta, and you forget how it is playing against him. The champ is just so weird. So I can respect getting rid of that. If you think they're going to play that, Bel'Veth is a champion that I forgot was in League of Legends, Azael. I completely forgot she existed. So as soon as that ban showed up, I had to double take real quick to remember what the picture even was. But Team Scar is saying, all right, we're keeping this one away from him. My guess is this must be like a Rose Thorn special.
I was going to say, I was doing some, I was looking on OPGG trying to find people's accounts, and it's his most played in solo queue, and he has a 68% win rate, and he's high in Challenger. So they don't want to give that to him. But unfortunately, Jarvan also really, really strong, so they're going to have to deal with that.
Yep.
Swain coming through is going to be interesting because, again, if this was LCS, I would be expecting it to be mid for sure, but some people are playing Swain top, some people are playing Swain mid. You can play it support. You can even play it as like an AP carry farming bot. So I do think there's a lot of ability to play it in different roles. And Smithy, the throwback to the Zinzao.
So here's my theory on the Swain. I think it's the bot lane pick for Scarra AD carry because we've been talking about the difference between these old guys and these younger guys, right? AD carry, you gotta have like 300 APM, micromanage, stutter step, maintain your distance, like constantly space correctly. Swain, you press Q once every 3 seconds.
True.
So you can take advantage of the fact that your hands might have slowed down a little bit by simply requiring less hands.
Press
I'm
R
liking
and
it.
click slowly towards them.
Yes.
It's definitely something that Scar can handle for
Walk
sure.
at them menacingly.
I think he's going to be able to pull that off. We have the Rumble coming through as well as the Ezreal here. So Ezreal should be for Turtle. Rumble could be Rumble top. Could be potentially Rumble mid as well, depending on if they want to flex that around. Rumble was getting played a lot in LCS in top lane. Is a pick that is really difficult to actually answer. But Yone is one of those picks that some people were pretty comfortable playing into it in the LCS. And seeing as this is like a really high level top lane, it's Revenge versus Lorlo. It could be the Yone answer into that Rumble. This could also be Yone mid for Shifter. So there's a lot of potential for things to flex around still.
Exactly. And I love seeing Wild Turtle breaking out the Ezreal in game number 1 of the tournament. I mean, Wild Turtle shifting in on Ezreal when most other players would shift the other direction just became such an iconic thing for him. It's like this guy always wants to play balls to the wall. He always wants to just make sure he's playing aggro. So that going up against what I'm, again, assuming is the Swain Scarra. This will be a spicy bot lane matchup here. Karma banned out by Team Scarra. Team Yasuo going to go ahead and get Echo off the table. There's one I feel like I haven't seen Echo in a little while.
Yeah, Echo has not definitely been as popular, but I know it's one of the shifter picks that he used to play a lot of. And looking at Revenge's solo queue, his most played is the Jax. His second most played in solo queue is Yone. And he has a 78% win rate on it, which is disgusting. So definitely could be Yone top for Revenge, and maybe they're targeting the Echo over towards Shifter, trying to ban him out a bit. A couple support bans coming in for Biofrost.
Yep.
Maybe going to go with support counterpick on 5 for Breezy, because Breezy's obviously a really, really good player himself. So maybe try to create a bit of an advantage down in bot lane with 5th pick counterpick.
I feel like they banned the Karma away because Karma Ezreal is one of those traditional poke spam lanes that nobody likes to play against. And then you ban away Leona because it's one of those champions where if you're like, okay, what if Wild Turtle just like mechanics gaps us and then he has an instant engage button right next to him to just keep snowballing the game. We're like, no, we don't want to deal with that. Take that off the table, even though it's the exact opposite of what the Karma would be doing. Rakan also banned out here by Team Yasuo. They want to keep Breezy away from that one. So let's see what Team Scar is going to pick here. We've got very low range on their composition so far, right? Like no traditional AD carry. Zinzao and Yone are both melee, even though Yone's melee.
It could be Sen. Oh,
all right. Another big melee boy.
Okay, so it's just gonna be probably Nautilus Swain bot lane. I was thinking for a second they might have done Senna support and farming, farming Swain. That could have been pretty cool. But they do have the Nautilus, so they get some hard engage here, some lockdown for that Ezreal. Some really good engages already over on the other side with the Jarvan. Rom would be a pretty strong pick here. I think answering what is pretty clearly like full dive from Scarra's team.
Yeah.
So, just counter engage, I think, is going to be the name of the game for these last couple picks for Yasuo's team. And I think we are just looking for Yasuo's pick here on 5.
All right. Well, they've banned away his namesake champion. They banned away the Kmart copy of his name, or they picked away the Kmart copy of his namesake champion. He can't play either version of Yasuo. So which champion are we going to lock here? What's the name of the game? What's going in the mid lane? Okay, it's Rumble mid, Poppy top is what I'm guessing here.
Yeah.
It was a bamboozle the entire time. They're not taking the Rumble into the top lane. Lorlo's going to pilot the Poppy, I'm assuming, and Yasuo's going to play Rumble mid.
Yeah, so Lorlo going to be taking the Poppy to try to answer the Yone. We are assuming that Shifter is not yet locked in his pick. We just lost picks for a second, so we'll see what the final pick is actually going to be here. We're just waiting for what I'm assuming is Shifter's pick, but of course it could be Yone mid, it could be Swain mid. There are a lot of options, so we don't really know because there's so many flex picks over on Scar's comp. So we're just waiting for that final pick here, seeing what it is going to be locked in. But I agree, it should be Poppy top. It should be Rumble in the mid lane for Yasuo's team. likely to answer what we have seen actually grabbed up.
Dude, I'm ready for this. I want to see exactly where all the action starts in this one. I'm really hoping we get some nice bloody games. For those of you guys that might have missed it, I saw a couple people in chat asking some questions about things. First off, no, there's no Briar available in these games. It's not patch 3.18 that just came out on live. We're on patch 3.17, which was the previous one. So for all the foot enthusiasts or carry jungler players out there, sorry, there's no Briar in today's competition, but everything else should be locked and loaded and ready to go. Today, it's going to be a single round robin. Best of one. Yep, every team is going to play every other team exactly one time. That means you're going to get a grand total of 6 games. Going to provide all the seeding going into tomorrow, where we're going to have a single elimination bracket to determine which team's truly going to come out on top and walk away with those super cool trophies. But first, we just got to get ourselves loaded into the game, and I'm hoping, I want level 1 first blood, Isaac. I want level 1 first blood.
Yeah, just 5-man versus 5-man, all-out brawl, bot side. We'll see if it's going to happen. It's going to be a really, really fun tournament, though, if y'all are just tuning in. The way this kind of tournament format actually began is they had 4 captains. So basically 4 streamers were chosen as the captains of these teams. And then they were able to draft 1 LCS player, 1 NACL player, and 2 additional streamers for their team. So the captains all drafted their squad. We have now these 4 squads for the NA Legends tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have kind of a more relaxed vibe on the cast than we would get on LCS. But no swearing, because we don't want Toast to lose any more money than he's already losing in esports.
We are going to be wholesome. I will be
Scout's honor.
Wholesome.
We promise. We will not lose you any more sponsors.
Glad Jax got banned after I learned that I have to watch what I say. I am so happy that Jax is not in the game. The helicopter is not cleared for takeoff.
Has been grounded.
Yeah, we got to keep this one between the navigational beacons. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to hop into this first game here pretty soon. I think we might have had a small issue with the draft.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what that final pick is. Maybe there was some sort of issue. Maybe they have to do a remake. Not really sure. We'll let you guys know as soon as we do find out. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. Really excited for these games. These kind of show matches are so much fun, and because all the streamers are entertainers, these people know how to make really, really fun games. We got to cast the show match that Toast did a while ago between Delta Fox and his NACL team. Game 1 was a turbo stomp, and Game 2, the DSG team actually drafted some really fun picks. They all played off-roll. They all played low win rate picks, and it was like such a fun
Skarner,
game.
Man.
Yeah, they had Skarner. They had like Corky bot lane. Everyone was roll swapping around. And it was just such a fun time. So I'm really happy to be back with Toast doing another event here. This is really, really awesome. So going to be excited to get these going and see some of these players that are a lot of like my favorite players that I've watched over the years, right? Like it's so cool to have this event where we're having, guys like Smithy and Shifter and Skara who are, old school LCS players coming back and battling it out against some of the current pros and some of the current up and comers from the NACL.
Okay, so update for everybody. I'm looking at our internal Discord for this event right now, and Mo says, can we repick our pick 5 to I was not in comms, PC crashed. Okay, so it looks like the Poppy might not actually be what they were wanting to go with for that part of the draft too. So I think and it looks like he's been approved to repick that 5th pick. Yeah, so each team, we still have to see the final pick of the draft. The Poppy was illegitimate. The Poppy was not the actual lock-in.
Poppy was not a Yasuo.
Yes.
And he has decided he does not want to play it. It's very far away from the Yasuo.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead while we're waiting for things to get remade, get those last couple of picks locked in, and get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for the first time today. We're going to toss things to a quick break, but we will be right back with the NA Legends Invitational, hosted and presented by Disguised Toast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NA Legends Invitational presented by Disguised Toast. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Azale. Am I pointing the right? That's Azale. Okay, we got him right next to me now. I'm pointing the right direction.
You can't get it wrong.
Yeah, works
That's
perfect.
Captain Flowers.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you back here. Unfortunately, Mo's computer is not wanting to cooperate with things, so we had to restart. We're waiting to get back into the game now, as hopefully they're most of the way through remaking the draft. Remember that even though we did get to see 5 picks locked in for Team Mo, we were learning that the Poppy was not actually what they wanted to pick, so they're going to be allowed to redo that 5th and final pick on their side, and then we'll get to see the last pick on Scar's side in response, and then finally, we'll be able to hop into our first game of the day, of which there are guaranteed to be 6 today. We've got that at a hard lock again, just a single round,
Round robin.
best of 1 round robin. Why? I don't know why I keep forgetting it. I don't
All the
know why
teams play each other.
Yes, every team plays every other team exactly one
And
time.
then they stop.
And until tomorrow, and then they
Oh.
begin again.
Plot twist.
I can't believe that the teams will play more games eventually. What an incredible format for an event.
It's going to be fun. And they're also competing. Maybe we can pull up the trophy. The trophy looks actually really sick. The NA Legends trophy here. We have a straight up League of Legends Infinity Gauntlet here on the line that the teams can win. Snap your fingers, turn off the streamer's stream. Gives you superpowers here if you win it. So it should be a lot of fun.
Maybe that's what happened to Mo. Somebody was playing around with the thing backstage and accidentally snapped his screen out of existence.
Yeah, Toast just snapped Yasuo's router out of existence. So
Oh no, dude. Well, the trophy looks really sick. Hopefully, we get to see some fierce competition over this thing, especially with some of the champions that Scar's team is drafting here in this first game. Swain, Xin Zhao, Yone, like all of these dudes just fling themselves in on top of you. That's what it is. It's just a giant barrage of dudes going after you. And everybody on Team Yasuo, they're gonna have to kite back. They're gonna have to outplay. But man, this is gonna be a little bit of a spicy one, I think, Azale.
Yep, absolutely. I can see them going through the draft again right now. So we're getting down towards those final picks here. They're just locking them in, and then we're gonna find out what the 5th pick is for both teams. Just to remind you guys, first 4 picks for Scar's team was, as you said, the Swain, the Xin Zhao, the Yasuo, or excuse me, the Yone, as well as the Nautilus. And then on the other side, we have Jarvan, Rumble, we have a Renekton, as well as that Ezreal, and then Braum. So the Renekton was the intended pick here, not the Poppy. So it is going to be Renekton getting locked in, probably against that Yone. It can be actually pretty difficult to deal with some of those kind of just like no outplay style champions. Like this is a point and click stun. He's going to walk at you. He's going to kind of outstat you. So whoever's playing the Yone, whether it is mid or top, could potentially be dealing with that Renekton.
Yeah, the Renekton being locked in, that's there instead of the Poppy. Looks like they're going to swap that one up into the top side for Lorlo to pilot it. Revenge there on the Yone. We've got Zoe locked in for Shifter. We saw earlier in the bans, people were banning away those artillery mage style champs against him with things like the Ziggs. The Zoe's going to still make it through. This champion was a terror in the game for so long. Like at one point, being a good Zoe player was practically just a cheat code. But it's still a very powerful pick if you can manage to hit those trouble bubbles into the big paddle stars, but we'll see if that's what they can line up. It also does give Scar's team some range that they were very, very sorely missing. Up until that Zoe got locked in, it's just like, again, throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks.
Just 4 dudes. 4 big
just
dudes
4 dudes. Now we've got 4 dudes and a bubble cannon. So
4 dudes playing some good old-fashioned League of Legends, brother.
Hell yeah,
running right at you, I tell you what.
For people asking in the chat, yes, Disguised Toast is the host of the event, but not one of the casters, so he's going to be back in between the games. He'll be talking to us about what's been going on in the matches, how we're feeling about them, and we'll also be doing post-game interviews with the players. Depending on which team wins, we'll be able to pick somebody from the roster, talk to them a little bit, and I believe Toast will be there for that as well. So you guys will see him here shortly in a little bit, but it looks like our draft is just about done, so hopefully we will be hopping onto Summoner's Rift here in just a few quick moments, and that... Man, I really want game 1 of the day to set the pace as fast and bloody for this tournament. If you come out with game number, if you come out of game number 1 and it's 13-minute first blood, everybody's just farming perfectly, no PvP, that sets such a bad precedent for the rest of the game.
Well, I can guarantee you that even if we have a 13-minute first blood, everyone is not going to be farming perfectly. so it's gonna be fun. Oh man, they're going 5 top. It looks like for the invade with the Braum. Like Smithy gets tagged here. He's gonna have to get out of there. So he's gonna see the invade come in, and he's gonna be able to get out of there. If I was Revenge though, I would be pretty nervous. Jarvan Renekton is a brutal jungle top duo to actually deal with that Yone, who relies a lot on outplay, who relies a lot on being able to utilize those dashes, utilize that snapback on the E with the soul inbound to be able to dodge out on damage. If you just get point and click stunned into flag and drag, there's no way you are getting out of there. So that could be pretty terrifying.
Dude, this started off, this fan vote has told quite a story. Skara's prediction started out as like NA at Worlds chances. It started off like 80-20 in favor of Team Yasuo, but the Skara fandom has now completely turned this thing around, done a 180, now nearly having 2/3 of the overall favor compared to Team Yasuo. The fans are showing up for Skara. Maybe they're not going to be quite the underdog we're predicting them to be. Or maybe they are, and they just have a lot of fans.
Yeah, we'll find out. They're going to have the ward on this. Breezy actually invaded. They saw him coming in top side, so he goes down, does get the ward on the enemy red buff. We can see Smithy starting top side. He's warded out as well. Going to be curious to see where these junglers are going to head. May mean that there's not going to be that much early action, but Smithy, if he wants, could go for an early look up towards top and try to play around Revenge. I think that's going to be who most people are assuming is that big carry threat for Skara's team, so excited to see if they can get him going.
And both of these junglers are such effective early gankers as well. We know that Jarvan is just one of the most deadly, if not the most deadly level 2 gank in the entire game, and Xin Zhao's just the classic early game gank spammer. So both of these guys, I think, have a lot of ability to really get involved in the lanes, start affecting things nice and early. You can see they are both going to be pathing up here towards this top side for now, but this is Smithy's last camp up here on the top side of the map. We'll see if he wants to try to fight for the top side scuttle. Maybe he thinks that there's going to be a Rosethorn gank coming in, try to counter gank that one. Let's see, Rosethorn, what are we going to do here? He is just going straight for the top lane path. We'll see if Smithy can read that this is probably going to happen. See if he wants to try to make a move of his own. Rosethorn's first here into the top lane. Revenge doesn't see him just yet. Okay, Soul Unbound jumps into the brush. Rosethorn going to trade back and forth here a little bit as Lorlo's also not going to jump in just yet. It's first blood back over to Team Skara. Smithy's on the board. Now Lorlo has to disengage back underneath his own turret. We said Revenge was going to be showing up to this one looking to style on some people, and the boy did it before 3 minutes.
Oh my god, Revenge had that river ward there, and Smithy just went straight up towards top. They disrespected the Yone. Rosethorn didn't realize he was spotted, and Revenge just preempted the gank, went straight in on Rosethorn. Rosethorn held onto that flash and ended up paying for it as Smithy came in to help finish him off. So a good early kill here for Skara's team. And you look at farm down on the bot side, it's actually looking good there as well. And Yasuo could be forced to flash here, but Biofrost coming.
Nice, tried to go for the flash bubble there. Flash for flash on mid laners. Smithy just continuing to back up his buddy here. Luckily, Biofrost had made the rotation over, so Yasuo's not in any more trouble than he was. But now Rumble without that flash, man, he feels so much more vulnerable. Could be some serious problems if Smithy decides to hang around, and it looks like he'll do just that. Yasuo trying to farm at range with those Electro Harpoons. But all it takes is one wind becomes lightning to connect, and Rumble is in a lot of trouble. Smithy just going to take the opportunity, pick up the Scuttle Crab down here instead. His own bottom lane is gone, so he'll just secure this one before the enemy team can use their bottom lane pressure to earn it themselves. Rosethorn is in the enemy jungle, looking to steal away those camps. And all right, there we go. Biofrost once again roaming back up towards mid, expecting there to be some kind of trouble.
Yeah, and they want to help Yasuo push this out because Yasuo's down flash. Remember, he's not playing DP. It's Ignite versus Ignite, and so if you lose control of your lane, you're going to actually lose a lot of farm. So he wants to play behind him to make sure he can get this lane pushed out. That's why Rosethorn's there as well. But Smithy now in the area. Shifter has got to be a little bit careful, kind of disrespecting this gank.
Yeah, Shifter immediately getting hit by the Jarvan combo, but he gets back underneath the turret to safety, and Smithy swoops in for the win, becomes lightning. It's Shifter getting the kill credit on Yasuo thanks to the Ignite, I believe, as Breezy and Smithy work together to put some more damage into the health bars of Team Yasuo, and Team Skara comes out of the gate swinging, not once, but twice, as Lorlo gets a slice and dice up in the top lane for the solo kill.
Oh, Lorlo coming up big in top lane, gets the solo kill on Revenge, but Shifter with that level up had just enough health, survives that last tick of the Ignite coming through from Yasuo. That was incredibly close. They're going to be able to push this out as well. Breezy there to help shove this in. Oh, the hook was a little bit astray.
Yeah.
He could be in some trouble here.
Breezy's going to have to try to walk this one all the way off. Yasuo,
He's okay.
unfortunately, just about to overheat here, so that means he won't be able to try to run this down, tie the game up in terms of kills. Scarra just farming up underneath this bottom lane tier 1 turret. A little bit of a CS disadvantage here against Wild Turtle, but that's what I would expect with Wild Turtle being a current LCS pro and Scarra being more of a streamer these days. Let's see what we got here back in the mid lane. This is a replay of how Shifter barely escaped.
Yeah, Shifter gets hit by the flag and drag, put really low. The ignite there was going to be enough to finish him off. But watch, as the minions die here, he hits 5. The cannon died to the E from Breezy. That actually gives him the level up, just enough experience to stay alive. Yasuo ends up dying. And the roam here from the Water Boys ends up coming up big. And this is Revenge up towards that top side. Tried to use the Soul Inbound to stay safe, but the stun had already hit from Lorlo, had the slice, had the dice, gets the kill in the 1v1. Despite that first blood going the way of Scarra's team up in that top lane, it went to Xmithy. It did not go to Revenge.
Yeah.
Now Lorlo has a nice advantage in that 1v1.
Breezy, away here. Scarra with a nice pull underneath the turret. Wild Turtle is too far forward, and Breezy is picking up an easy one as Rosethorn makes his way down into the bottom lane. They're trying to tempt the enemy team to go too far forward as Rosethorn leads the charge and the equalizer comes down over the top. Rosethorn's going to help Biofrost pick up the first one, and it'll be a double kill back over to Braum of all people. Team Yasuo takes the lead.
Oh man, it is getting bloody. That was a great pull though from Scarra, pulling Wild Turtle under the tower. They get the kill on him. But the roam from Yasuo made all the difference. Gets down towards bot lane, gets the equalizer across multiple members there. You're splitting up Xmithy from the rest of the squad, meant multiple kills go back the way of Yasuo's Wild Turtles. And he's going to be able to deny multiple waves. They get plates there also. Sure, it sucks that the kills went to the Braum, but they just got banned.
Whatever, man. You'll take them. I'd rather have kills on Braum than no kills at all. Braum's going to be nice and accelerated here. Plenty of money to get those early support items coming in here as Lorlo and Revenge. Lorlo maintaining the EXP lead that he got from grabbing that solo kill for himself. Also having the extra little bit of advantage that he has in terms of minions means it's so hard for Revenge to try to contest him in a fair fight.
Oh, there's 3 top though. Shifter actually roamed up as well. They're trying to help reset this wave. Alfrost could be in trouble.
Nice timing there on the Unbreakable, trying to keep himself alive. Flashes away. Fate Seal does not find a target, and now Lorlo might be able to turn this one back around. Breezy's in a lot of trouble, and the Croc finds his first kill. Revenge with a re-engage with the Q3, trying to find enough damage, but he won't quite get it to take down the enemy Croc. Instead, it's just the Braum, but that's still a shutdown and still money. Back over to Team Scar.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the Braum, but when's the last time you saw Braum getting shut down that early in the game? Because he got the double kill, so Revenge actually gets paid, and they're going to be able to go over towards the Herald here as well, so great roam from Shifter. Rosethorn is around here though, and Turtle has made a move. Shifter has the stolen flash.
Oh, Shifter getting caught out. Rosethorn doing a great job. Holy hell! Wild Turtle predicts where his opponent is going to go, places the True Shot Barrage right on top of the money, and gets paid for it. Breezy's going to get picked up next, and the Turtle of enormous girth upon his back, he holds the earth. This man is putting in some work here for Team Yasuo.
Yeah, Turtle just kind of went off there, got the roam up towards mid lane, pushes it in, gets a double kill, has the snipe prediction with the ulti as well. Turtle getting way ahead off of that. That is really big here for Yasuo's Wild Turtles. We can see it one more time. Shifter gets caught by the flag and drag. Turtle is there, has the predict, thinking he's either flashing over the wall or that he's going to look for the ulti to dodge. Has the read, gets the kill, and then Breezy walking in here trying to assist, gets picked up as well. So things looking a little bit dire right now for Scar's team.
Man, we have 10 kills in 9 minutes. This is exactly the start that I was hoping for, and it's exactly what Team Yasuo is hoping for here as well. Lorlo just continuing to play so aggressively on the Renekton, knows how strong his champion is in lane. The guy knows his limits on it. It's a lot of fun to see him constantly just keep his opponent having to answer him defensively. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, Yasuo and Shifter pretty close in terms of the farm. 1-1-1 there for Shifter. Zoe is going to give him a little bit extra of an edge in terms of the economy that he has to command, but overall, it's a plus 1.3 thousand gold lead for Team Yasuo.
And you can see how far back Revenge was actually pushed after getting that solo kill. He's having to go really defensive. Got the chain vest. You know, sure, he can build it into like a death dance or whatever later on, or a GA, but that is going to mean his first major item is going to be pushed so far back. So yeah, Yone scales really well. Yeah, Revenge is a current LCS pro, but he is in a tough spot right now so far in this game, because he is not going to be very strong until he completes, at least 1-2 items, and that is going to be a really long time from now.
Man, Yone is a weeaboo champion. He wants to build swords. When he has to build vests, he feels bad. He just wants swords, and he can't buy any right now because the lane has become difficult. Rosethorn making his way down here into the bottom lane to answer Xmithy, trying to have a little bit of presence. You saw that Breezy did land the dredge line on the Wild Turtle, but it's pretty easy with Ezreal to buffer out of stuff like that with the Arcane Shift if you do the timing. Okay, fight breaking out. Skara caught inside the dunk bucket. Buys himself a little bit of extra time there with a stopwatch. Breezy steps forward with the Unbreakable, trying to keep his carry alive. Skara gets away, but Breezy's going to be dropped first. Xmithy wants to turn it around, and Wind becomes lightning, and now Rosethorn has fallen. Xmithy has to try to escape, but Wild Turtle's not going to let him. Revenge shows up to pick up another, and Wild Turtle wants to bring Skara with him, but he won't quite do it. Massive swing in gold back over to Skara's side.
Man, that was a huge TP from Revenge, and Skara with the perfect timing rune with that stopwatch bought so much time for Xmithy to get there, and that was a massive swing for the Water Boys. But Yasuo's Turtle's going to be getting stuff back on that top side. It's Lorlo farming up plates. That is the cost of Revenge TPing back towards that bottom side. There's no second TP to answer. Skara looks for the big player, Shifter looking here now on Yasuo.
Yeah, Yasuo trying to defend himself with the Equalizer. Shifter having the backup, though. They show up and immediately force the flash back out of the Rumble. So although Mo lives to see another day, he does lose both summoner spells here in this exchange. Biofrost continuing to chase. Rosethorn jumps over the wall immediately, but remember that he does not have the Cataclysm. Now Revenge is coming around with a Fate Sealed. Immediately, Team Skara can turn it right back on him. Rosethorn and Biofrost fall. They went way too far forward without enough in the tank, and now once again, it's Team Skara, the Water Boys, taking the lead.
Yeah, the Water Boys are being so active on the map. Shifter has been doing a great job moving around, looking to play with the team. Breezy's been roaming constantly. Revenge getting involved as well. And now Revenge all of a sudden has 3 kills, just farmed a plate, and his build is going to be accelerating really, really quickly now. You can see the Gore Drinker, though, already done for Lorlo and Rosethorn, so they're going to be wanting to try to play around that power, because Jarvan, as well as that Renekton, are going to be really strong right now, but you don't want to give too much time to Revenge.
Right, exactly. That first Drake of the game going to be picked up now by the Water Boys. They can grab that one. 12.5 minutes in is a very late first Drake, but considering just the amount of kill heaviness in this early game, it's understandable how we didn't get down there that fast. Also considering it's an Earth Drake, those are always the ones that take the longest to get, so they can be a little bit less enticing to try to go after him super early. As Lorlo pops the ulti here, immediately putting the threat onto Revenge, as he knows he has backup coming up here. They want to make sure they can try to get the dive off on the Yone, but they don't have enough damage just yet. Revenge wanting to make the outplay here. Biofrost manages to survive thanks to the stopwatch. He will not drop to the turret aggro. A big investment. 4 players sent up here topside, but they will finally get their man, but it was damn close.
Yeah, that was really close. Revenge making them work for it. Forcing out the stopwatch. Got 3 of them incredibly low. Forced out multiple flashes. Got multiple ultis there. So really well played by Revenge. I thought he was going to get a kill back in that 1v4.
Same.
But at the end of the day, they do get the kill. They're farming up these plates on the bottom side. Xmithy's going to try to trade some jungle camps back to make him pay at least a little bit for it. And you can see Skara already has the Rylai's completed, which is going to be really strong. I mean, it's a 4 melee team over on Yasuo's Wild Turtles. So being able to play into that Swain is going to be pretty difficult. You can go Rylai's, you can rush towards Zhonya second if you want, but you can go Demonic Embrace and these kind of like AP tanky builds on the Swain, which makes you really difficult to burst down and also really annoying to actually try to dive past.
Yeah. If they're trying to get to the Zoe or anybody else that might be low and trying to retreat, and you have to go through that incredible zone of control that is the Swain ulti while he has the Rylai's, especially with the way that the champion works in modern times, being able to keep that ulti going for so long as you're in the middle of everybody, I expect that to be Skara's strategy. If there's a fight, throw Swain in the middle of it first.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get in the mix of things, see if he's going to be able to pull that off. Going towards Lost Chapter now, so we'll see exactly what mythic he wants to go for. I'm assuming it's just going to be Leandries. That's by far the most common. Sometimes against melee-heavy teams, people will go Everfrost and things like that. So there are some other options, but definitely Leandries is by far the most common and really strong. Xmithy's just going to jump straight in on Rosethorn.
Xmithy going with the Chad Xin play, just flying over the wall, immediately pressing the attack here on the enemy Jarvan, who tries to turn it back around. Breezy has been taken low. Wild Turtle's actually going to find the first kill in the exchange with a True Shot Barrage over the top, but it's traded back 1 for 1. Rosethorn out of the picture, though, means there's no jungler for the objective contest, and that should mean the Water Boys are free to take the Herald.
Yeah, that looked like Breezy with his dying breath. I think actually hooked Rosethorn out of his flag and drag. because he dropped the Flagon Dragon, just got snapped back into his ulti right before Breezy went down. So really well played on the timing with that from Breezy. And they are going to be able to get the Herald. They get the 1-for-1 kill. Yasuo on the bot side will take down that tier 1. So first turret of the game does go the way of Yasuo's Wild Turtles. But it's a Herald in the pocket for Xmithy, so they may be able to trade that back pretty quickly.
All right, 1,000 gold lead. Still, honestly, a pretty close game. Still 20 kills in 15 minutes. Absolute breakneck pace in this first game here today. Remember, we're going to still be having 5 more of these, and I hope they all meet the same level. Herald summoned up in mid, used to grab that turret, make sure they can get rid of it, open up the map a little bit more for some subsequent plays. Both teams, Isaac, are rotating so many guys around constantly. They're always trying to make plays. They're always trying to overload one spot and be able to find a pick on somebody. And they're still not done yet. Look at how many people are heading up into this top part of the map right now. Lorlo about to crash the wave into the turret. That turret is going to die to a single auto attack as soon as the minions get near it. Yasuo and Biofrost coming around. They know that that's the case. Breezy and Revenge got to get all the way out of town. They do not want anything to do with a 2v4. It'll be a 3v4 now with Xmithy hanging around nearby. You're going to see Skara grabbing the turret down in the bottom lane at the same time. Sleepy Trouble Bubble finds the enemy Rumble, and now it's a full 5-man push from Yasuo's Wild Turtles up here in the top lane.
Yeah, Scar's not here, so this would be pretty risky, but they're going to try to defend it. They're going in.
They're trying to make the dive happen. Breezy stays alive, and Lorlo's going to be the first kill. They trade him back. It's a shutdown over to Wild Turtle as Xmithy falls. Lorlo traded away for Revenge and Xmithy. It's a +1 play for Yasuo's Wild Turtles overall, as Skara is hoofing it his way across the rift, trying to get up here, trying to reinforce a little bit, as Breezy and Shifter may have stuck around a little bit too long. Breezy trying to get away from the Flame Spitter. He barely survives. Shifter and Breezy both still breathing for now, but that top lane tier 2 turret is about to fall. Shifter continuing to try to play around the range. Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Wild Turtle, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Turtle can still get himself away. Scar is coming up from below, but Swain on his own will not have a lot to do
Revenge
here.
is TPing in.
Swain reinforced by Yone is a very different story. Can they actually collapse on these guys in time? Revenge making his way around. Biofrost is very low. You would expect him to drop, certainly. There it is. Q3 is going to find it. Now Wild Turtle under pressure. Has to continue trying to get away from this one. Skara wants to go in. If he can land the pull here, they should be able to grab the kill. Arcane Shift already happens. Skara flash ulti just immediately ready to apply that slow. Massive shutdown back over to Skara.
Yeah, that's an 850 shutdown, and he got the flash plus heal off of Turtle there, so great. Move up towards top lane by Scar. Scar's having a great game, man. 3-0-6 on the Swain. He's going up against Turtle and Biofrost. Really, really impressive stuff from him. On the other side of the map, they will be able to take back a dragon. It is going to be the Chemtech Soul. Definitely not the strongest, but I will say it's better on these kind of like bruisery, melee drain tank type champions. So it's not bad in this game, but I don't think we're going towards Soul anyway. This is just all about the kills, all about the bloodbath.
Oh, yeah.
Rosethorn maybe getting caught out here.
Rosethorn wanting to contest for that enemy blue buff can successfully do so and get out without having to sacrifice his life or trade anything very dire for it. 18.5 minutes into the game means it's only 90 seconds until Baron is on the rift. And with how bloody this game has been, I would not be surprised to see some early Baron attempts or at least early Baron baits.
Yeah. I mean, I think they could definitely be playing around it, and if you just get a full-on ace early on, you could look towards that pretty quick. Turtle just pushing so aggressively, though, as Rosethorn's coming around the side, and they're going to push in on Xmithy.
Smithy forced all the way back as the tier 1 turret falls. With Scar's jungler at 1/3 HP, Yasuo's Wild Turtles are feeling more confident than ever, coming around and continuing to look for plays. Scar's gonna get jumped on. He immediately pops the ulti, but he can't survive. The drain tank isn't enough, and Wild Turtle grabs himself a double kill. Lorlo swoops in over the side, and Xmithy is cut to pieces with the Call of Meek. Shifter tries to escape. One last Mystic Shot would get him, but he finally has the range to get out in time. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Revenge split pushing towards the tier 2 turret of his opponents, trying to answer the damage that's been done now by Yasuo's Wild Turtles here in mid.
Yeah, the lack of teleports really hurting Scar's team in a couple of these situations when they're trying to defend the tier 2 top. They got punished in the 5v4, and again here they're trying to defend that tier 2 mid with Revenge. Split pushing, he has no TP. They're able to pull off the dive. They get 3 kills. They get the tower. Yep, one was traded back on that top side, and it does mean Revenge completes the IE, which is huge.
Yeah,
but it's still gold favor over to Yasuo's Wild Turtles, and I think Revenge is going to have to come up big from this point if they want to make something happen. But you can see they were just postured so aggressively. They already chunked down Xmithy. They get that first tower down. Rosethorn just wraps around here and just comes around the side. Lorlo was already coming up from bot lane, looking for an angle to go in, and sure, Scar is pretty tanky, but not when there is that much burst coming through. Everything landing on him. Lorlo arrives, ulti pre-pop for that rage on the side. They get Xmithy as well, and Shifter lucky to get out with his life as that last Mystic shot brought him down to, that's maybe 40 HP.
Yeah, very, very low on that one. Yasuo's Wild Turtles now, their lead was up to about 2.7 thousand, but after the tier 2 turret was taken by Revenge, it equalized back a little bit. Baron already down below half HP. Skara? Somebody from Team Skara? What is going on here? Xmithy now caught out, forced to pop the ulti just to try to stay alive, but they're going to be able to bring him down anyway. It only gets him a couple of extra seconds. Yasuo's Wild Turtles, they're going to claim the Baron. The cherry on top is the enemy jungler. Absolutely massive moves coming out of them. Holy moly, now Skara is coming right back in and they're still trying to keep the fight going. Breezy leads the charge as Revenge, Shifter, and Skara are trying to provide enough damage. They're trying to get in range, but they just can't do it. Yasuo building up that Flame Spitter off to the side. The Equalizer is ready to cast if they need to use it. Meanwhile, over the wall, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble provided the angle, and now Revenge is going in. They're ready to find everything they need on these guys. The drowsy Lorlo's not going to get the defense that he wants, and Shifter picks him up. Biofrost and Yasuo have to try to get away now as Turtle's coming around from the side looking to reinforce from the river. A little bit of damage over the top might be able to dissuade this. So ultimately, it's still going to be Yasuo's Wild Turtles walking away with the Turo Baron buff, TY Turo. And it's going to be Team Skara trying to pick up a couple of kills to salvage the game.
Yeah, they get a couple of kills, they knock it off. We're going to have to see how much Yasuo's team is going to be able to get done with that Turo Baron buff. A big play from them. I mean, you see Revenge down on the bot side. He didn't have TP, and now Revenge pushing on this bottom side again. He's going to spot them coming, but he is in a 1v2, potentially a 1v3. If he waits too long, he's going to have to go in.
He's going to take the play. That's the only chance he might have, but Wild Turtle, man, he does so much damage. Trinity Force, fully evolved Muramana, Cyrilda's Grudge. This dude hurt, and there's no way home other than a hearse for Revenge.
Yep, Revenge goes down again. They've been punishing them every time Revenge, he wants to play side lanes. He wants to be able to get into a 1v1 where he's going to be in that advantage at this point of the game against Lorlo. But, Yasuo's Wild Turtles are just not allowing it to happen. Every time he goes to a side lane, they're forcing on towers, they're forcing on dives, they're taking down the Baron, and they're putting themselves in an incredible spot now. Getting able to knock down this tier 2 bot likely very easily. And that's going to extend the gold lead probably up to about 4K. You can see they're pushing up through mid as well, as it looks like Shifter caught out.
Oh no, Shifter's been found in a real bad spot. Equalizer over the top, on top of the Jarvan Cataclysm, and it's Wild Turtle again making money. Rosethorn engages over the top, on top of the Glacial Fissure. Skara wants to use this ulti to keep these guys slowed down, locked down, occupied, but it ain't gonna do a whole lot just yet. They've already lost 2 dudes. Team Yasuo are still pushing forward. Wild Turtle coming in on the flank as Lorlo's extra tankiness on the Renekton is enough to lead the way straight into the heart of the enemy base. That might just be it, Isaac. They crush all 5 of them. They get the ace. They break the base. They're pushing straight down mid lane.
Man, Turtle went off 14-3 on the Ezreal as Yasuo's Wild Turtles going to be able to claim game number 1 here of the NA Legends tournament hosted by Disguised Toast. And this was a fun one. 37 kills, make it 38 in only 23 minutes as Turtle is legendary.
38 kills total, 23 kills in 23 minutes for our victorious team. Awesome first game, awesome dub for Yasuo's Wild Turtles. You said you were expecting this team to be stacked. You were expecting these guys to show up. They met the expectations, man. That was a fun game of League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get to look at the post-game breakdown, and you can play a game of Spot the LCS player. As one of those bars appears to be bigger than the rest. So Turtle having a monster game. But I gotta say, I was really impressed by Skara. I thought that the Swain Nautilus was gonna be a really hard lane for them to actually play into Braum and Ezreal. They were holding pretty close as far as farm was concerned. Their team was making a lot of plays. And it was like less it felt like about laning and more it felt like about how Yasuo's team was actually playing the map, which is kind of impressive to say. They really were able to punish every time Revenge wanted to go to side lanes. He wanted to slow down the game, wanted to scale, look for these 1v1s, and they just never let him have that opportunity. They always forced, they always looked for dives, and did a really good job capitalizing on that anytime Skara's team was split up.
It was a lot of goon squad behavior, and I say that in a complimentary way. They were always rolling around with 3 or 4 guys, constantly trying to make a play, constantly trying to have the numbers advantage to force some sort of PvP to go down so they could keep this game accelerating, keep this game going faster. And it got to the point where Wild Turtle, man, after so many of these plays, so many of the kills went over to him, he was just unstoppable. He knew it. He had no fear whatsoever, shifting forward, constantly maxing out the DPS charts with those Mystic shots. 28.4 thousand total damage done to champions. The next closest was the enemy Yone at 19.8. That is massive.
Yeah, I mean, he did more than his 2 soul laners combined, right? Like, just monster game here from Turtle. Really, really impressive stuff. Just playing a great Ezreal game. He got ahead, and even his target selection, like, this was not a max range, just poking Qs at the front line. Pretty much every single fight, those last couple fights that we had, he was actually just eing forward, finding the moment to go straight in on revenge and focus down revenge, because he knew that was the only person who could really threaten him at that point in the game. So great stuff from Turtle, showcasing again, you know, just how good he is today.
Wild Turtle, man, this guy is going to be one of the dudes to watch throughout the entire tournament. He's showing us that he's got the skills to give us the big plays, give us the huge moments. The team itself making the calls to go for like the 20-minute Baron to just make sure that this game is not going to take that long. You said that you didn't expect us to get a Dragon Soul that game. I think we ended up with 3 Drakes total between the teams.
They almost had one together.
Yeah, you could almost combine them for a Dragon Soul by the end of that first game, but that's the kind of League of Legends I like right there, man. I would do the copy pasta, but the copy pasta is not appropriate for this particular stream. That's more of like the Jax type stream.
You can just read the copy pasta in your own head, you know? It'll be,
exactly. That's real League of Legends right there.
Yeah, but really fun first game here. So obviously Yasuo's team starting off with a win, Scar's team starting off with the loss, unfortunately, but looked competitive. And I definitely think, you know, they're going to have their chances here in this round robin. And regardless of what happens today, every team will still make it to tomorrow, so they'll have their chance tomorrow in the bracket phase, as we are going to have first versus 4 and then second versus third to kick off the bracket phase tomorrow. And then that will be followed up by the grand finals, which will be a BO3 between our top 2 teams to be finding out who is going to be that NA Legends champion.
But before we get to that bracket stage, there's still so much more game to play today. That was the first game. We still got 5 more of them heading at you guys as soon as we're back. We're going to toss to a break right now, but once we return, I believe we're going to be having an interview ready with the victorious team, and then we'll be heading into game number 2. We'll see you right back here for the NA Legends Invitational, hosted by Disguised Toast.
Now in the area, Shifter has got to be a little bit careful, kind of disrespecting this gank.
Yeah, Shifter immediately getting hit by the Jarvan combo, but he gets back underneath the turret to safety, and Smithy swoops in for the win, becomes lightning. It's Shifter getting the kill credit on Yasuo thanks to the Ignite, I believe, as Breezy and Smithy work together to put some more damage into the health bars of Team Yasuo, and Team Skara comes out of the gate swinging, not once, but twice, as Lorlo gets a slice and dice up in the top lane for the solo kill.
Oh, Lorlo coming up big.
I'm gonna get there, Zoe. Yeah, flash. Yeah. You guys can kill. Ooh.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Legends Invitational. And man, what a first game! That one came down to the wire. We are joined by one of the winners, Wild Turtle. Welcome by one of the winners, Wild Turtle. How?
Hey, what's going on?
What was your expectations going into that game? You're up against Scar. What was your expectations going into that game? You're up against. Did you guys come in confident, or were you a little worried about them? Come in confident, or were you a little worried about them?
When I saw Scara 80 carry, it was, you know, it seemed pretty free.
It looked pretty good for you. Wow.
So, you're not intimidated by the Scar's swaying, bro? Come on. By the Scar's swaying, bro? Come on.
I didn't know he was
looking good. How much have you guys practiced for this? Are you guys taking it serious? You just trying to have some fun? You trying to crush everyone and actually win? Because your team looks pretty stacked.
Well, we had like no practice going into this, so we're just kind of freestyle. I think Mo was like first time Rumble, so.
Is he first time everything but Yasuo?
Yes, I guess so. He is.
Oh man, so you definitely were popping off the whole game. Did you come into this, like, obviously you said you thought it was going to be free. Were you expecting it to be that free? I don't know if you saw the damage meters by the end of the game, but you were doing more than like both of your solo laners put together. Closest dude on the enemy team was still 10,000 damage behind you. This was a Wild Turtle highlight reel of a game, man.
I think my team is just good too, you know, it's like, yeah, I guess I played pretty well, but, you know, like, without a team, you can't really perform, you know. Rose Thorner on the Jarvan, he made a lot of space for me to play the game, so kudos to him, and, you know, Yasuo's Rumble is kind of questionable, but he didn't even know how to use the passive, so.
What teams are you most afraid of? Is there anyone you think is going to be your biggest competition?
I think Sneaky's teams seems to be kind of hard, so kind of looking forward to playing against Sneaky's team. They got Spica in the jungle, you know.
Yeah.
Sneaky Smoothie bot lane seems kind of competitive. It's been like 6+ years, maybe. It's been a while.
Oh man,
that's crazy because you guys have played against each other in competitive a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
So this will be fun. That'll be, I think, a real throwback for a lot of the fans.
I'm really looking forward to playing Sticky, to be honest. Should be fun.
I know he's been spamming Lucian, so you'll have to be ready for it.
Well, if he doesn't ban Zeri, he'll lose. So.
That's what I love to hear right there. The official call out. He's calling out the Lucian right now, ready to play that Zeri into it. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see that matchup later on during the day. We are, of course, going to get to see you a couple more times throughout today. Every team's going to be playing 3 games total. What do you think, Turtle? Is it the clean 3-0 for your team going out of day 1?
I think so. I think we can figure out some drafts for Sneaky's team, which should be good. Should be 3-0.
All right. Well, Wild Turtle, thank you so much for joining us. That's about all we got for you for now, I think. And maybe we'll have you back here sometime later on today or tomorrow, depending on how much more you guys keep winning and how much more you keep having performances like that. Thanks again for talking to us, and best of luck in the rest of your games, man.
Thanks.
All right. I believe we might be throwing it to another break as we line up the draft for the next game. The Water Boys are gonna have a chance to bring back. They were really close. I was surprised at how well they were doing. They were really almost winning up until the point they lost, and then it just all came apart at the very end. A little unfortunate. Scar was doing very well on that swing, but man, Wild Turtle just took over the game, had 10 kills, and it was Jover from there on.
Yeah, I think that they honestly did a lot better than a bunch of us were expecting them to do. Skara having to play against Wild Turtle in the 80 carry position in bottom lane, locking in the Swain. He had some good success on there. They had a couple of outplays, a couple of baits, but man, Turtle getting rolling, once he got there, it was just so tough for him to deal with. And I really liked how Yasuo's Wild Turtles were just roaming around as a team, constantly trying to make plays, never letting Skara's squad really catch their breath.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to be really interested to see how Revenge does going forward, because I think this was probably his toughest competition in top lane right now. He's got Balls next, I believe. They're playing against Sneaky's team, if I have that correct, in the next game. So not sure that Balls is, playing at that same level that Lorlo is right now. I have heard that he's been playing still quite a bit of solo queue, and this guy was obviously a really accomplished pro for a lot of years, so you can't underestimate him by any means. But, Revenge, I think, is going to want to get some revenge after that last game, got solo killed by Lorlo. Definitely did not want that to happen, and he's going to be looking, I think, to really go big in this next game.
All right, here we go. We're going to toss to a quick break, and once it's done, I believe we'll have the draft ready for you guys. So see you in a little bit.
All right,
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh. Try a new deli hero from the Subway series and taste the difference for yourself.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the NA Legends Invitational. And we had a great first game, and we are about to have another one. The Water Boys, coming off their very close defeat at the hands of Team Yasuo, will be going up against Sneaky Beaky's Team Sneaky. Gentlemen, what are our expectations here?
This one's going to be, I think, really, really interesting. It's kind of like part of the old school Cloud9 guys. I mean, Smoothie played on Cloud9, obviously, with Sneaky. Balls was on Cloud9 as well. So it's a lot of the old Cloud9 guys. And then Stunt, as well as Spica. Stunt is an absolute solo queue monster. This is one of the guys who's constantly has multiple accounts at the top of solo queue on support. I don't know if he's going to be playing mid or support, though, because they have two supports. And then Spica, obviously not coming off the split he wanted with FlyQuest, but this is a guy who's been an LCS MVP and is really playing, I think, kind of at the top of the game. So it's a really, really scary team.
I mean, I'm just excited because, again, I think Scar's team played a lot better than a lot of people were expecting them to in their first game, despite the fact that they still lost this one. They're warmed up already. They've already played their first game. They're playing back-to-back here in the first two. So, especially with Sneaky's team being called out by Wild Turtle as the other one that he had his eye on, I'm wondering how close this match is going to be between these two.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a role overlap, I believe, with Smoothie and Stunt, both being support main. And I believe Stunt will be the one moving to the mid lane to make room. So we're going to see a Stunt versus Shifter matchup. I'm very worried about Team Scar's bot lane once again. Scar not an ADC main, but he did hold his own against Wild Turtle. And now the question is, how much better would Sneaky be against him?
Well, I've also been hearing that Sneaky, I mean, we were even talking to Turtle about, Sneaky practicing the Lucian, wanted to play a lot of Lucian. Lucian is a very aggressive AD carry compared to Ezreal, who wants to stand a screen away from you and press Qs for a long portion of the game, up until he gets to that point where he can just shift forward and immediately kill the Yone like he did in the previous match. So hopefully, if they're going up against Sneaky, they're either ready for the Lucian or they're willing to leave their ego at the door and just ban it away. Because falling behind versus Lucian can feel a lot scarier than falling behind versus Ezreal.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it. Looking at his OPGG, Sneaky is 400 LP right now in Grandmaster. He's got 71% win rate on Lucian, and it's by far his most played, like more than 4 times as much as his other champions. So that, I think, is very likely to get banned out. We'll see if they do leave it up, though.
Skara in chat, not even 60 seconds ago, said Lucian is getting banned first. So, Skara in chat confirming, no, Sneaky will not be playing Lucian in this game. So there's our answer. You just can't ask for much better service than that. Thanks, Skara.
Yeah, if you scroll through his match history, it's just like all Lucian. Out of his last 20 games, 15 games of them are Lucian. So he's definitely spamming it. He's feeling the Lucian, but sounds like it's going to get banned out. We'll be interested to see if Scar just goes right back to the Swain, if he's going to be playing a lot of that, or if he's going to be trying some other mages. I do think there's a lot of different mages that aren't popular in pro, but are actually really good in solo queue and bot lane. You can play Karthus, you can play Ziggs, you can play things like Swain as well. So be interesting to see if that's going to be more what he's going for. Because I think especially if you go towards something like Ziggs, you can just kind of play more to like neutralize lanes and wave clear and do that sort of stuff. If you're more worried about the actual head-to-head 2v2 style thing, because I think it's really, really hard to role swap against people who are very, very, very good, like current pros or former pros, and people who are really, really high rated. If you don't know those matchups in and out, you're gonna get blasted in a lot of them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scary situation, but hopefully they've got a couple tricks up their sleeve.
All right, the teams are ready. We're heading into draft. Gentlemen, good luck, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll catch you after the game yet again. All right, Azael, let's see how this one's going to go down. Let's see if Scar is going to make good. He said he didn't just say Lucian is getting banned. He said Lucian is getting banned first. So I better see this first black and white picture be that of Lucian. Yep, there it is. Okay, he is out of here.
He's not a liar. It's going to be banned out right away. And there's the Karthus getting banned out. So banning out another one of those kind of bot lane picks that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Obviously can be played in a lot of different roles. They're going to be banning out the Jax from Revenge. So similar to what we saw actually done against Scar's team last game.
Yeah.
We'll have to see who Scar's team wants to actually target, though, who they're worried about. I feel like it's maybe pretty dangerous to allow Spica to play whatever he wants, but at the same time, jungle is a pretty flexible role, and
Yeah.
And maybe you can get a bigger advantage by banning out some of these top lane picks and trying to, really have revenge, like go 1v9 on red side.
Well, the Rumble's banned out. They're wanting to keep that one away from Balls, I presume. The champion
That was
obviously
his legendary pick.
Yeah, it's his legendary pick, and it's a champion that's also just good in the meta right now, too. So when you combine those two factors, it's very scary. The Ziggs, once again, going to be banned away from Shifter. Also counts as sort of a double ban towards one of those safe farming mages in bot lane, like you were talking about, if they wanted to try to pivot and play that. Because I think the Swain looked good in game number 1, but the reason that it looked good is because Swain is one of those champions who kind of needs a good draft to really feel effective, right? He was up against so many meatball champions that everybody had to get close to him. If your opponent's playing a lot of range, I don't think it's going to feel nearly as good for him. So we'll see if the draft ends up favoring a condition like that, or if Scar is going to have to switch it up. They do ban the Caitlyn away as well. So 2 of these first 3 bans being spent aiming directly at Team Captain Sneaky.
Yep, I'm going to be throwing down a couple of those bans. We'll see what they want to actually go with for the first pick. And when I'm looking at Scar's match history for solo queue, I mean, Swain is his most played. He's playing Ziggs, he's playing Karthus, he's playing Heimer, he's playing Cho, so he's playing a lot of these mages. And he's playing a lot of the bot lane mages as well, so let's see what that does look like. Ain't no way that Revenge is first picking Ornn, right?
No, there's no way, dude. There's no way.
There's just no shot.
I don't believe it. There's no way.
You have to turn in your LCS card if you're
man.
If you're first picking Ornn in a show match.
Come on, man. Don't do the Ornn. Okay, we're gonna get the Swain, so Scar is gonna run it back on the Swain. They only see the one enemy pick, but it is a Rel. Rel almost always means you're gonna have at least one other diving, engaged meatball next to her, so at least Swain gonna have a couple targets to be effective against here, guaranteed. So the Rel locked in, the Swain locked in. What do we want to go with this, Mr. Scara? What's gonna be the lane partner here? Is that what we go for immediately? Alistar, a classic answer into the Rel. Rel's crash down moves slower than molasses in wintertime. If you are an Alistar and cannot headbutt her away mid crash down, you need to plug your keyboard back in. So never mind. Okay, we're not going to get Alistar at all. We're going to get Nautilus, but he's also pretty good at this stuff.
Yeah, you can try to land the hook onto the crash down as well. This could be bot lane Rel, but it could also be jungle Rel, right? Because Spica, obviously, people were playing that a lot in the LCS, so there is potential to look towards those sort of dive type picks. Zeri is up. It was banned last game against Wild Turtle, and it's going to get locked in here. So, will it just be the Rel plus Zeri bot lane, or is it going to be an Enchanter or something paired alongside that? And that used to be the meta for a really long time, but more recently it had just been Zeri slammed down alongside a lot of hard engage champs. It's not a super lane dominant champ, so I do think it's something that Scar should be able to kind of weather the storm against on Swain. But it's not a lot of dive just yet. It is really just that Rel. But Rel plus Ori is a really strong hard engage combo. You talked about the strength of Swain into a lot of these kind of melee comps. So far, it's a lot of range on the carries. It's going to be pretty difficult to actually get up on top of this Orianna, on top of the Zeri. And Echo could be the pick for Shifter. That got banned out last time, and is actually a pretty decent matchup in Ori.
Yep, cool. They're going to lock it in. We're talking about the Ziggs being one of those iconic Shifter picks. Echo is another one of them. He's put in a lot of reps on this champion over the years. It's always pretty exciting to watch him on it. Back on the other side, you mentioned how the Rel could also go over to Spica. I'm just going to go ahead and go on record and say I really hope that doesn't happen. I feel like when you're looking... Yeah, when you're looking at each team, you kind of expect the LCS player on each team to have a lot of responsibility for being the carry, since they should be the highest skill level individual player on each squad. And if my highest skill level individual dude is playing the lowest damage meatballiest possible jungler, I don't quite have the same faith in being able to have those pop-off carry performances. So I'm hoping we get to see Spica on something with a little bit more carry power. I'd rather see Smoothie piloting the Rel there in the support role. It's Renekton and Poppy banned out by the Water Boys here, double targeting that top lane pick as Cassante is banned away, no need for the copy pasta, and Jarvan is taken off the table as the final ban of the draft.
Yeah, he's banning out a lot of these top lane tanks, so clearly wants to play some sort of a carry. Maybe he's just going to run it back on the Yone again. Yone could be a really good pick. Could be pretty powerful in this matchup. And when I'm looking at actually what Spica's been playing in solo queue, he's been doing really well in Nidalee, doing really well on Viego as well. Might get actually locked away though here by Smithy. So Smithy's going to grab the Viego for themselves. So again, it's like all dive. And if they go Yone as well, they are 5 melee essentially. I mean, I know Swain is ranged, but it is one of those champions that just goes forward, right? And it's exactly like it kind of does act like one of those pseudo frontliners. Aatrox as the top laner here for balls. So it's going to be Lilia.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Spica.
I like that
4 melee. That is brutal. 5 melee?
This champion is so good against melee clusters of enemies. The percent HP, the burn that she does, she's so very effective. The blooming blows can just hit constant target after target after target. I love the Lilia pick here for Spica. I think there's a ton of carry potential. Balls piloting the Aatrox versus Revenge's Fiora. I talked about playing Alistar into Rel earlier when that was being hovered in the draft. Well, Aatrox gives you this giant red thing on the ground that says Fiora, press W now. So this is one of those matchups where Revenge has a lot of outplay potential.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if you can actually land the parry on the Q3, it's almost impossible to win an all-in. You also have pretty good early lane matchup, especially if you're going to go Grasp. You can kind of just Q poke away at the Aatrox. It can be pretty difficult. But, you know, as CDR gets high, Aatrox can just be spamming out those Qs, and you can use your dash to kind of reposition and dodge the parries. And even if you do actually get parried, as long as the parry does not connect with you and stun you, it's not that big a deal. So we'll see how Balls is going to be able to play this out. But this is a tough matchup for Balls, absolutely. And it's an LCS player getting counterpick. So definitely the expectations here are high for Scar's team. But they're playing 5 melee against Orianna, Lilia, and Rel with a Zeri in there
and
too.
Zeri, yeah.
Like this is just, to me, this seems so doomed from draft. Like I'm not going to lie, man. I'm just looking at this. If I was playing solo queue and I was on Scar's team, I would be Alt F4ing right now. Like I would dodge this team 100%. Yeah, this is 100% a dodge. There ain't no way you could pay me enough to play out this game because it's like all 5 of your champions have to naturally stack up. You have to kill the Zeri, right? You're looking at any Zeri comp, you must kill the Zeri. That's just going to naturally stack all 5 of you up for like 5-man sleep, 5-man shockwave, 5-man rel ultis. I think this looks insanely hard to play unless Revenge can just full on split push and win the game through side lanes or something. This seems really, really hard, I think, for Scar's team, but we'll see if they can, you know, show me that I'm wrong. If they can get ahead, maybe they can really snowball the game. Viego's super snowbally, and you know, playing from ahead, there's always that opportunity to get those monster resets.
All right, let's see it. Maul's immediately getting caught here in the top side of the river. He takes the dash at level 1. Although that gets him away from this without having to spend his flash to escape, it is significantly going to weaken his early laning phase. Aatrox with just a dash at level 1 is going to get smacked.
Wait, they want to actually... Are they going to try to... Okay.
There's no way, bro.
I was like, are you going to try to... I was just wondering if Breezy was going to try to like walk up and ignite to stop his recall or something. Because you can do some really annoying stuff. Like if you stop his recall there, you basically have to TP level 1. But on the other side, Smithy's going to lose his flash, so that really sucks.
Yeah,
Stunto as well, actually losing a lot of health.
Viego not having that flash early on is going to feel pretty bad. Viego's base kit, before he has the ability to, you know, use the ulti, get in, get that first reset, can feel a little bit weak compared to other things. I mean, it's literally the design of the character is the base kit is a little bit weaker than most other champions just because you're able to steal away everybody else's. So not having the flash to give you the position on those Spectral Maul stuns could make early living a little bit tough here, might slow down some of the ganks. We don't have nearly as effective early gankers this game in the jungle compared to last game. Remember, we went from Jarvan and Xin to Lilia and Viego. Lilia and Viego, both very good champions, lots of carry potential, but they don't have that same early game gank spamming capability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're both champions that kind of rely on people being overextended or on their teammates having really, really good setup, right?
Yeah.
If someone's pushed all the way up lane, Lilia can kind of come in behind you and potentially run you down, so it's definitely something you have to be careful of. But Sneaky Smoothie getting level 2, Scar and Breezy going to back it up, playing safe there, have to respect the potential for that all in, especially when Smoothie's already dismounted. You can look for the W flash, you can look for that engage pretty easily.
Yeah.
And Shifter, you know, in these kind of matchups, we haven't seen Echo in pro play in a long time, but it's kind of the same as it used to be. You really are just trying to look to hard shove, you know, spend your mana and your health, spam out these potions with the flask, get the push, just reset these waves, and just constantly be keeping your opponent kind of locked in under turret.
Well, Spica's going to go ahead, grab his chicken camp, and then head into the bot side river. Smithy is down here too, but it's total bottom side control for the Sneaky Beakies. There's just no way for Xmithy to try to go up and contest this when the enemy bot lane's going to move first, when he doesn't have a flash of his own. Spica and Smoothie moving into the enemy jungle. They're not happy just having control over the river. They want to force it into full-on blue buff steal, but Breezy and Scar are making their way up. Shifter finds Stunt down in the river at the same time as Scar trades blows back and forth with Smoothie, and Stunt still survives at 150 HP. Smoothie down below half now as Breezy and Scar continue to fight, and Spica's going to have to run away. Shifter throwing a little bit of damage back over the wall as Team Sneaky has to try to get all the way out of town. Breezy still looking to follow after him as Scar's got the ghost and he needs a little bit more to have the distance. Flash dredge line from Breezy's not going to connect, so Team Scara won't get the punish they're looking for.
They're not going to be able to get that kill. Revenge up on top side, just trading back and forth here with balls. We have to see what the wave looks like mid lane as well. To see who actually kind of came out on top. Bot lane looked really bad for Scarra as they lost a lot of minions moving up. You can see the wave had bounced, so they lose quite a bit, unfortunately for them, off that. But mid lane looks really good for Shifter. It's pushing back towards him. He still has his TP. So if he can actually farm up this full wave, then look for a TP back, he'd be in a pretty good spot. And Xmithy is actually looking to try to get a bit aggressive.
This is very aggressive positioning from Xmithy, and you can see Stunt already coming over to try to answer this.
He's got no flash.
You can see the bottom lane coming as well. Yeah, the lack of flash is what makes this so audacious. Breezy coming up to try to help his team now here too. Parallel Convergence comes down. Shifter backed up by Breezy finds the lockdown and its first blood over to Team Scarra. Smoothie trying to get himself away as Xmithy is going to drop. Smoothie still surviving thanks to the flash. Shifter needs a little bit more damage as Speaka's taken low, but Shifter is at death's door. He's got to head back out. He's got 100 health and no mana to work with. Scarra might be able to find something here, but Smoothie doing a great job sidestepping. A massive crash down on 2. Speaka has the damage. It'll be a trade 1-for-1.
Nicely done. They're trading back and forth. Scarra gets a kill. Speaka with some really good sidesteps, though, able to get one himself. As Revenge is pushing up here, gonna look for the Demolish proc. Just about gets that first turret plate. And Shifter just trying to farm with this wave before he actually has to go back. Remember, he has his TP. He's basically doubling the farm now of Stunt because Stunt died. And when he went for that roam, he actually was losing out a lot of farm as well. So Orianna getting put pretty far behind. And it's all kind of started off of an aggressive play from Xmithy. Moved in. Shifter was here to actually assist. And you can see Stunt flashes away, but Breezy was already there. Immediately landed the hook. Everyone coming up here to help. And Scar getting involved. Stiki getting involved as well. But it's Smoothie and Speaka getting pushed out. And eventually it ended with that 1-for-1 trade as Stiki just went back down towards bot lane because the wave was crashing on his turret and he didn't want to lose too much farm.
Exactly. He couldn't afford to lose all of those minions. And now another rotation coming in. Breezy again finding the dredge line and Shifter picking up the kill. Stunt drops for the second time this game. This Orianna is sitting on 2 deaths and only 18 farms. Stunt is very far behind.
Yeah, remember, Stunt is a support player. You know, he is role swapping over for this tournament because they have double support with Smoothie and Stunt. Not a good start for him in this one. Getting punished pretty heavily. We'll see if Shifter can actually get in range for that plate. Did that plate go down mid? I can't even tell. It looks like it either went. Oh, it did. They actually unfortunately missed out on that plate gold, but Shifter in a really good spot. Top lane quietly going very well for Revenge. He's up a significant amount of farm. Got a really good early base. Has the Sheen double longsword. And he's going to look for a potential all-in here.
Yeah, he immediately forces the World Ender out of balls. Constant Vital proc showing up here. Decides to save his own ulti. He knows that he probably still won't be able to get the kill, so he's just going to take the ulti advantage now. And man, now this situation is so difficult for balls to play.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Speaka has to come top and fix the wave now. Because if you try to walk up without ulti, with your wave in a bad spot like that, you know, you can just get ran down. So now Balls has to try to actually get the help from Speaka. Speaka's going to head up towards top and help him push this in. So they'll reset the wave. Good stuff from Speaka. Balls can reset. Revenge will try to hold the wave, though, again. And he's just going to keep pulling this away and making this really, really annoying for Balls. Because now Xmithy is up here as well. And they can actually look for the 2v2.
They can look for the 2v2 and remember that Fiora still has the ulti ready to go as well. Xmithy coming around from the side. Spectral Maw goes in, but he only finds the stun on a minion. Now Speaka's the focus here with a grand challenge having been issued. The heal procs, and Revenge's health bar is going to start to climb back up. A beautiful repose to make sure there's no sort of return damage. And now the possessed body is enough. Xmithy grabs the second kill, and it's a 2-for-0 play in the 2v2 top side for the Water Boys.
Oh, it was really close. So Revenge got so low off those early missed spells from Xmithy. It looked like Balls and Speaka might have been able to make it happen, but just barely. Revenge stays alive. Both the kills go their way. Nice backstep there from Siki on bot side. And Revenge now in a really, really big lead because Balls dies there with no TP, so the wave's going to get reset, which means it's going to bounce. He can look to freeze it again on him. He's going to be constantly doing this to the Aatrox now that he's this far ahead. He has the kill. He has a massive farm lead. When he nearly has his mythic done, and you look over the other side, it's like a cull. That's about what you got.
It's rough.
Yeah, but this got really close.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Xmithy came in, you know, couldn't actually hit the stun. It hit it onto a minion, unfortunately. They decided to go in on Speaka. Revenge got really low, but the ulti healing there was so much.
Speaka coming bottom now, looking to make a play with Smoothie and Sneaky. They bring Breezy very, very low, and Sneaky picks up the kill credit. That's exactly what these guys needed. They're so far behind 8.5 minutes into the game. The Zeri win condition, they're relying on it now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're going to be looking towards compositional advantages, towards getting Sneaky ahead. You know, Sneaky is going to be difficult to take down. You know, he is going to be that main target for Scar's team. They're going to be trying to dive in, trying to one-shot Sneaky, see if they can actually knock him down. So far, though, again, I got to say, Scar's doing a good job, man. Like, he's playing against some really tough bot lanes here, and he's keeping pretty even in farm. You know, it's a play to piece down on bot side. Speaking again, going to be able to invade on that blue buff, does steal it away, but on top side, it is Smithy pushing in here, taking these camps away, and they could potentially look towards a Herald play if they want. They could potentially look towards the dive, though that would be potentially risky. So Smithy likely just going to farm up top side camps. I think he should move towards Herald and just utilize the top side advantage, because your mid is winning, your top is winning heavy, so you just play in your enemy jungler's top quadrant and kind of make Spica's life a bit of a nightmare.
Dude, it's such a good feeling as a jungler when you know that your solo lanes are both absolutely smacking the enemy solo laners, and you can just do whatever you want in the guy's jungle because there's nothing he can do about it. He has no team.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, Smithy's definitely not going to have the mechanics of Spica these days, but nice shockwave on Breezy.
Yeah, Breezy forced to flash to get away from that one, and now Shifter looking for a little bit of a counterattack here as Spica can walk away. There's not going to be a whole lot of damage to follow up here, just a time winder. Xmithy pathing back up towards this top side of the river as Revenge is ready to rotate down. Smoothie going to start this one off, but he has to flash back over the wall as Shifter's ready for the chase. Heartbreaker over the edge. Xmithy grabs the kill, but they won't be able to find anything else. Spica gets one back. He gets two. Makes the play work out pretty good for the Sneaky Beakies.
Yeah, nicely done. It looked like with that E following the flash over the wall onto Smoothie, Shifter was just going to get the kill and was going to work out, but a stun from the parry from Balls, and he's looking for the all-in.
Oh no, dude. Balls is having a bad time. Revenge ready to try to keep this going as Breezy leads the charge with that dredge line underneath the tier 1 turret, and Revenge can do enough damage to finish the kill.
Able to find that all-in. When we panned up, you saw Balls had just been stunned up by the parry. They are able to look for that all-in and get it. It does at least cost the flash, though, of Revenge, and Sneaky's Beakies, they make the rotation up towards top side. Sneaky have push, so he moves up here. They're going to be able to claim a Herald, and we'll see if they can get anything back with this. Sneaky also able to catch all this farm, so going to be able to actually change up the lane assignments here a little bit. Maybe just lane swap Sneaky up towards top, use that Herald that Spica picked up, and actually try to get some gold in Zeri's pockets. You can see Aatrox is heading out towards mid, stun TP down towards bot to catch the wave that Scar was pushing, so they're trying to move their members around the map to make sure they can keep getting farm. You definitely can't leave Sneaky in a 1v1 against Revenge.
Yeah, that would be a little bit problematic. Revenge still plus 30 farm up here in this top lane matchup. Ball's going for the serrated Dirk as well here on the Aatrox. So the build's going to be that squishier, more modern lethality type of Aatrox compared to the kind of stuff that we've seen in the past, the more bruiser-style drain tanky builds. Divine Sunderer already completed on Fiora. The side lane situation is very, very scary for Sneaky's side. I'm trying to figure out what the ultimate answer to this Fiora is going to be, but as long as the game keeps moving along at this pace, it's going to be hard to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ultimate answer is you're going to hope to do similar to what Yasuo's team did last game, where you just group and you force out objectives and you hope you just can win 5v5, right? You know, punish Revenge for spending too much time in the side lane. But this game is a very different story because he's so far ahead that it is looking like he could potentially get a lot done. But now the ulti going to get popped on Xmithy. Nice buffer. That was sick.
That's what you got to do on Viego there. All of the best Viegos know how to use the Heartbreaker to buffer through CC, get themselves away to safety. Xmithy doing a good job showcasing himself having that same skill set, even if he's not a pro anymore. Stunt's now in some trouble as Skara pops the Ghost. He pops the ulti. He's right on top of the enemy mid laner, and Stunt is having a real hard time with this one. Skara gets a solo kill.
Skara gets the flash off Stunt and the solo kill. Stunt having a rough time. Both the solos are, and Balls is in trouble topside because Xmithy's behind him, and he is chunked so incredibly low. I don't think there's any way out of this one for Balls.
Balls is just trying to spam abilities on the wave, keep the minions away from the turret so the dive can't go off. But Revenge and Xmithy know exactly what they want to be doing here. They issue the grand challenge. Xmithy pops it up. Easy peasy. 1, 2, 3. Sneaky's Beakies are struggling in the top side of the map as Sneaky finds his way onto Skara and picks up a shutdown in the bottom lane. Shifter jumps in with parallel convergence on Spica, but he doesn't have quite enough damage to threaten a whole lot more. Smoothie's coming up from the side as Breezy drops down the depth charge and Shifter's ready to go in. Xmithy wants in on the side. He won't quite be able to find what he's looking for because the reinforcements are here. Stunt now going to get jumped on as Shifter goes for the ulti there aggressively. Xmithy down below 100 HP, still barely walking away, but the burn will not quite kill him. This fight just will not stop. Breezy goes back in for the dredge line, but it's only going to lead to his own demise. Stunt picks up the kill.
And Sneaky's actually pushing down on bot side, so Scar got the solo kill, but then Sneaky comes right back at him, gets a solo kill of his own. He's farming up those plates. Spica drops Herald mid, farming plates there as well. So they're cutting heavily into this gold lead. Sneaky on that Shiv, power spike. The Landry's was done for Spica as well. He got 2 kills earlier in that fight. Was able to get a couple more plates, all solo gold as well. And Sneaky just barely cannot actually finish off this turret, but Sneaky's Beaky's getting right back in it.
Man, that gold lead that was about 3,000 at one point, now down below 800 gold. And it goes back to what we were talking about during the draft, man.
Man. Oh god, the gold lead.
It's so rough. Balls is just
he's a support.
He's not looking particularly spherical in this one. He's struggling a little bit.
Oh, that's rough, man. Lethality Aatrox is really strong, but Lethality Aatrox is far behind. Is just a really juicy cannon minion. That's some free gold for the Fiora every time he shows up the lane.
Free gold in a demon cosplay. Xmithie, in the meantime, just going to take the opportunity, pick up the first Drake of the game. This first Drake is even slower than the one in game number 1, not being taken until almost 15 minutes into the game. Incredibly slow pace on the objectives, but again, it's just all about the PvP. It's all about the kills. We'll see if they can find anything down here. There's no plates left, so this turret won't last a whole lot longer. Stunt now being found by Shifter and Xmithie, but he uses the shockwave to get himself away. Sneaky and Smoothie jumping over the wall as Xmithie has to try to escape now. Heartbreaker over the wall to try to reach that safety as Shifter's going to be chased down by Spica, and the blooming blows send him straight to the grave. Now Xmithie and Breezy have to try to continue their escape, but Smoothie's got to engage. They immediately find the burst, and they shut down the enemy jungler. But now a beautiful turnaround. Revenge shows up with a TP. He's trying to clean this one up and turn this game back around and keep everything going the way it needs to go. Smoothie tries to crash down, and Scar is finally picked up. Sneaky is free firing. A triple kill back over to Revenge as Balls protects the Zeri, and Breezy has to run away back to the tier 1 turret. It's an absolute bloodbath 3 for 3.
10 men down in the bot lane. Absolute brawl there. Sneaky getting a couple kills for his team. Revenge now, though, 6-0-2. Gets a triple, gets out to tell the tale as well. Revenge is so ridiculously fed. It was a nice shockwave here to buy some time, buy stunt, and then Spica is able to actually just narrowly sneak around the queue there from Shifter, chase him down, gets the kill, holds onto his ulti as well. As they're all piling in, the double TPs come in from the top laner. As soon as they walk past that ward, they look for the turn here onto Spica. Spica, though, able to get his ulti off before he goes down, and that buys some space for Sneaky to kite back to try to burst him down. You can see as soon as Revenge goes forward, Sneaky just over the wall, chasing after Scar, able to finish him off. And then Balls on the other side just doesn't have the damage to actually get the kill here onto Revenge. Yeah, Revenge with the flash still available, able to get out over the wall, stay safe. And now has 2 completed items before Balls has 1.
It's a lane phase diff at the end there with the health bar not dropping low enough on Revenge to give the ultimate edge in the fight over to the Sneaky Beakies. Still 2,000 gold lead for Scar's squad, but I think in that fight we got to see some of the difficulties that they're going to run into unless they can keep pushing their lead further and further ahead this game. The Zeri is a champion in League of Legends, and if you're not on her team, that means you've got a problem you're going to have to answer. Balls is just, he's having a rough game.
But he almost has his call completed. Surely
the cull
things will
is
turn
nearly
around
stacked. There are only 14 stacks remaining on the cull. Fantastic.
Oh man, it's definitely a rough one here for Balls. I mean, he's getting counterpicked by Revenge, and Revenge. Now that early fight on top side really put him very far ahead. He was already winning in that 1v1, got monstrously ahead, and they're just going to try to use Revenge to be able to carry this one. You know, looking towards mid, they're wrapping around behind Sneaky here. Breezy's going to look for the X-Flash, but Sneaky has the read, knows that they could be coming from that bot side, so not going to be able to give it up.
It's all about Sneaky here for this team. Spica coming around. The Lilia looking for the angle here. Bowling Ball's only going to find the enemy support. Spica goes in looking for the opportunity to mark more targets. Sneaky grabs the first kill, and Breezy's going to drop. Scar is going to try to get away, but the shockwave locks him down. He'll buy himself an extra second here with a stopwatch, but it's still a double kill back over to Sneaky. The very scary Zeri's starting to carry, and Sneaky's Beakies are not going to give up that easy.
Yeah, this is exactly what they have to do. I mean, they have to really kind of take a page out of what Yasuo's team did in that previous game. You know, as soon as Revenge and Shifter go to side lanes, you know, they want to play 1-3-1, they want to slow it down, they want to look for those 1v1s. As soon as they go out towards side lanes, you got to look for hard engages, you got to find fights. and it's going to be on Spica and Sneaky, who are the ones in a really good position. Both soul laners are very far behind, and Balls, he's going to die again.
Man, how many times are you going to end up having to call that play, man? Revenge sees this dude out from underneath the turret and immediately just smacks him upside the head and sends him home every single time.
All right, what happens first? 10 kills for Revenge or the call getting popped for Balls?
Well, he went from 7 kills to 8 kills in the time that Revenge went from 14, or Balls went from 14 stacks to 10. So if he gets 1 kill for every 4 call stacks, it means Revenge is going to hit 10 kills, and there'll still be 2 stacks left on that call.
Math.
So, we got the math. We got the receipts.
Oh, they did the math.
Look,
All right,
man. All I'm saying is, okay, now hold on here. Sneaky's going in. Smoothie's right next to him. Skara is done for. Sneaky picks up his 6th kill of the game.
Yeah, Sneaky is so strong, and despite the fact that Balls is not a champion any longer, they still have a really strong comp, and it's going to be really difficult to deal with them. Smithy is coming in from behind, but I don't think they really have much of a threat unless they all TP, but Revenge has arrived now.
The Water Boys are looking for their angle here. Spica and Smoothie are going to be caught out first as Sneaky escaped over the wall. The depth charge chasing down the enemy jungler. They want to try to kill the Lilia if they can. The dredge line goes through. I had a quick blip on the thing that paused the screen, so I didn't see what was going on, but now Smoothie's trying to get away back into the river as Revenge is very, very low. Sneaky continuing to chase after these guys, applying those auto attacks. The zap of the wall for the extra distance is not quite going to find the target, but Team Sneaky, they lost their jungler. They wanted to try to find something else to get back. They won't get any kills, but they should be able to take the Drake.
Yeah, they should be able to take the Drake, and they also got the tier 2 mid and the TP off Revenge, which is honestly a really big deal because Revenge is the big hope for Skara's team in this one. He is so strong, and it's going to be difficult for him to play through those side lanes without summoners. If he doesn't have TP, Sneaky's team can look for those hard engages. Yes, Spica did get burst down, but Sneaky is going to be such a problem and didn't even have to use his flash in that one. He was very close to a Zeri moment, as we like to call it. You know, really got Revenge very low, and if he gets that 1k shutdown on Revenge, that is problematic. But Stunt, you are in trouble, my friend.
All right, Revenge looking for the Orianna here. He's spent all game farming the Balls delivery system. Now he's going to farm the Ball delivery system. One more hit will take him down, and Revenge finds kill number 9. Balls' call still has 8 stacks.
Thank you for the update there. Shifter, though, going to be looking over the wall. They're trying to force on this, and Smithy's in the area. Can he get the steal?
Over the wall he goes. Baron still down to about 1200 HP. It's going to be secured by Sneaky of all people. Smoothie drops. Stunt still dead from before. They're trying to fight out in this one, and a massive amount of damage comes back. Balls is on the board. A double kill over to the Aatrox.
Balls gets 2 kills, but those don't count for call stacks. Sneaky, though, getting a couple more and secures the Turo Baron buff there for themselves. Sneaky is godlike at this point. It's going to be so hard to answer him. Despite the fact that Stunt and Balls are having a rough game, Sneaky is monstrously fed. Speak is really strong. Smoothie's looking good. And they're playing smart. Again, Revenge shows up in that side lane, but he has no TP. It's the same thing that happened to him last game. If he's going to play through that side lane, you're going to get punished. They just hard force onto the Baron. It was a flip, but Smithy wasn't able to secure it. Sneaky was able to finish it off, and now it's massively ahead, has his 3rd item already.
Stunt and Balls have been getting picked on. They were shoving him into the locker at school, and then they called their brother. He showed up in a pizza delivery Sivir costume and just started whooping some butt. The Baron was so close here, but it's even Sneaky who manages to pick it up. And then from there, Skara's Water Boys just crumble.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky was just untouched in this one. Skara's team ordered up a can of whoop ass, and Sneaky delivered, able to take him down at the pit. He's looking really, really good,
delivery.
Man.
Revenge still trying to split push, but man, it's going to be hard to outpace the whole enemy team. Stunt makes it back in time. He can clear out the wave. The 9-0 Fiora is very, very scary, but I think that a 7-0 Zeri is more of a problem.
It is, at least in the 5v5, and the problem is that Revenge's team doesn't seem to really, they don't have much safe wave clear. It's not like they can delay. It'd be a different story if you're playing with like Ziggs or, something along those lines, some sort of kind of zone control mage who can actually just clear out waves and buy time for you to play side lane, because he's Hullbreaker, right? Like, he can kill anyone under tower 1v1, I think, but it doesn't matter if they're just going to force in that 5v4 and kill your team and end the game. So no one can really wave clear on Scar's team, and that's kind of one of the weaknesses of their draft. You know, they're basically with this kind of 5 melee style. Yeah, Shifter can throw out some Qs, but against a Baron buff, that's not really going to be enough, and they're just going to be looking to force their hand and look for dives.
Yeah, it's a tough one here for the Water Boys. That nearly 3,000 gold lead they had at one point has swung back in an equal and opposite direction, plus 2.7k now for the side of Sneaky Squad. The Drakes, because the Drakes were started so late in this game, nearly 15 minutes before the first one was claimed, that's not going to be any kind of a win condition anytime soon for anybody in particular. First turret up in the top lane finally dropped. Balls there for the victory. That's got to be a moral victory, at least on that one. His Cull is stacked, and Revenge still only has 9 kills, so things are starting to look all right. Sneaky and the rest of the boys continuing to apply this pressure here. They got the tier 2 turret down below half HP in the top lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, Shifter waiting to see if he might be able to make some play there onto stun. Both of them going to teleport in now. Revenge going in for balls. Wanted to try to pop him there. Can't quite find the damage he needed, even with the Grand Challenge, but it does at least give the Water Boys an opportunity to force their opponents back.
Yeah, and they do get the flash off of balls, so that's something. And now he's just going to TP towards bot lane. So they actually TP'd Shifter back towards the team. They're TPing him down towards bot, so he's going to be pushing. He's going to actually look to go attack the base here. Balls is back there, but that won't be enough, so the rest of them have to recall.
Yep.
Scar's team can't stop the recalls, unfortunately, though. The tower will fall, so it's TP for the turret, but the problem again is going to be now anytime Revenge shows up to a side lane, Sneaky Beaky's going to be looking to hard force a fight.
Yep, they need to make these kinds of plays to open up the window for Revenge to get in and utilize the power on this Fed Fiora, but it's so tough for him to do. Breezy goes in for a dredge line, but there's no follow-up. He may have just sealed his own fate instead to watch out Eep over the top, bringing him down below half HP, forcing the flash back over the wall. Spica continuing the chase here, as there's your sleep. Blooming Blow's gonna follow it up. Breezy is almost dead. Very difficult now for him to participate in the fight in any sort of a meaningful way, as Shifter does not want to get caught out here. Sneaky Squad moving forward as a 5-man unit. Revenge, Shifter, both no TPs like we were talking about, so they can't just try to immediately reposition themselves to take something somewhere else. It's advantage Sneaky's team, and the Drake is alive.
Yeah, the Drake is alive, and they're going to be looking for it here. Revenge is around. The ulti is back up. We'll see if they can make anything happen. Smithy is kind of posturing to look for a steal, but this would be a one-way trip if they go for it. And honestly, they're on the wrong side of the map, so it's making me a little bit nervous that they could potentially get caught out on the way back. Looks like they'll be fine, though, as Sneaky's team just going to head up towards mid, push us out, maybe get some vision up around Baron, because that's going to be back in a minute.
Exactly. Baron spawning in about 70 seconds. That's where teams are going to be focusing on. Revenge getting this bottom wave pushed out so that then he'll be able to continue to apply pressure on the opposite side of the map. Balls does still have TP. That is the one TP that's currently available across every single player on the Rift, so he's the only one who's going to have the ability to move himself around. But the issue is, man, he'll still just die instantly to Revenge in a 1v1 if he doesn't.
Behind him, man. I think Revenge could actually be dead here. This would be really, really bad. If he dies now, that could mean Baron for the other team, and it's a whole squad coming. He's got his flash, but we'll see.
Spica going in, wanted to immediately commit the flash, make sure they can slow this Fiora down. Revenge still trying to get away. He didn't hit a target with the last lunge, which means the next one is going to be delayed. He continues trying to flash out and survive. A riposte on Sneaky to slow down his attack speed, and the zap won't quite hit the mark. Sneaky still chasing, and Revenge with the miraculous escape.
Nicely done. He gets a flash off Spica, the flash ghost and ulti off of Sneaky. Spica didn't want to pop his ulti because he had to wait for the parry to actually be used. The riposte doesn't get used until after Sneaky flashes in, and then by that point, the passive from Lilia wasn't there, so he couldn't actually ult him anymore because he would have just parry immune the ulti if he did it early. So really well played there by Revenge. The Hullbreaker stats actually making a big difference in that side lane as well, making him really tanky. Revenge comes up big, and now they're going to be potentially looking for a fight here around the Baron, with Sneaky having no summoners and no ulti. This is winnable.
Yup, Spica has to be careful here, nearly getting caught out in the parallel convergence. You said it when they were first collapsing on Revenge. This could be a very bad situation that almost just guaranteed a free Baron for Sneaky's squad. But when he got so many resources out of him, when he got those flashes, when he kept them busy, and they still couldn't get anything out of it, it actually turned into a boon for Skara's team. Now I wonder if they'll be able to go in and find this fight here. Still plus 2,000 gold for Sneaky Squad, but they're going to clear out the control wards here. Poke over the wall onto the Baron so that it gets mad and starts attacking the Sneaky Beakies. As Breezy and Shifter coming in from the side. TP from Revenge to join up with the rest of the team and be here for the fight as Xmithy approaches from the other angle. Over the wall, there's Shifter! He finds the shutdown on Balls, and the sneaky beakies are all getting jumped on. Scar's got to find a way out just for a moment, as now the damage pours through onto Stunt. Spica and Smoothie trying to fight, but they're the only two left alive. The Scara team, the Water Boys, just drowned them.
Nicely done. They get the 1K shutdown as well. Being able to actually take down Sneaky. Revenge got the 1K shutdown, does end up going down to Spica at the end of the day, but that engage from Shifter was sick. Finds the angle, gets in behind him with the parallel convergence, and he just crushed Sneaky's team off that. Everyone from Scar's squad piles in. They're going to get the kills. They're going to get the Baron and pull this game right back.
Shifter on Echo, man. He goes in like a ballistic missile. Balls gets crushed, and there's no way for the rest of the team to reposition in a way where they can protect President Zeri in time. Sneaky gets his first death of the game, and the Water Boys are loving the way this team fight went.
Look at this again. He catches both the soul laners, absolutely deletes the first kill, got a good chunk on multiple members as well. Xmithy flies in. The counter engage is there from Smoothie, and Sneaky has his ult back, but Sneaky has no summoners. And you can see in goes Shifter right in on top of him. Revenge pops the ulti, bursts him down almost instantly, gets the 1K shutdown, so Fiora even more fed now. And that is the fallout of that big chase down on Revenge in bot lane, where Sneaky spent both his summoners. If he had Ghost Flash, maybe he lives there and is able to actually turn that around, because Revenge almost had gone down when Sneaky died. So it could have been a very, very different fight. You can see how much work that Lilia got done, though. Again, against this melee squad, Lilia can absolutely shred you, and Spica got the 1K shutdown on Revenge as well. So Spica is super, super strong, and Sneaky likely to have his flashback before they fight again.
2 donuts on the damage chart in that last one, and both Breezy and Balls failing to apply any DPS, as Spica thought he was going to take the 1v1 against Revenge, but the Fiora quickly shows him the error of his ways.
Yeah, that burst coming through from Revenge was crazy. Sneaky looking on Shifter, but Shifter is going to be able to get out of there. And it was only Stunt's shield, I think, that actually kept him alive from that final vital proc. Stunt now in some trouble here. Revenge knows he's big man on campus. He's getting aggressive. But now, multiple members here from Sneaky's team heading up towards that top side, but they can't catch him. He's drawing so much pressure, and look at bot lane. They're taking down that bot lane inhibitor. In through mid lane, Shifter is pushing up as well. They just can't deal with the Fiora in the side lane. He draws so many members, and now Scar's team are the one playing the map, getting that split push damage down, but here comes Spica.
Spica looking for Shifter yet again. The Echo's still staying off to the side. He's killed. He can't even chrono break in time. It's absolutely massive. Sneaky's coming around from the side, and they get a second kill too. Revenge is back in the base. He'll take the inhibitor as the trade, but Shifter wanting to hang on to that ulti as long as he possibly could. Got a little bit too greedy, and it's a deadly sin for a reason. They pop him, they stop him, and they drop him. It ends up earning them a win in the fight, and now they're going to try to take the Drake too. Meanwhile, back in the base, they're sending 3 after Revenge because they know they need all of them there. It's Scara and Xmithy still trying to contest this Drake here, and remember that Xmithy can use the smite to steal it away. That's going to be the problem as Smoothie goes for the crash down. Sneaky now in danger. Scara and Xmithy chasing after the enemy carry, trying to get the damage that they need, but a TP once again ready to reinforce now that Revenge has been dealt with back on the other side of the map. Xmithy trying to escape yet again. He's going to be stunned up. The tragedy here for him is this is an entirely wasted Guardian Angel. You're going to get no value out of that. Really sucks to lose it that way.
Yeah, that really sucks. And it's a shutdown, so he dies. He loses his GA. He gets another shutdown to Zeri. Sneaky already had the BT before this, so he's going to be working towards full build here very, very shortly if he doesn't already have enough gold. Speak up on this top side, has to be somewhat careful, but honestly, unless Fiora's there, I think he's probably chilling. It's pretty difficult for Shifter to hard commit to this. Oh, the ulti?
All right. Let's see here. We got Spica still in a little bit of trouble. Stunt, ready to reinforce him. They don't want to allow their jungler to drop here. Sneaky coming in, trying to keep these guys ready to go, provide that DPS. All right, the fight fizzles out a little bit.
Yeah.
So with this, once again, looking like it could lead to some craziness. Let's see if Shifter can lock anybody down. Sneaky skating back over the wall, stays safe. Smoothie goes into the back, forces the stopwatch out of Shifter. At least they're going to have that defensive tool down. Now Smoothie's in danger as Revenge keeps the pressure on. Smoothie down to 100 HP. They're going to find the kill, and now Revenge dashes back over the wall with the lunge. Breezy going to be fired on. He won't drop just yet, and Shifter goes into the back. He's found Sneaky. The Zeri is down, and the Water Boys are looking to keep the push alive. Skara, Shifter, and Xmithy heading right in after Stunt as Spica's going to be chased away by Revenge. It's 3 kills for only the support. Xmithy still keeping this chase alive as Skara throws down that W to guarantee that Stunt has to move his positioning just a little bit. Nearly allows Xmithy to catch him, but not quite yet.
Yeah, and I think this could be the end of the game here. Spica is really their only hope to defend at this point, but they are losing their entire base. They're pushing in from all angles, and these towers are going to go down fast.
It's a massive, massive push from the Water Boys. The Nexus turrets are down. Smoothie, Stunt, and Spica all trying to defend.
Whoa.
Shifter is very low. Skara is very low. Xmithy, they're dead. The push failed. They could not end the game, and it's a quadra kill for Spica to save it at the 1 yard line.
Spica goes huge, and I think with that, we're going to be able to listen into one of the teams.
Yeah, well, Pure TP'd that last fight, so...
I'm hard pushing mid.
Yeah. Wait, but they don't have TP, we could just do on spawn, I guess?
Yeah, yeah. But they're gonna pressure the back door though.
I mean, if we instantly do it, I think we should be able to kill it.
Still 30 seconds though. Oh, no,
$5. What the fuck?
Yeah. No flash, no flash.
We do it on spawn, okay? So they can't, they don't have time. They
can't TP yet though. We still have like a minute on Fior's TP timer.
Yeah, Fior's TP is down.
Yeah, $5, what the fuck?
He's here somewhere.
What the fuck my man doing? Yo, he's hiding somewhere.
Oh, there he is.
All right, you know that they're aware of how vulnerable this Nexus is, of how dangerous and how quickly this game could end. Breezy is not in a good position.
That's a freebie.
Yup, that Nautilus is deader than dirt. Nice pickup there from the sneaky beakies, but they still got to be mindful. They know the teleports are down. We heard that in the comms, but they still have a very dire map state to deal with. With the enemy support now off the table, they want to try to force this Baron down fast. Skara and Xmithy making their way over. They're just going to burn it in time. It's already down. Nicely done.
Yeah, they do get it. You know, it was risky. They had to be able to burn that down because Stun had no GP, so it was just going to be a 4v4 at best. Revenge, though, out on the map. This is going to be a difficult game to play. You can see Super stacking up through bot lane. They have the Baron to help themselves defend, but it's going to be really tough to get on the map because Shifter and Revenge are just kind of relentless in this split push. And Revenge still, very difficult to deal with, but has to be said, people are catching up to him. Revenge is full build, right? So he's done. There's no more room for him to grow. And there's a lot of room for Stunt and Balls to get stronger as this game extends.
Yeah, Balls still has a ladder to climb. We'll see if the Aatrox can find any more of those big moments. He did get the double kill in the one Baron fight earlier, but their backs are against the wall. They've got the bottom lane inhibitor at least respawning. Top one's about to come back here in 10 seconds. You can see it on the side of your screen. So at least then, you don't run the immediate risk of just guy teleports into your base and 3 taps your Nexus. You're going to have that little bit of an extra layer of protection. But as soon as you get to the point of a game of League of Legends where both Nexus turrets are down, everything just becomes so much more stressful when it comes to defense and macro assignments.
I mean, look at Spica, though. He's full 6 items, sold boots, and bought another item as well. So, I mean, he's really, really reliant on the passive stacks for that move speed, but once he gets those going, he still will have some pretty solid move speed. But it's going to be more difficult to move around the map, obviously, without those boots. But he is ridiculously strong. Sneaky's full build. You can see that Xmithy, almost has his 5th item. Shifter, closing on to that 5th item as well. So it is really Revenge as that monster carry on one side. It's going to be against Spica and Sneaky on the other that are really that difficulty that they have to deal with. But at the same time, I mean, Stunt had a really slow game, but he's been farming it up. He's closing in on 4 items as well, and Orianna's going to be start to being a problem too.
Yeah, dude, this game is getting intense. 5 seconds. I said earlier on in the game, it's not going to be a Drake Soul win condition type of game, but I guess that was dumb, and now we're at the point where, hey, the Drake Soul is on the menu. If the Sneaky Beakies can lock this one down, that's a massive dub. Revenge coming out of the brush here. Finds the lunge onto the minion wave, just immediately resetting the cooldown as soon as you hit a target with that one. As it looks like the Water Boys are not going to allow the Sneaky Beakies anywhere near this Drake Soul. So they're going to keep that away from him at least for another 5 minutes.
So this was actually really smart. The fact that Revenge hid for so long basically meant that Sneaky's team was really nervous that he was going for a backdoor and trying to end the game. So they had to send 3 members back to their base because they didn't know where Revenge is, and Revenge has TP. So if you all walk out on the map and he TPs in your base, that's it. It's just over, right? So just the fact that he didn't show meant that they earned themselves that dragon pretty much for free because so many members from Sneaky's team had to be in base for that potential backdoor.
And that's what I'm saying, man. That's what this struggle is with this open Nexus macro game, requiring all your decisions to be so intense, because one mess up, like you're saying, and all of a sudden the game's done. All 38 minutes just thrown in the garbage like that. So they've got to make sure they're not slipping at all. They're in the enemy jungle now. 3-man squad. Revenge, meanwhile, still down here in the bottom lane. Yes, he can't get any stronger, but that's not really that big of a deal when you're 457 AD, 4,100 health, 260 armor, 180 MR. He's not even Cassante, man. This is just an absolute resume of stats. This guy is a nightmare for the Sneaky Beacons.
Yeah, I mean, he can't get any stronger, but my man is already benching 500 pounds, so he doesn't really need you at
You're
this
not
point.
sweating it too much.
Yeah, exactly. Smoothie, though, down towards this bottom side, is spotted out. Speak is here as well, but look at that damage. That was 2 vital procs after the initial Q with the ulti, and Smoothie loses about 70% of his health there.
Revenge is just completely unafraid of these guys. He knows that if there's less than 3 people, he's fine. They have to send over half the team after him. Otherwise, he's just unthreatened.
He's just buying time, right? He's trying to basically dance around right on that kind of periphery of where they could engage on him, trying to keep them as interested as possible to buy space for Shifter and the rest of the squad. You know, Shifter's split pushing up through top, Xmithie and Scarra pushing in mid, and now it's going to be Revenge in the base, and they're going to have to hard engage away from him because Stunt's in trouble in the base.
It's trouble, man. Smoothie popped the Magnet Storm and didn't get anything of value out of it. Now Stunt going to be forced away by Revenge, who demands attention from Sneaky, Balls, Spica, Stunt, all of them all together. Sneaky continuing to try to chase after this enemy top laner, but the presence and the pressure from this Fiora is absolutely suffocating.
And that's the ulti and the ghost off Sneaky. Revenge gets the flash off Stunt, the Zhonya's off him as well, plus the ghost and the ulti off Sneaky, and doesn't have to use really anything himself. Yes, he got chunked down a little bit. Who cares? He's going to be back to full off this next wave. So the pressure is just suffocating here. They're going to have to try to find some sort of an opening. It's just so difficult to actually chase him down. And with this much CDR, the lunge cooldown, you know, that Q cooldown is almost nothing. Sneaky, though, does spot him.
Yeah.
But again, you can't do anything here.
With this level of ability haste on top of Spear of Shojin, I feel like as soon as you hit the lunge on a target, the cooldown's just immediately ready to go again. It's so difficult to deal with. Boom! 1 vital. Bye-bye health bar.
Yeah, it's really difficult for them to actually deal with. And oh, he's gonna take a 1v3, but on the top side, it's another fight.
He's in a 1v3, but Spica and Stunt might just be able to win the 2v3 on the other side of the map. In the meantime, massive sleep coming down as Breezy's likely to be killed here by the Lilia. Scarra barely hanging on as Spica goes legendary. Stunt ready to back up this carry jungler. Make this happen. Revenge recalling on the other side of the map. He might have survived. But normally when the top laner is soaking up that much attention, your team's expected to win elsewhere on the map. But no, Spica's Lilia is a force of nature himself.
I mean, Spica is ridiculously strong here. The 2 LCS players really trying to flex their muscle, but they're actually double TPing for the base. They're going to go for the back door here. They're on the Baron, but it could be the end of the game because we can see the Echo as well as the Fiora in the base.
Okay, the Baron's been secured. Baron-empowered recalls looking to bring these guys back. Shifter popping the Chrono Break to try to keep himself alive, but you know he ain't going to be able to escape this one. Another stasis, no, picked up by Spica. The top lane inhibitor is down, but now pings coming down mid lane. Shifter is dead for the next 55 seconds. The Water Boys have to find a call.
Yeah, they went for the double TP there, but they weren't able to find the play. Revenge, though, just going for it again. They're just trying to stop them from ever being able to push by threatening the backdoor constantly here. So how many members they have to actually send back? So they send back 3, including Spica. This should be enough to defend. And Sneaky and Balls will continue the push forward here. Scarra is not going to be able to deal with that.
No.
And with Spica here, you have to respect the damage because this Lilia is so strong. They could chase him down, and Xmithie may be caught.
Okay, Smithy in some trouble, trying to get away with the harrowed path. Skara and Breezy are going to have to try to fight these guys. Sneaky would have to be the target. Skara goes for the pull, but he won't find it. Breezy is immediately and already dead. Smithy was picked off during his retreat, so that means it's still 2 very long death timers. Shifter's going to be back alive here in 10. Revenge has still not been able to reset and make his way back to the baseballs, and Sneaky going for the game-ending push. Nexus turrets. First one's already down. Second one about to drop. Skara buys time, but he finally falls. Revenge jumps in and tries to chase after the enemy carry. Spica shows up and tries to go for the bowling ball, but it hits the gutter. However, the shutdown, the double kill, that's going to be the game. It was an absolute war, but the Sneaky Beakies endure. They survive with an excess that was below half HP, and they come back to win it all.
What a game, man. I cannot believe they're able to actually take that with how bad the Soul Lanes were going early on. Revenge and Shifter were massively ahead. But at the end of the day, Spica and Sneaky coming up huge for the team. That Lilia was just a force to be reckoned with, was crushing through this 4 melee squad that Skara's team had drafted up. And just a really impressive performance there from Spica. And we're going to get to look at the post-game breakdown here. That is a monster amount of damage from Spica. What a carry.
Wow, man. This guy was absolutely
74K?
74,000. The turbo-fed Fiora did 47,000, and the Zeri only did 43,000. That Lilia absolutely smurfed all over the game. It makes you look back to worlds of previous years and wonder what would happen if those sleeps did have follow-up.
The 9-man sleep, the legendary 9-man sleep. If only he had Sneaky's Beakies there with him, would have been a whole different story.
If only the Beakies were on the job.
The Beakies are definitely going to make some action happen, man. Sneaky, credit to him as well. You know, was really a huge threat. I did think they had a really good draft, had a big compositional advantage. Skara's team, again, unfortunately does lose, but they really made them work for it, and they were ahead for a lot of this game. The first 20 minutes of this game was heavily in their favor, and even down to the very end, it's open Nexus, it's Revenge playing through side lanes, threatening the end. So this one was really, really close, but again, frustrating loss for them as they can't quite make it happen, can't quite finish it out.
Yup, it's on one hand, it's nice to see them have the games be so close, right? Because this one could have gone either way. The first game was a lot closer than we expected it to be. But on the other hand, the problem is each team is only playing 3 games in this first round robin today. So that means that Skara's team, unfortunately, the best that they can finish now is 1 and 2. So they probably are not going to be able to get one of those higher seedings for the bracket stage tomorrow. But you'd love to see them at least be able to pick one up in their final game of the day. That's going to be happening a little later on. They did play back-to-back here in the first 2. So we're going to give them a break for a little bit before they play again. But hopefully during that break, they'll be able to get everybody together and find a plan that can get them a dub in their last one.
Yeah, unless it's just the absolute 300 IQ play, lulling the teams into a false sense of security for tomorrow. Be able to actually just run the gauntlet tomorrow after losing out today. You can never write them off.
Could be, man. Could be. But game number 2 is very exciting. Down to the wire the whole way. I believe we're going to be tossing here to a break again. And then once we get back, we should have Toast back here with us. We should have one of the players from the victorious Sneakies Beakies to talk to us about that absolutely wild game number 2. So we're going to hit that break right now. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back with more League of Legends, more intense action, and more of hopefully what we've got for these first 2 games 4 more times for the rest of the day. You are watching the Disguised Toast NA Legends Invitational, and we'll be right back.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
Over to try to answer this.
He's got no
You can
flash.
see the bottom lane coming as well. Yeah, the lack of flash is what makes this so audacious. Breezy coming up to try to help his team now here too. Parallel Convergence comes down. Shifter backed up by Breezy finds the lockdown and it's first blood over to Team Skara. Smoothie trying to get himself away as Smithy is going to drop. Smoothie still surviving thanks to the flash. Shifter needs a little bit more damage as Speaka's taken low, but Shifter is at death's door. He's got to head back out. He's got 100 health and no mana to work with. Skara might be able to find something here, but Smoothie doing a great job sidestepping. A massive crash down on 2. Speaka has the damage. It'll be a trade 1-for-1.
Nicely done. They're trading back.
Okay, on this wave we can dive him, okay? I'm gonna make him lower than he is.
Alpha, that's all you, Danny. I'm gonna defend her a bit. Oh, nice.
Hey.
Skara, this guy flash.
Oh, he fine.
Careful bot, Skara. Just run. I'll leave a kick on her.
Fuck. Black Guy's coming from that bot side, so not going to be able to give it up.
It's all about Sneaky here for this team. Speaka coming around. The Lilia looking for the angle here. Bowling Ball's only going to find the enemy support. Speaka goes in looking for the opportunity to mark more targets. Sneaky grabs the first kill and Breezy's going to drop. Skara's going to try to get away, but the shockwave locks him down. He'll buy himself an extra second here with a stopwatch, but it's still a double kill back over to Sneaky. The very scary Zeri's starting to carry, and Sneaky's Beakies are not going to give up that easy.
Because whenever we ulti, I will just one-shot someone with Fiora. Then we get a reset.
I think the Aatrox is dead.
Oh, he can live this.
Jesus.
Nice, okay. Yeah, he didn't expect it.
But I don't think they really have much of a threat unless they all TP, but Revenge has arrived now.
The Water Boys are looking for their angle here. Speaka and Smoothie are going to be caught out first as Sneaky escaped over the wall. The depth charge chasing down the enemy jungler. They want to try to kill the Lilia if they can. The dredge line goes through. I had a quick blip on the thing that paused the screen, so I didn't see what was going on, but now Smoothie's trying to get away back into the river as Revenge is very, very low. Sneaky continuing to chase after these guys, applying those auto attacks. The zap of the wall for the extra distance is not...
Oh, nice.
One man sleep, 4.
Yeah. Nice. Fiora's coming. Just run, I think. Did he ulti or no? Did he ulti or no?
I have ult, but...
It's okay. Nash is still 30 seconds. I think done. Oh, Sneaky. Look at Sneaky. He's going crazy.
Can't reach. No.
Dude, that champ is fucked up.
Okay.
You can hook Lilia too, you can hook Lilia too.
Oh, it's mid.
I mean.
Oh, big.
Oh, big. Careful, rough flash, okay?
Look for Zeri too.
Yeah, I'm looking to hold Zeri. She just jumped in, no flash.
Ori.
I got her. Okay. Zeri's dead, by the way.
Yeah.
Get Baron after, get Baron. Oh. The 3 of you all have to focus Baron, okay? Yep. Nice.
Steal it away. That's going to be the problem as Smoothie goes for the crash down. Sneaky now in danger. Skara and Smithy chasing after the enemy carry, trying to get the damage that they need. But a TP once again ready to reinforce now that Revenge has been dealt with back on the other side of the map. Smithy trying to escape yet again. He's going to be stunned up. The tragedy here for him is this is an entirely wasted Guardian Angel. You're going to get no value out of that. Really sucks to lose it that way.
I'm here now. Yeah, fight
Dead
this tower.
for 20.
I'm okay, I've done you. I could kill all.
Nexus is dying.
It should be
Kill
okay.
him! Oh, you got it? Okay. Okay. Push.
Nice. They're base.
Go, run down mid.
Go!
Run down mid.
I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, we're gonna wait.
He got cancelled by Pug.
He got canceled. Oh, I hit him?
Right. I'm going for the base.
You're good. Nice.
Holy shit, you guys are the good.
Let's go.
I turbo griefed this game. Okay,
I'm
but like,
so sorry.
who plays Fiora, man? Like, who plays?
Aggressive positioning from Smithy, and you can see Stun already coming over to try to answer this.
He's got no
You can
flash.
see the bottom lane coming as well. Yeah, the lack of flash is what makes this so...
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Subway post-game interview. And man, what a insane game I was watching the entire time. I did not know who was gonna win. That the lead changed from Scar's team to Sneaky's team, back to Scar's team, back to Sneaky's team. Scar's team was 10 auto attacks away from winning the entire game. It was honestly one of the closest game I've watched in League of Legends this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It was ridiculously close, and we're gonna have Speaka here joining us for the Subway post-game interview. Speaka, monster performance in that game. How does this rank among your all-time achievements here? You know, you won an MVP in LCS. Is this a bit above that, we're assuming?
Honestly, this is like one of the best wins I've ever had.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it just feels like we're the underdogs. You know, like we were behind and then we pulled it through. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they don't ban Lilia. I'm really famous for my Lilia. Really felt like they just kind of disrespecting me a bit, you know. So I had to show them.
Well, I feel like you definitely taught him a lesson here. Did you see the post-game damage graph yourself?
No, I haven't.
So you know that Fiora that was causing so many problems for you guys? Yeah, he clocked in at about 47,000 damage to champions. You did 74,000. Absolutely
that's
left
kinda insane.
everybody else in the dust.
That is kind of insane. I don't think I've ever had 74k damage.
How much were you all-time achievement? So what were the comms like? What was the team attitude like to be able to make sure that you guys didn't fall victim to like a TP backdoor for the win or anything? Because man, any game I've ever played where once the Nexus turrets are down, it just becomes that much more stressful.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing, you know, when you play against split pushers, right, where they're really strong, you always have to go to where they are. You have to push them out first. And, you know, we were just always trying to push the Fiora lane wherever he is. You know, he was a little strong, but we just try to stall the game. Because we definitely outscale. Like, all our champs outscale, but they just refuse to fight us because they're really scared. And when it's actually 5v5, we just win, right? So the best thing we could do is to make it 5v5 instead of, you know, Fiora just pushing on side and then we have to respawn.
How scared were you early on in this game when their top laner had 9 kills before your top laner had cashed out his skull? How confident were you?
I have faith in him. I have faith in him because we played some flex queue for confidence, and Boss was smurfing, so I have faith he's gonna come back.
Oh, okay.
That's what I like to hear, man. The faith in the team, even during a little bit of a rough laning phase, you guys still managed to bring it back. Is there? So this was the first game that we got to see you guys play. You've seen, obviously, you got to play against Scar's team. We got to see Yasuo's team earlier. Is there anybody in particular that you're looking out for that you expect to be the toughest competition, especially after how close this one was?
Honestly, I think they're all kind of bad. I think the Yasuo team's kind of overrated. Like, I watched that game. Maybe they're trolling, but it looked pretty bad. I mean, I have faith in our team. Honestly, we're pretty good. Like, we're pretty good for 5 players who've never played together.
Hell yeah, man.
Well, congratulations. I think you won player of the game for that one. Monster performance, 19 kills. You had 1,700 damage a minute, 42% of your team's damage. Really, really crazy performance on the Lilia. And yeah, definitely a great start to the tournament for you guys as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. I believe that's going to do it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, sir. You are scheduled for game 5 and 6 today, so you have a couple games off, and we'll see you up against Yasuo's team. And you're expecting that one to be easy?
No, I don't expect it to be easy, but you know, it's about the journey, not the destination. So.
Getting philosophical with us.
Wait, wouldn't that be the opposite? If you're saying it's not going to be easy, but you're going to win, wouldn't it be about the destination, not the journey?
I don't know, something like that.
one of those. You're going to get it done
at the end of the day.
It sounded good. It sounded good.
All right, thank you very much for your time, sir. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Speaker from Team Sneaky Beakies. Man, what a insane game for him. Like, we were talking about Sneaky, Zeri, and then Revenge Fiora, and then just out of nowhere towards the late game mark, after that quadra kill defending the Nexus, he just completely took over the game.
Dude, that's what I feel like. That's why back during draft, when we saw the Rel picked up, I'm like, I really hope it's support Rel. I really hope Spica gets to play carry champions. In all of these games, whenever we're seeing the LCS players, I always want to see them on something that they really like to play, that they really think they can carry with. Because these are the dudes that we're expecting to have the most pop-off performances, and Spica did not disappoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was kind of just like a battle, it felt like, between Spica and Revenge in this one a little bit. So got to see the two LCS players both having a really good game. Also excited to see how Insanity is going to do, because we still have yet to see him. And I think, he could really make some things happen, in mid lane. In LCS, he was already playing so many spicy picks in competitive. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to bust out, when he's playing Graves mid and stuff in LCS. What has he got in store for us here?
Alright, we're going to toss it to a very short break as we prepare the draft, but as soon as we come back, we're going to take our first look at Team Aframu. We have not seen them play yet, so we might be in for a surprise. Alright, we'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh. Try a new deli hero from the Subway series and taste the difference for yourself.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are just about to hop into game number 3 of the NA Legends Invitational, and I'm excited for this one because we're gonna take our first look at the Watchmen, led by Team Afromoon. Now we haven't seen these guys before, and as Zale mentioned, we get to take a look at Insanity, who's one of the standout stars of the LCS season. So very excited to see what he's busting out for this one. And if you look at the team standings, we have Sneaky Beakies, Yasuo, Walteros both taking a game off the Water Boys. So we're going to be hoping the Water Boys can get their win the next game.
Exactly.
They're definitely staying hydrated at the very least.
Yes, they are very hydrated. Those games have been very thirsty for kills. Team Afromu, the Watchmen, this is our last team that we haven't got to see play yet today. Insanity, a standout player throughout LCS, this whole split as well. Like, this guy really stepped up in a situation where he wasn't even the intended starter, and then he kind of just showed everybody, hey, I should have been the intended starter. This guy had some really cool plays. He's a lot of fun to watch. Isaac, you even mentioned how he plays stuff like Graves mid and just does this kind of like wacky dark tech that you would expect from solo queue, but maybe not from pro play. And I'm fully expecting some of that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was really well known for a lot of his ADCs that he's playing mid. He's playing Graves, he's playing Triss, he's playing Kai'Sa. Obviously, he's playing things like Jace and LeBlanc as well. So a lot of really aggressive picks, a lot of kind of spicy picks. Brought out Lucian, brought out Yone, Xerath even. So this guy was super, super flexible in the LCS. And I think that's one of the things that made him so fun to watch. And he's one of those guys that, if you look at the stats, maybe looks less impressive than if you actually are going off of the eye test, because he just makes stuff happen for his team, right? He really is kind of this point of pressure on the map where he's finding fights, he's finding angles to really make things happen, and I think it makes him a very, very exciting player to watch. We also have Golden Glue, Toast Coach, who just coming off a championship win in NACL here. So he's no longer coaching. I guess he's coaching himself now. We'll see if how good of a coach he is if he can get his team to actually win with the Watchmen as well.
I mean, you talked about the importance of shot callers back before game number 1. So if we have the disguised championship level coach here, then they've got to have solid shot calling once we get on the ring.
Yeah, I mean, they have Afro, they have Darshan, they have Golden Glue, who's the old school pro as well. Insanity, even though I think a lot of people think of him as newer in the LCS scene, has been around in pro forever. So those 4 guys have a ridiculous amount of experience. You know, Aframu has some of the most LCS games played of any player ever. Darshan, obviously, you know, was around in kind of CLG glory days for a long time, has been playing in Academy for a long time as well. They're also with Perry, who's a really, really good jungler in NACL. So this is going to be, I think, a really exciting team, and I'm interested to see how they do a matchup. It is going to be Golden Glue, I think, playing ADC, so that could maybe be tough for them. But we are ready for the draft, so let's jump on into it. We'll see if Yasuo's team can get another win or Afromoon's team can get a win in their first game.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and hop on in here. Disguised Toast, will be seeing him again after things are done, so thank you very much, Mr. Toast. We'll catch up with him after this game, another post-game interview, good stuff, all of that. But now, let's go ahead and check out how the draft is going to go down. The first ban, as you would expect, against a team that's named after a man who named himself after a man that's one of the playable men in this game, is to ban that man. Yasuo's off the table.
Yeah, it is one of the downsides. You're kind of giving it away what you might be wanting to play a little bit here. Belveth going to get banned out again as well here against Rosethorn. Again, that's one of the picks that he's been really dominating with in solo queue. So Perry going to get that Viego ban against him. I'm interested to see, what other bans they're going to be throwing down. This one's interesting. So Neela actually going to get banned away against Golden Glue. I don't know how much solo queue Golden Glue plays, or if he's even playing this. I don't know if that's like a troll ban. I don't know what. But Neela is not something that you see of a lot in pro play, but it is really powerful in solo queue. Though I will say it's actually really not common at all. There's very few players that play it, but some of the ones that do are really, really good.
I was going to say, I forgot she's in the game. This was Neela and Belveth. Isaac, I don't think I have ever watched a single game of League of Legends that had both of those champions in it, or even banned in it at the same time. This might just be a North American first. This might just be a global first. Neela and Belveth present in the same draft.
NA just dictating the meta for League of Legends as always.
We're trendsetters, bro. I mean, hey, League of Legends was born here. We have to continue to lead the path.
It's true. I mean, throw back to Aframu at MSI 2016 on CLG. I remember he was dictating the meta with his Sona pick, coming out with Enchanters when everyone was playing Hard Engage. So definitely some innovators here over on Aframu's team. Got the Jarvan first pick, Lilia as the answer from Rosethorn, and Turtle's going to be playing Zeri, which was banned against him in that previous game. So that's going to be scary. Turtle, on the Zeri, it's one of his comfort picks, absolutely, and this is something that can completely take over the game. So I think Aframu's team is going to have some hard CC, something to be able to actually lock him down, because you have an LCS AD on a comfort pick against a role swapped coach playing ADC.
That's just the phrase "against a role swapped coach."
Kog'Maw.
Vicious, but yes, we got the Kog'Maw. Oh, maybe that's what they're gonna. Are we? Oh no! Wait, hold on.
We'll find out.
Usually, when everything disappears, some dude clicked a button that he didn't mean to click. So maybe the Coggers was not actually Poggers. I really hope that they did mean to lock him in, but they might not. Let me check their Discord here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll let you guys know as soon as we find anything else out. But Kog'Maw would be a lot of fun to see, actually. It's a pretty cool pick. You do see it sometimes still in solo queue, not a ton. But there are some kind of those like Juggernaut style comps where people play it. Juggernaut rather. So there is a slight monitor issue for someone. Maybe they were blind and clicked Kog'Maw by accident, or maybe it was someone else's monitor altogether.
No, what if it's somebody saying like, "Oh man, my monitor must be broken. Kog'Maw showed up on it. I wasn't expecting that. Gotta get a new monitor. This one's full of Kog'Maw."
Screen off in chat, as someone said. So okay, so we'll find out exactly when we are going to be continuing along. We do have the pause for it now. Okay, sweet. So we are restarting the draft. It is back online, so they just had to drop out of draft because someone's monitor actually had an issue, but we're back on into it. It's going to be the same bans and picks, at least up to the Kog'Maw, I assume, and then we'll see if that Kog'Maw was intentional or not. But would be a fun one to actually see, maybe something that could scale alongside the Zeri. could potentially go toe-to-toe with it. Obviously, you don't have the mobility at all that Zeri has, but you do have a lot of power if you can actually kind of stand in fire and be protected.
Well, that's one of my worries about it too, though, because we're talking about role swaps. We're talking about guys having to be able to step up and play against very good players in a role that they may not be the most familiar with. So it's difficult, especially on a champion like Kog'Maw, where, if Kog'Maw falls behind, he's kind of like a loot pinata filled with puke, and you just get money and puke out of him.
But the passive got buffed. You get sick value from that now.
Oh, yes, the Michael Santana patch notes. I remember those.
Oh, Draven for Golden Glue.
Okay, we're going Draven, baby. You know what? I'm all right with this. Let's take the Draven.
Yeah, this is absolute feast or famine. So, Afromoon Golden Glue, Thresh Draven insta locked in here against the Zeri. Let's see if they can pilot it, because this sounds like a really scary lane for that Zeri. What support are they going to actually grab to try to keep him safe? Braum would make a lot of sense. You're just going to have that defensive play against both the Draven as well as the Jarvan. You can actually... Oh, okay, they're going to swap it over to the Alistar. So it's kind of similar thing, bodyguard style support being locked in, but I think this could be a really favored bot lane for Afromoon's squad if they can pilot it. I have no idea. I mean, if this is Golden Glue playing the Draven, like, how much has he played Draven?
Wait.
I have no clue, man.
Wait, what if it's Insanity Draven mid?
Could be. It absolutely could be.
I was just thinking about this, and I know that there's not a lot of dudes who would play solo lane Draven, but I believe that one of those dudes is the mid laner for Afromoon's team.
Yeah,
so I still think
480Cs in LCS this split.
Yeah, I still think there's potential here for some swap shenanigans, and we see the Draven go mid. Like, if Yasuo's team ends up picking something that Draven can just absolutely destroy, I think Insanity's the kind of guy to say, hey, give me the Draven. You take something else.
That'd be interesting. I will say, though, blind Draven mid is pretty good, Chad, if that's actually what it is.
I don't know, dude. Insanity seems like the kind of guy that would do that. We're talking about a man who just, goes into the Twitch chat of, the show that Mark does with Travis and just starts trash-talking Mark because he thinks it's funny. Like, this guy just flies to the beat of his own drum. And maybe that drum says Draven.
True. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. He's definitely got a little bit of insanity in him. It would be a lot of fun to see something spicy like that. And yeah, I mean, I was expecting... Oh, okay, wait. They just changed the player order. So maybe it's Insanity bot, and it's going to be Golden Glue mid based on the graphic that just actually changed on the bottom.
Okay.
So you were kind of both right. Draven's going bot, but Insanity's the one potentially playing.
The pilot. Okay.
So that is really interesting, because I was expecting the Golden Glue would just lock in a mage or something, right? And he may still do that now that he's actually playing mid. So this is pretty cool. Tristana gonna get locked in for Yasuo. Very likely that it's gonna be Tristana mid. Now we have to see what the answer from Golden Glue will be. Sylas is something we saw a lot of in the LCS. You're definitely going to be losing in the 1v1 early, but if you can withstand that, you can sometimes be able to actually get to a point where you have pretty good wave clear and can threaten all-ins on the Tristana. Plus Alistar ult is best ult.
Yeah, Alistar's in the game. As soon as Alistar's in the game, anybody who's actually a skilled Sylas player immediately just starts thinking it's probably a Sylas angle here. That ultimate... People always think about, Lux lasers or Maokai ultis or all these big things that look fancy and do damage, but Alistar ultimate just makes you invincible. You just get to cheat for a few seconds and not take damage and jump in there and do everything you would want to do anyway. So I love the Sylas pick here. Cassante going to be the choice for Darshan up in the top lane, and Lorlo is ready to answer the challenge. He brings in one of those classic Cassante counter picks. Usually it's Fiora or Gwen. If somebody thinks that, hey, you're only picking Cassante because he's OP, I can skill gap you, then they slam the Fiora, they slam the Gwen, and they try to just win through side.
And Fiora is one of Lolo's biggest comfort picks. This is something that's not just, I'm picking it because of the matchup. When I think of the champions that he is really best at, this and Gnar are probably the two that most come to mind. Maybe Akshan as well is kind of those are maybe his three signature picks, I would say. So this is something that's absolute comfort for him. It's really good in the matchup. We already saw him solo kill Revenge in the first game, so absolutely could be setting himself up to do something similar here to Darshan with that counter pick. They have a really strong draft, I think, over on Yasuo's team. This is almost an LCS-esque style draft here. Lily, obviously, not as popular in LCS at this split, but it is a really, really strong meta comp. Over on the other side, there's a lot of pressure on Golden Glue and Insanity to have a good game because they are most of the damage, right? So if one of those guys gets shut down and you become that one threat team, it's going to be almost impossible because there's so many threats over on Yasuo's team. They can play through side lanes. You know, they can just send someone like the Fiora just diving on that one threat to try to push him out of the fight, and it becomes really, really difficult to actually get any damage done.
And remember, Wild Turtle, the pilot for the Zeri this game, is the dude who popped off so much on Ezreal back in game number 1 against Skara's squad. And Zeri is a much more recently released champion than Ezreal. And
I was wondering where you were going to go with this.
Come on, man. It's draft. I'm me. I don't have meaningful analysis to contribute, so I'm just going to make up some stupid joke.
I wasn't sure if you were gonna go release date or where. Like, there's many more years of collective design experience
on this champion.
Yeah.
So I think that you gotta be a little scared about that if you're on Team Afromu. Like, if you don't properly shut this Zeri down early, if Draven's not getting a payday and Zeri just ends up getting to farm and do what she wants, that's trouble, man.
Yeah, the Pentakill Pikachu always can spell trouble. We do have a pause in game. I like the lower third. Forgot to turn on monitor. So we'll see if there's another monitor issue here.
Oh, I hate when I hate when I sit down to play a game of League of Legends, get all the way through the draft, have my character locked in, and then remembered, oh darn, I didn't turn my monitor on. What a shame. What?
My PC's not even on, it's all a dream.
I just imagine the entire when the meta gets so stale, you're just like, I bet they're going to pick Tristana here.
Well, we have seen a Zeri or two in our time, so
there's kind of like
past him.
Those dark times where every single game is just Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami.
Yeah, we had a lot of that. Thankfully, that era seems to be mostly gone. We're seeing a lot of engaged sports, which I think is a lot more fun.
It's always more fun.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. And hopefully Worlds is going to be really spicy this year too, which is going to be coming up. You know, and World starts in like a month or maybe even a little bit less than that. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's a little bit less. The World Qualifier Series, where Golden Guardians is going to send BDS back home in record time.
Into the Shadow Realm.
That's on the 9th. And then play-ins officially starts on the 10th. So yeah, it's like 3 weeks away. It'll be
there.
sick.
You go. That's going to be fun. But we are now into the game. Afromo's team just needs a little bit more time. They are now ready. We're into the game. We're going to see if they can get their first win here on the board, or if Yasuo's team is going to take their second win of the day and try to move to the top of the standings.
All right, let's do it. Here we go. Yasuo's Wild Turtles currently sitting at 1-0. They took down Skara's Water Boys during the first game of the day, but here Afromu's Watchmen are looking to make sure that they don't get away with a 2-0 start. Darshan here on the Cassante, Lorla with that counter pick on the Fiora, having the confidence, having the comfort on the pick like you were also talking about. It's a dangerous situation. I hope Darshan is ready for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Darshan is someone that definitely is a grinder, plays a lot of the game. You know, even when he's been coaching and things like that, he still seems to play quite a lot. So I'm expecting him to be fairly ready here. You know, prepared on that Cassante, but is a very tough matchup, and Lorlo is a very tough player to play against here. Yasuo also going Ignite on the Tristana, so going really aggressive, wants to be able to push the pace in this 1v1. It is Tristana favorite early. You know, Golden Glue on the Salus is just going to have to do his best to kind of survive and just hang on, and then be able to hopefully, get a decent TP back, start to create a bit of a resource advantage with that, and slowly be able to kind of get to a point where you can then threaten the all-ins, threaten those good trades, especially post-6. Even stealing Buster Shot can be really, really powerful.
I also like the advantage of taking Ignite into a 1v1 against an opponent that does have a pretty heavy reliance on healing, right? The Kingslayer on Sylas is a big part of his trading pattern, and the difference between having a heal cut or not could be the difference in getting a solo kill or not. So, although oftentimes Teleport is seen as the superior choice, I definitely think Ignite gets some bonus points during some of those more healing-based matchups too. So, maybe Mo will have that killer instinct, because that's the thing about Tristana too. You've got to play it aggressively.
Yeah.
You cannot just sit there and let the lane happen as Tristana. You need to be putting the pressure on early and often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to shove this guy in. You want to be farming plates. And if he spends spells on the wave, you just want to jump in on his head and look for those all-in kills. Look for those Ignite all-ins where you can really create a pretty big advantage. So we'll see if Yasuo is going to be able to do that. Yasuo has been banned against him back-to-back games here. Perry is clearing up towards bot. We'll see where he wants to go now. He's pinging in towards enemy blue buff. but that is already gone. So Rosethorn, did start Raptors, went down towards his bot side, cleared that out. Now moving back up towards top side, and Darshan already in trouble here. He might have to flash.
Yeah, Darshan very, very low. Interesting thing about this matchup is that remember that every team has, the team captains, it has the streamers who are ex-LCS players, it has modern LCS players, and then each team also has one current, tier 2, amateur player. Both the junglers this game are the current amateur players in Perry and Rosethorn. So these are the young guys looking to prove themselves, still trying to get a shot, still trying to climb up to that LCS level. So hopefully we get to see some good jungling showcases out of them in this one. Specifically, Rosethorn's got a lot to live up to after Spica's Lilia performance in the previous game. So Yasuo just getting kind of slapped around here by Golden Glue with a quick trade.
Yeah, and it's pretty concerning. If you actually lose control of the wave, it gets really, really rough when you're not playing TP, and Golden Glue's going to look for it.
Oh man, Golden Glue chasing after him here. Yasuo jumping all the way back underneath the turret. Even with the Ignite, not having a lot of success here in this 1v1 situation. That's a great early sign for Golden Glue.
Yeah, and with Yasuo being forced back to base with OTP, Golden Glue just pulls the wave, freezes it, and then he can actually base and walk back if he wants, or just sit around, farm it up slowly, create, more of that kind of CS and XP advantage, then TP back when he has a really, really good buy. Because the buy from Yasuo is not going to be that great. Just double longsword and the one potion. So Golden Glue really going to be feeling pretty confident, I think, from this position. It's also interesting that Turtle did not elect to go cleanse. He's just kind of having the confidence that he's going to be able to sidestep hooks, avoid any sort of CC that will come on him. So he is playing Ghost, but it does mean if Afro can actually find, flash flay into a hook or something like that, there's potential to really look for that 100-0 on him.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's an opening that you might not otherwise have. It's one of those things that I've also been kind of critical of in players before, is if your ego not taking the cleanse because Ghost feels cooler, it's one of those moments that can really come back to bite you later if the other guy can dial in the hooks. And Afromu is exactly the kind of guy that can hit those skill shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he kind of made his whole career, I feel like, on these engage champs, on finding picks. That was really what he was best known for, being the shot caller, being the hard engage guy. And we'll see if he can keep that running. As Rosethorn just checking out, making sure the dragon is not being started there by Perry, sees that it has not been, and just goes right back to farming. Golden Glue does TP back now. He is the lost chapter on that first base, so going to be feeling really good about this early laning phase for himself.
Exactly. The Lost Chapter is just such a power spike to be able to complete the whole thing on your first back. It just makes laning as a mage feel so easy. And now Golden Glue jumping in on Yasuo. Rosethorn's immediately here, but it doesn't even matter. Golden Glue flashing behind him. Perry finally shows up able to join the mix, but he's still only level 4 here on the Jarvan. Golden Glue still comes out on top in the trade, despite the fact that he was fighting a 2v1 for a few seconds. Goes back in again with the Abscond Abduct, hits the connect, and Yasuo's forced to flash to get away.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what happened, but it looked like he stole the Buster Shot and he tried to flash behind him, I think to alley-oop him into Perry, but
yeah,
I don't know if it just if he didn't have the angle right and he hit the wall with the Buster Shot, because it didn't seem like it didn't seem like he actually created any distance with that attempted kind of insect play, we'll call it, on the Sylas, but still playing aggressive. Again, pushes Yasuo back to base. He's going to be able to push in the wave. They take the dragon off that. Bot lane's looking good. Insanity is up in farm. Not massively, but they do have a little bit of this pressure on.
Well, this is also the earliest Drake of the day by miles. Game number 1, the first Drake didn't get taken until after 12 minutes. Game number 2, it didn't get taken until about 14 or 15. Now here in this one, it's down before 6.5 minutes into the game. Much more normal pace if you want to compare it to what, pro-level League of Legends would normally be. But now Insanity could be in some trouble here. Nice engage from Biofrost to find him with a quick combo. But Afromu's ready to turn it around, and Insanity with the spinning axes, putting a ton of DPS into the cow.
Absolutely is, and he has that early Vamp Scepter, so going to be able to heal up quite a bit. Perry lying in wait here, but he is kind of low, so I don't even know if they want this 2v2. Plus, Lorlo has push, but Golden Glue's coming up, so they're going to try to challenge.
Okay. Grab secured by Perry and Golden Glue, but now Rosethorn's down to 100 HP. Golden Glue ready to go in, and Darshan swoops in from top lane. Casante's got the first blood, and Yasuo has to head all the way back to mid lane by his lonesome. Golden Glue's keeping the chase alive, but he misses the second part of the E. Darshan's still ready to go in, ready to go all out, ready to get this one done. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, getting that kill back is really big for Yasuo, though, because he was falling so far behind. And it's going to buy a little bit of time for Lorlo as well. Lorlo has, it looks like, set up a freeze on top side, so he's going for the XP advantage instead of just trying to hard shove and actually farm plates or anything like that. He knows there's no TP on Darshan, so Darshan makes the roam, gets first blood, But we'll have to see how far down he actually ends up getting in XP, because Lorlo's already level 7 to level 6. And, if we can see how much experience Lorlo actually has towards 8, it might become even larger than that 1 level lead.
Yeah, it could be pretty problematic. At least Darshan does have the Bramble Vest, plus the plated steel caps, both of those very important for reducing some of that damage that Fiora is going to consistently be able to apply to this guy in the 1v1. The CS will probably continue to get worse, I would expect, just because of Fiora's natural advantage alongside those EXP leads that you're talking about. Golden Glue, another nice engage onto Yasuo, who jumps behind him, and Buster shots him back underneath the tier 1 turret. But the rotation from Afromu, the Dark Passage, gets Golden Glue away to safety.
Oh, Afromu flashing in. He might have this kill with the Ignite. No,
not quite. Whirling Death also coming up from below, but misses the target. Yasuo is able to disengage in time as Perry is forced to use his flag combo to get back over the wall and escape the river. Darshan unable to contest Lorlo in these 1v1s, as now the rest of Team Afromu rotating up here to steal this Rift Herald away. Rosethorn and Biofrost can't contest this one. Perry being level 6, Rosethorn only being level 5. Feels a little bit bad. You can get stuck inside that Cataclysm so easily, and if nothing else, be forced to blow your flash. So that's Team Afromu taking another one.
Nicely done, creating a pretty significant lead here, almost 2k in the advantage here early on. I thought, with that Ignite going down, that maybe Insanity could have sniped him out with the ulti, but didn't quite have the angle to actually take down Yasuo, just stays down towards bot side. They do have that push, but the slight advantage in mid lane, not as big as it was looking like it would be because of that kill that Yasuo got back. Still, Golden Glue's got to be feeling really good about his position in this game, and with access to that Alistar ultimate in the teamfights, things could be tough. Up on top side, Lorlo just holding the wave, trying to put it into a good position. Honestly, when Cassante gets this much armor early on, you're basically waiting for Divine Thunder before you really get much of anything done. The wave is pushing away from him, so we'll see what his buy is like now. Has Caulfield's and Sheen, so yeah, really good buy, but he's not going to be threatening much of any sort of kill pressure, I don't think, until he has his Mythic actually complete.
Oh wow, Perry going in there. Drops the EQ immediately with the Cataclysm, and Perry just dunks him in a 1v2 so Golden Glue can show up and provide the damage for the double kill. The King of Demacia plants a flag on their grave. Perry shows them how it's done.
Wow, Perry just feeling so confident there. Just goes straight in, getting both the kills. I mean, it's enemy mid and jungle, and he just likes his odds. Even in the 1v2, goes in, knows he's going to have that support coming through. Biofrost able to push Perry off, but they're trying to threaten a dive potentially here over onto Turtle. They want to at least push him back off this tower. With Biofrost there, though, it's going to be a really difficult dive to make happen, so they will call it off. I like the look, but it's also wise to know when you're not going to be able to make it happen.
Right, I know they want to get Insanity paid. I know they want to get a cash in with the Adoration stacks, but you can only just end up losing them if you're hard forcing something way too much. Rosethorn's down here in the bottom lane again. They're going to continue just farming up this plate money. Wild Turtle is all the way back in the base. He's picked up his static shiv, so he has a fully completed item now, which could be a meaningful power spike difference. But just the advantage that Draven naturally has in the laning phase, the strength of the whirling axes early on is so much. Golden Glue fighting Rosethorn and Yasuo here in a 1v2. Perry rotating up as Afromu provides a Dark Passage. Biofrost may be getting caught out a little bit now as Perry continues to try to zone away Rosethorn and Yasuo both. There it is, Whirling Death gets Insanity his first kill of the game, and Yasuo tries to escape as the box comes down and Wild Turtle goes in. He'll pick up the kill on Golden Glue, but he's immediately traded back. A double kill back over to Perry and Team Afromu. No one watches the Watchmen because they're all deader than dirt. Beautiful cleanup. 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies traded for Golden Glue.
Insanity just got absolutely paid. He's even going to get the first tower gold, local gold, plus 2 kills, and the cash in. I want to see how much gold he has in pocket. If we could actually swap over, I want to see how much gold this Draven has right now, because he is ridiculously rich off of that. Perry as well. He's got 3,300 gold to spend, and Turtle has 4K total.
Dude, this guy is about to be completely filthy rich as Lorlo gets baited underneath the turret. Darshan waiting for the last moment to flash away. Lorlo got overconfident and he pays for it. Another kill going over to Team Afromu.
Yeah, I think Lorlo feeling the pressure, knows his team is way behind, wanted to go for the solo kill, but the flash, the outplay there. As we can watch it one more time, this is off the earlier skirmish. Golden Glue is able to find this setup on the kill there for Biofrost. All the stacks from Insanity, giving him the execute. And then Turtle dives in, trying to make a big play happen, but Insanity is there, arms wide, makes the easy catch onto Turtle, bursts him down alongside Perry. Insanity was not threatened at all, and now, nearly has his second item completed, already has the Ravenous on top. Maybe going to be going towards that Essence Reaver. We'll see if that's going to be the option here. He is ridiculously strong and could absolutely carry this game.
I mean, Essence Reaver just feels so good on Draven because of the way that the Blood Rush interacts with catching your whirling axes. You can just Blood Rush non-stop as long as you're keeping those getting caught. Speaking of getting caught, Rosethorn, he wanted to get away, but it's an easy dunk for Perry. We'll call that one 2 points. 10-2, 7,500 gold lead, 13 minutes into the game. Now Darshan's winning his 1v1 against the Fiora up here on the top side as well. Wild Turtle trying to come up and spoil the fun a little bit. Darshan tries to get away from this one. Now Riposte just for the slowdown. Wild Turtle's got the damage, and Lorlo will pick up the kill, so that's at least something they're getting back. But Golden Glue continues applying pressure on Yasuo here in the mid lane. The Sylas is past the point where he's ever going to be bullied by this Tristana in a laning situation anymore. They gotta send help if Yasuo wants to have any sort of a chance, because Golden Glue is running the show. Insanity's doing the same thing down here in bottom. He's got 25 seconds to try to force down the last plate. Golden Glue drops the Everfrost and forces the jump over the wall from Yasuo again, just demanding that he has help from his team.
I mean, they're just playing the map really, really well, and so far it is absolutely our most one-sided game by far. 10-3. It's 7.5k in the lead here, 14 minutes in. That is a monster advantage for Team Afromood here. And now the Essence Reaver completed as well, so that's already done. Golden Glue has Everfrost plus a large rod on top, and look how rich Insanity is. Man, you compare him down with Turtle, who is the richest member on his team. Turtle's 2,500 gold behind, and he's the richest person on his squad.
Yeah, this is nothing but trouble for Yasuo's Wild Turtles here. And I read something in chat back during the draft for this game. Apparently, Team Afromu was doing like legitimate scrims. They were getting scrims with like college teams and stuff like that to practice for this event. Like, these guys are taking this seriously, and it shows in the gameplay. Perry's gonna go take a nap here real quick, but he should still be able to get away. Yep, flashes. Nope, there's the collapse from the rest of the team. Yasuo's Wild Turtles, they get him, but now they're gonna be cleaned up. The Whirling Death coming in as Golden Glue and Insanity work together. They'll take down Wild Turtle first. Lorlo trying to escape from the side, but Afromoose got him hooked. Double kill back over to Insanity. Rosethorn and Yasuo trying to escape, but Insanity flashes over the wall. Stand aside and get ready to die. It's Draven, baby, the ace for Team Afromoose.
Damn, Insanity played that so well. Flashes in, gets another kill, and then actually gets the auto attack off on those Krugs to be able to barely survive from that last turret shot. Really well played, going super aggressive, knows he's the strongest guy in the game. They found the pick here onto Perry, who was caught out by that Lily Asleep. They want to get the shutdown. They were barely able to do it, but the problem is Insanity is untouched, has the Ravenous, and they're all stacked up. They're literally getting cleaved down by a Draven, not something you say every day, but my man is just going off. And then no hesitation, they're chasing in. He flashes over the wall, gets the first kill. And then look at the presence of mind here after realizing, okay, I got turret aggro, I gotta back it up. He gets the final auto off. And then with his first shot in air, gets the auto down on that Krug. That's the only thing that actually kept him alive. I think he was dead at the turret shot for sure otherwise.
That is absolutely nuts. Look at the damage dealt in the last team fight. 5,238. Afromoose Thresh did almost as much as the Fiora or the Zeri. He did more than the Tristana.
Yeah, that is kind of ridiculous. Oh my god. Talk about a great performance here from Insanity. Insanity is looking to steal Turtle's job. They're on the same team. He's going to roll swap in LCS.
Dude, this guy is absolutely smurfing this game. Lorlo trying to get away from Golden Glue. He already used the Grand Challenge, so Perry now knows he can drop the Cataclysm, keep this chase alive. Golden Glue coming back up to provide the extra damage. Abscond, abduct, adios. Easy pickup for Golden Glue. 3-1-8 here on the Sylas. We were wondering how he was going to do coming back from the coach role. He's doing just fine.
Yeah, Golden Glue looking really, really good in this one. But Insanity, the clear star of the show thus far, and Biofrost forced to use that ulti to retreat. We haven't even seen Sylas get access to the All-Star ultimate yet, so teamfights are just going to get that much harder. Yeah, there's maybe the Lorlo split push win condition, but let's be honest, you're 11k down. And when you're this far behind on the Fiora, it's going to be a long time before you can really threaten much.
Yeah, Whirling Death coming in from below. Biofrost got to be a little careful here as Insanity's coming in, wants some cash. Stand aside, knocks the Alistar out of the brush. Turtle can't even fight through Insanity's lifesteal. The guy is so strong, but he went too far forward. Finally going to get shut down. Lots of money going over to Turtle there, but it's still over 10,000 gold in favor of Team Afromu, who are currently averaging 1 kill a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Insanity's just feeling himself. He wants to go in for those kills, and Afromu's flashing forward. He gets the hook.
Man, it's so damn good. Afromu picking up another one. 18 kills in 17 minutes and 55 seconds. About the only thing I can say for Yasuo's Wild Turtles in this game is at least it's still better than Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think they can last out.
That's about all they got going for them right now, man.
Yeah, you take the wins where you can get them, am I right? All right, Insanity
that's
has
it.
that Ghost Blade, man. So he's already 3 items completed now. That is ridiculous. And it's so funny because after Afro found that flash hook and they get the kill, I could just hear the all chat noise, like someone typing in chat. So you just know the banter is coming in.
You know it's going down, man. All right, Lorlo's trying to take the tier 1 turret here in bottom lane. He'll get it. He uses Grand Challenge to try to get away, but the problem is Golden Glue also has Grand Challenge to chase after him. Lorlo's still trying to escape on this one. Golden Glue keeping that pursuit up, waiting for the next cast of the E. Needs to connect this, I think. Oh, the minion wave getting in the way. So Lorlo will live to see another day. Rosethorn coming around from the side, but Rosethorn's got to be careful, man. This jungle, I know it's on your side of the map, but it's not actually yours anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Perry is so strong. He already has his Shojin completed. It's kind of League of Shojin right now. This item is so strong. He has the CDR boots, has his Mythic done as well, so he is king of the jungle, absolutely. Has been running this game here, too. Looking really, really good. Now Rosethorn in trouble.
Yep, Perry and Golden Glue decide to engage. Biofrost down to half HP as Perry disengages back out of the Cataclysm, leaving the Alistar stuck in there. Cook him up good, baby. It's beef for dinner. As Yasuo is going to fall, Insanity kills him with the axe in the air. We might just get a Dancing Rift Herald at this rate. It's a 5-man push into the enemy base from Afromu's Watchman. 19.5 minutes into the game. It's 3v5. They're keeping the push alive. The Herald is at least killed before it's able to make a Nexus turret charge, but another beautiful hook coming out from Team Captain Afromu. Insanity provides the follow-up damage, and now Rosethorn's about to die too. At least they get a shutdown back on a Golden Glue, but Wild Turtle's the only man standing. The next wave's making its way into the base, but Team Afromu is going to choose to leave.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They have no more minions. The Herald is dead, so they will back it up, but they get the inhibitor here. They're 12k up. And they actually are really close to Soul as well. They've been focused on objectives. This is a team that's looking like they're trying to play it like competitive. They're trying to play it serious, play the map, really create those advantages that they can. And they are looking very, very good while doing it right now. You can see slight concern maybe of something going on around Baron. So Biofrost moving in, trying to get some wards down, trying to make sure that they can at least get a freebie, that maybe Rosethorn can have an angle to get a steal, but this Lilia is so far behind, has no flash, so I feel like they could look to start this up even if they want.
I mean, you kind of have to at this point, right? It's 20 minutes into the game, you're 12,000 gold behind, like, unless something absolutely crazy happens, you are losing this game of League of Legends. That's just the reality they found themselves in. This squad from Afromu is playing so good. There is no doubt in my mind, these are the guys to beat right now. The way they're playing in this first game, it looks like they're not even going to drop a game.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. But here's the TP from Lorlo. This could be the final fight, potentially.
Okay, Rosethorn's already at half HP as Perry disengages back over the wall. He did have an engage angle there, but he was all alone. He needs the rest of the team to be with him. Golden Glue has that Alistar ultimate stolen away. There's what we were looking for. This is his opportunity to go in and cause some havoc. Doesn't hit the second half of the E, so he's not in the middle of everybody just yet. Finally going to pop that Alistar ulti here as Darshan and Perry are taking the Baron the entire time. Golden Glue, Insanity, and Afromu just keeping the entire enemy team occupied. Insanity and Golden Glue work together to grab the first kill there on the Biofrost, and now a double kill back over to Golden Glue. Wild Turtle wants his moment, but he ain't gonna find it. Triple kill back over to Silas. Insanity's ready for a cash-in. It's a double, it's a triple, it's an ace for nothing. And Insanity and the rest of Afromu's team just mop him up.
Oh my god, Afro even landing the hook on Yasuo over the wall as he was trying to jump in on the Draven. It skeets you, knocks him out of the air, and they get burst down. This team is looking vicious, man. Golden Glue's going for the end. Instead, it's just taking down towers, taking down the inhibitor, trying to extend that lead, playing with their food a little bit here because they are ridiculously strong and they have that Turo Baron buff.
Dude, this is so much pressure coming out from Afromoo's squad. Yasuo's Wild Turtles are going to try to hold on, but I don't even think it's going to happen, man. Yasuo down to 200 HP, but he stays alive for an extra moment. Insanity's finally going to be shut down, and Golden Glue has to try to take the Lantern, but he won't yet grab it. Afromoo walks away, but the two big carries of this squad are at least shut down, and it buys Yasuo's squad a little bit longer.
Dude, that insect from Yasuo was actually sick. He just rocket jumps in, flashes behind him, knocks them both back into the squad. Yeah, he dies for it, but well worth it to get the shutdown on the Draven to kill off Golden Glue. Now they're out on the map. They're going to be trying to deny this soul if they can. Turtle's going to look to get aggressive.
Oh, Turtle immediately jumping over the wall. Perry's ready to answer him. Cataclysm onto everybody. They're all stuck inside the Jarvan pit, and Perry's still not even dead. Darshan, Perry, and Afromoo looking to take these guys down in the 3v4. They're doing all right so far. Another beautiful engage over the wall from Perry. This man's Jarvan is a work of art.
Oh my god, Perry is going off, and it's just a bounce house. Lorlo getting perma-CC'd up there, trying to make something happen, but he's just getting knocked around. Now Golden Glue and Yasuo in the 1v1.
Oh, it's not much of a 1v1 anymore, man. That little Tristana is gone. And with 4 dead for another 10 seconds, and the Baron buff still here for Golden Glue and Darshan, I feel like you just walk this one in. You look to end it right here. Biofrost will try to get away. He pops the ulti. He wants a headbutt into the fountain. They need the laser to have the damage to kill anybody, but they ain't gonna get it. They steal away the Zeri ult. Turtle alone cannot defend this. Turtle and Rosethorn together cannot defend this. Insanity will pad the stats a little bit further, and the Nexus will fall. 33 kills in 24 minutes, the most dominating game of the day.
Yeah, they look really, really good. Afromoo's the Watchmen, looking like the team to beat after we've seen now all the teams actually compete once. Insanity with the roll swap down towards bot lane. He was looking nasty on the Draven. His Draven was looking nice, man. And Golden Glue, really surprising me as well. Got ahead early, really made a big difference. The Jarvan was great. Perry, I think, looked so strong on that Jarvan, really showed up big for the team. So a really good team effort. Even we saw the early TP down, it was, I think, an early roam down from Darshan. So he was getting involved. Afro was like peak Afro, hitting every single hook.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was deathless in this one. So monster performance. You could tell this team looked prepared, and that gold graph is scary, as we're going to see.
Let's go ahead. Let's look at those stats. Let's see what we got here. It is just one giant landslide of blue as they built the lead and never really lost it. Top damage actually going to Golden Glue. The Silas outpacing even the Draven, clocking in at 31k. The Draven right behind him at 29. And man, Afromoo's Thresh almost did as much damage as Mo's Tristana. They are 2,000 damage apart. The Thresh was just all over the map this game. He had so much presence, so much pressure, so many plays. Awesome stuff.
Yep, looked really, really good in this one. We are going to be getting an interview in just a little bit, but I'm excited to see, who's going to be able to actually match up against this team going forward. Was this just kind of like one monster game that they snowballed? Are they really going to be looking this good game in, game out? Because that was frightening. Spica didn't seem too worried about any of the other teams. Everyone in the interviews has honestly been really, really confident, but I don't know, man. Watching as kind of the third party here, I gotta say, Afromoo's team is looking nice.
They are just looking a cut above everybody else, but it's time for us to head to another break now. Once we get back, Disguised Toast is going to be back with us. We'll be bringing in one of the victorious players from Afromoo's squad, and we'll get some answers about what they're eating for breakfast, what they're doing in scrims, whatever it is that's setting these guys apart. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly here with the NA Legends Invitational hosted by Disguised Toast.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ. and his future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
I'm 6 soon. I don't think I'm 6 after this wave, but...
Let's try the flash.
Okay? No
I can reach.
Yeah, if you can reach, we can maybe get on him.
Ian 3. I think we reach.
No stack,
Get a stack? Yeah, I'm watching.
Let's try.
We got him.
Oh, nice.
If you can hook alley, we can maybe kill.
Yeah, probably.
I played that bad, my bad. Missed everything. It's still good though.
Oh, wait, I'm putting Lily here.
Yeah.
I'm really strong.
They're coming. Yeah.
Okay. I have ult in 13. I can look soon.
Oh, see ya, boys.
Good shit.
Nice.
Woo!
Says 1 HP.
Oh, yeah.
1 HP, holy shit.
Yeah, watch this here.
There's execution. Let's go more.
Ignite Zeri.
I'm dead.
Yeah. Got everyone here. Go. Nice. And the
Let's go, team.
Can you get the mid here with you real quick?
Yeah, we can.
Sanity can get nice.
Jesus.
Fuck, dude, I can't buy it actually.
I think we just keep playing for this.
You wanna go mid or bot?
Oh, well played.
I'm gonna go back bot.
Yo, I'm gonna fight this all-star, right? Just sit.
I want to walk through with you here. Okay. Watch this.
Here. I'm going.
I got him here.
I can't fucking
I think
move.
we fucked. Yeah.
I'll just push mid.
Take me here.
Yo, coming. Oh, Fior's here?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Looks.
I'm teleporting. Looks hard winning.
No lantern. Everything
Have anything?
good.
I have Ian too.
Yeah, think about objectives after. This is nothing.
I might go longer.
Okay, it's kills.
I'm thinking. Do anything?
Save me, Zach!
Let's go.
It's gonna be a long time before you can really threaten much.
Yeah. Whirling Death coming in from below. Biofrost got to be a little careful here as Insanity's coming in, wants some cash. Stand aside, knocks the Alistar out of the brush. Turtle can't even fight through Insanity's lifesteal. The guy is so strong, but he went too far forward. Finally gonna get shut down. Lots of money going over to Turtle there.
Hooking Tristana?
Keeping this cold.
No.
Nice.
Let's go in. Bot.
You guys are in there. What the fuck?
Whoa!
Yo.
No lantern in 9 seconds.
I'm coming for it. Okay. He's fucking good.
I think we can still win this one.
You guys can just stall it, FTP.
Does Fiora have ult?
That's not allowed.
What?
Oh, that's not allowed.
Oh!
Kill the Zeri! Oh, we win these.
Yeah, we're winning. Winning.
Missed 2 hooks in a row.
I've got TP in 10. Ooh!
Huge?
Oh, missed 3 hooks in a row.
Nice,
I'm gonna get go.
Jeez.
Huge. Yeah.
Look.
I'm 6 soon. I don't think I'm 6 after this wave, but...
Let's try the flash.
Okay? No
I can reach.
Yeah, if you can reach, we can maybe get on him.
Ian 3. I think we reach.
No stack,
Get a stack? Yeah, I'm watching.
Let's try.
We got him.
Oh, nice.
If you can hook alley, we can maybe kill.
Yeah, probably.
I played that bad, my bad. Missed everything. It's still good though.
Oh, wait, I'm putting Lily here.
Yeah.
I'm really strong.
He's coming. Yeah.
Okay. I have ult in 13. I can look soon.
Oh, see ya, boys.
Good shit.
Nice.
Woo!
Says 1 HP.
Oh, yeah.
1 HP. Oh.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the NA Legends Invitational. We just had game number 3, and what a game that was. The most dominant performance by any team so far. That it was so one-sided. There's no way around it.
It was not close. We're talking more than 1 kill per minute. We're talking fastest game time so far. Afromu's team was a well-oiled machine, and Yasuo's squad just could not keep up.
So Afro, you guys joining LCS next year, or what's happening? Team's looking nice.
They got a spot or what? Let me know.
Hey, maybe you're toasting new team.
I'm down, bro. I'm down.
So, like, I know you guys were scrimming beforehand. Would you say that was a big part of your success today?
Yeah, we scrimmed I think 5 days, like 3 hours for those each day. So not too bad. Just important everybody fleshes everybody out, their play style, whatever, you know, just for fun type of thing. It wasn't too serious, but it was enjoyable.
Wasn't too serious, he says. I think the most any other team has done is play two flex queue games. You guys are looking like the clear favorites so far, but you'll be taking on the Water Boys with Team Scar. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Looking forward to it. I saw the previous match. I don't know how long that was. It looked like a 15-minute banger, but
yeah, it was. It was a little bit on the longer gameplay side, bit of a throwback to some earlier seasons.
Yeah.
Do you feel like any of these other teams can really threaten you guys? Because man, you just are looking as if you are constructed differently.
Yeah, I think so. I think we just had a draft gap versus Mo. You ban Yasuo and it's over. So.
Not quite as easy to do that against the other teams?
No, I don't think so. A lot of these players are good, though, we have on all the teams. Very versatile. A lot of different champions that they can pick. And I'm excited to go up against the Water Boys up next.
How has it been for you getting to play with like Darshan again, getting to play with some old friends and maybe some new guys? I don't know how much you played with like Insanity and Perry and stuff, but is it kind of cool coming back and getting to play against all these old names?
Yeah, it's actually super enjoyable. I haven't played Darshan in a while. Never really played with David, Insanity. We have Perry, who's a phenomenal jungler. I mean, his pathing was pretty immaculate that game and all the ganks and timing, so it was very, very nice to see.
Your bot lane 2v2 was looking nice in that first game. So are you guys feeling pretty confident that you can take down all the other teams now that Insanity just beat his own ADC from LCS in a 2v2 with you?
Yeah, we actually have been scrimming with non-meta bot lane, so that was like, he really wanted to try this Draven build from Korea, so I was just like, all right, yeah, do it. And it just so much damage with the Hydra, Essence Reaver. I was like, ridiculous.
He was cleaving people in some of those fights. There was like some nasty J4 ults. People are all trapped up, and he was just kind of chopping them down.
There's so much AoE, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I know you have a game coming up that you gotta prepare for. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck out there, man. I feel like this will not be the last time that we hear from Team Afro Move in the winners post-game interview section.
Yeah, I like it was like, oh, you know, our prep wasn't that serious. 5 days, 3 hours a day. I was looking at some of these other teams, OPGG. Some teams' prep was like 1 ARAM. And then they're like, all right, we're in there.
Chat's saying Mo's playing slots. Yeah, I feel like our light practice regimen of 5 days of 3 hours a day is still significantly more than what the other guys are doing.
I mean, they are taking this super seriously, and they're gunning for that trophy. I think that's the thing I'm the most jealous of. Again, playing this tournament. I'm really rooting for Scar, not because I live with him. It's because if he wins, the trophy will be in our house and we can share it.
It's like a joint custody kind of deal. You know,
I
weekend with
like
the trophy.
that. You know, he won it. It's my tournament. It's like we both co-own it in some way.
You were both instrumental in this trophy ending up in your home.
But yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried about the Water Boys after seeing that. Like the first 2 games, they were really close. Could have gone anywhere, but best of luck to
last
them.
game could not have gone anywhere. That was only going one way. So
yeah, the last one might have been a little bit more trouble. So for game number 4, Water Boys versus Watchmen. So this is actually going to be the last game of the day for Scar's squad. They already started off at 0-2. They really want to win this game because the problem with finishing 0-3 is you're guaranteed 4th. And if you're guaranteed 4th, that means that going into the bracket tomorrow, you have to play against the first place team. And I just have this weird feeling that I know who the first place team is going to be. And I think you really don't want to play them until you have to.
Yeah, I mean, Afro's team is looking nasty, but we'll see. It is only just one game, right? You know, maybe they just had a really good game that kind of snowballed out of control. We'll see if Scar's Water Boys can pull off some magic, because I was kind of counting them out a bit before this tournament, but the last 2 games were both really close. So definitely can't count them out before we do see it played out.
Yeah, we do have that playoff bracket tomorrow. They are playing for seeding, and I believe it's gonna be a best of 1. So you just need to get a little lucky, you know. And we've seen the Water Boys. They have been able to make their early game happen. Both games they were in, they were able to get out ahead. But we're gonna take a small break here as we get ready for the next game. And when we come back, we'll have draft and we'll see Afromu take on Ciara.
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh. Try a new deli hero from the Subway series and taste the difference for yourself.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Everyone, welcome back to the NA Legends Invitational. We are just about ready to hop into game number 4. And we're going to take a look at the team standings here to see what the situation is. We have the Watchmen at 1-0, tied with Sneaky Beakies. Yasuo's Wild Turtles tied 1-1. And the Water Boys 0-2, going into their last game of the day, hoping you just get 1 win, but unfortunately they will have to take on the most dominant team in the Invitational so far. What are we thinking here, guys? What's the odds?
I'm thinking that the odds are looking pretty rough on this one. I will go back to say, hey, Scar's team played better than we expected them to play initially, but I do think it's going to be scary, man. When we're looking at the bot lane matchup, I think if Scar locks Swain in this game, Insanity just picks Draven again and absolutely throttles the lane. I think they're going to have an answer for that immediately.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. I mean, like, Scar's kind of getting banned out too. They're banning out these mages for him bot lane, so he's kind of stuck on the Swain, it feels like. You know, it's gonna have to have someone have a really, really big performance. You know, Revenge almost carried that Fiora game, so you never know. You know, if Revenge can have a really good game, could open up the map and make something happen for them. But definitely gonna have them stepping up if they want to be able to take down this team that, like watching that last game, Afro's team legit just looked like you're watching competitive, right? Like, it looked like you're just watching a competitive game, the way that they're playing it out. So it's pretty frightening for a team that's like much more, let's say, on the casual side of things. We're just here to play and have some fun.
I do want to say that I am friends with Shifter on Steam, and I just got a notification that he's booting up Street Fighter 6. So I think that team's already checked out. They're looking forward to tomorrow. They're already planning their next step. This one might be chalked for Team Scara.
He's just working on his mechanics,
playing a different game.
He's just working on his mechanics, prepping some reaction time drills and stuff.
I've been there, man. Sometimes you're playing League and you're just getting blasted. You're like, I need to play another game that I can win at right now. I'm gonna load something else up real quick. Yeah, time for the switch up, man.
The mental reset, the extra power.
Yeah, before your match history gets rumble ulted.
Alright, I believe draft is ready for the teams. I'm gonna leave you guys to it, and let's hope this game. Let's hope it doesn't end in under 16 minutes and 47 seconds. That's all I'm asking for Team Scar.
Yeah,
I believe.
It's hard to lose. It's pretty difficult to lose that quickly. So I have faith in the Water Boys to hang on, even if they're playing Street Fighter.
All right, good luck, gentlemen.
All right, we'll see you after the game, man. Okay, everybody, we're now officially into the second half of the day. Game number 4 out of 6 here for our round robin phase. At least I finally remembered how to say round robin. It only took me the first 2.5 games to get there.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, we got the final game of the day for the Scara boys, and it's only game number 2 for Afromoo's squad. So for Scara, they're really just hoping they can end the day with a dub, I think. And for Afromoo, Isaac, can you still see the draft?
A little bit. I can still see it a little bit. I might have to reload this. We'll see.
My thing turned
it's
into
looking
a
better
gray
now.
box, so
okay.
I'm not.
Well,
really...
they're going through the bands. So we've got Zig's band, we've got Karthus band so far. On the other side, I can see Jarvan and Rumble. I'm gonna refresh my feed really quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh mine too because mine is a box. Let's see what we can do with this here.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that back. Yeah, mine is gone now too. But I'm gonna quickly try to reload this and see if get this going. Let's try. Sorry about that. Well, we get this fixed up. We'll hopefully have that back quickly so we can actually see the.
Okay, well, I don't actually have the thing that will allow me to see it live, so I'm just going to open up Toast's stream and comment on it 3 or 4 seconds behind. So.
Oh, my feed is back. My feed is back, I think. Maybe. Okay, we have. I can see the first pick. I can see Maokai. Okay, now it's coming back. Looks like so. Azir is gonna be the answer from Scara's team. We have Maokai over on Afro's team. Looks like Smithy locked in.
I got mine.
Rel.
Okay,
So,
I got mine. I got mine.
I think we're good.
I think we exist. I think we're in there. Okay, so yeah, we're at 16, 15. It's a little slow counting down. I've got some lag. We've got so it's Ziggs, Karthus, Jax, Jarvan, Rumble, and Thresh all banned away. Maokai first pick for Afromoo's squad. Azir, Rel response. Okay, this is looking like a pretty pro draft so far, man.
Yeah, looking pretty standard stuff. Absolutely. Renekton gonna get locked in here for Darshan. Perry very likely to be the one playing the Maokai, so pretty strong top side. Could of course be Maokai support as well for Afro, as the Thresh did get banned out, had a monster game on it last time in Revenge. All 3 games they've played today has had that Jax banned against him. Really strong pick, really flexible pick, so I'm not going to be allowing him to play it. But the Azir is going to be interesting because it's like such a departure, I feel like, from the stuff that Shifter has been playing. And Golden Glue going to be able to lock in the Jace against it. So a bit of an aggressive option here as the answer.
I apologize. I am still trying to get my thing to work. It is just absolutely useless right now. I am struggling.
No sweat. I can just keep updating as we're going for the picks.
Okay.
So we have Aatrox locked in now for Scar's team. So that should be the pick for Revenge. So Revenge locking in a bit of a different style of pick here. It's going to be the Aatrox into that Renekton. It's going to be less about the split push to this game, more about the 5v5. Scar's team had been playing more heavily through side lanes, more looking towards kind of that split push style. So we'll see if they want to draft more just like straight up 5v5, because that's what their first 3 picks are looking like. And maybe that's where they can kind of find some success. Just group, look to death ball, go for 5v5. That kind of fits the Swain style that Scar has been playing. And Draven is going to get banned out. You know, you talked about that, Flowers. If he was going back towards the Swain, the Draven would be really problematic. But the Swain going to be banned out here also by Afromu's squad. So Scar's going to have to show us something different after back-to-back games of that Swain. Going to have to try to find a different style pick, whether it's going to be another mage, whether it's going to be an ADC or something like that. It'll be interesting.
Okay, so Draven, Ezreal, Swain, still waiting on the last ban. I'm watching from Toast's stream because my thing is still having some issues. So my commentary might be slightly delayed, but it should at least be fine until we get to the team fights. And
We
at
have a
that point,
Discord stream up.
Jesus, take the
you
wheel.
can join in that, and hopefully that is actually better now. Go on the Discord channel, and you can see one of our lovely producers is streaming it for us.
Oh wait,
it seems like my my stream is actually getting back towards normal anyway, so we might not even end up needing that.
Oh. Okay, yeah, my thing's
stream
starting
is no
to
longer
function again
Ooh,
too.
Brand.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be hype.
cost. Okay, is that Brand locked?
Yeah, Brand is locked, and we have a Cho'Gath on the other side. So I wonder if it's gonna be like a Senna 5th pick or something like that, and we do Senna Cho bot lane. But I think it's going to be an Insanity Brand, so I think they're going for a very different style. I think they're maybe expecting that it is going to be Cho'Gath Senna, and Brand Soraka would absolutely obliterate this lane, I think. Yeah, so it is going to be Senna kind of as expected. Well, I think Cho'Gath's just going to get destroyed. Every time he tries to step up to farm, he has so much damage. Yeah, Brand is just going to destroy you, like percentage HP damage. Soraka can be poking at you constantly, so this is going to be a really, really difficult lane, I think, for Scar to farm in. Of course, if you can actually stabilize and get through the early levels and get enough farm, get some MR, get some levels under your belt, then I think, you're going to be able to be okay. But this is one of those lanes where it's very atypical picks, but I think like stylistically, it's really, really smart stuff from Afro and Insanity, and I think this could destroy what Scar has drafted.
This is honestly the kind of thinking that I've always wished, if I could have like one rule change or just way to shift people's thinking in professional League of Legends, is be more willing to do stuff like this. Be more willing to say, I'm going to slam this solo queue hard counter. I don't care if it's not the meta. I'm going to make the game unplayable for you. Like, I love it when teams are actually willing to commit to this and say, no, we can do the Brand thing. This is great. Because I'm really excited to see this now. I want to see Insanity break out this Brand and see if it can just completely shut down this Cho'Gath Senna combo.
Yeah, I mean, Senna is one of my favorite picks for bot lane. I play a lot of Senna, whether it's support or AD. If I'm playing bot, I really like Senna. So I think this is a matchup that if I had to play into, I would be dreading it. I just don't see how the Cho'Gath is supposed to farm well without just getting absolutely clapped. But maybe Scar could just stack enough MR. If he gets a lot of MR going early and doesn't get punished heavily, then I think he will be fine because it's double AP bot lane and it's a Maokai as a jungler, right? So it's all going to be magic damage that you're dealing with early on, right? So if you can get towards like early Abyssal or something along those lines, then maybe he can be okay. And we are going to be now into the game here. Game number 4 of the day. It's the NA Legends Invitational here, hosted by disguisedtoast. It's been some really fun games thus far. Afromu's team, though, coming off of an extremely dominant win, and Scar's team playing their final game of the round robin, trying to get a win in here to avoid being that 4 seed for the matches tomorrow.
Exactly. Let's see how it all goes. We got a 5-man play down here in the bottom lane, but nobody's going to be found by it. Harry on the Maokai this time around. There's not as much flashy stuff you can do with Maokai as there is with Jarvan that he played in the previous game, but it looks like I can see the red jungle item on him. Usually when you see the red jungle item, it means he's going to at least be going for at least starting with a damage item like with Demonic Embrace. I don't know if he's going to go full AP Maokai like some of those builds that used to be more viable before some nerfs, but it looks like we're at least not getting the full tank.
Yeah, it's definitely what I'm expecting. They would at least go Demonic Embrace. Sometimes people go full AP even in competitive if they're really snowballing, but generally you just go Demonic Embrace into tank. But it's possible he's just going Red Smite into full tank anyway, because generally you do see like First Strike or sometimes even Comet, and he is playing just full Phase Rush, which is a lot more common with the tank style build. So this is going to be interesting. He's also starting on enemy Raptors. There are pings on this though, so I feel like they have an idea that this could be happening. And look at Afro and Insanity playing behind the turret right now, trying to harass them as they walk in. And this serves 2 purposes. Not only is it actually really annoying for your opponents, but it's also one of these things that allows them to protect the Maokai, who's actually starting on enemy camps. And Insanity even pops the ghost here to actually make sure He wanted to make sure he got in range to actually get those 3 creeps, and he does end up getting all 3. But a little bit of a nice poke there from Breezy. Gets the auto and the Q through the minions, so gets a soul farmed up there. The early Ghost honestly doesn't really matter. It's also Phase Rush on the brand. I cannot say I've seen that before. So I think Insanity's cooking. Whether or not he's cooking up garbage or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But he's cooking. I mean, he's playing Ghost Phase Rush brand.
Are we going to the Michelin star restaurant or the dumpster out back? Just wait and find out. Insanity's brand. I'm excited to see where he goes with it. The Soraka combo too. The thing is about brand Soraka though, there is absolutely no mobility on either one of these champions. If Xmithie comes down here and catches these guys unawares, the gank is so free.
Phase Rush is 4, baby. I'm just zooming out of there, no problem. It's also going to be interesting because I do think if you actually land the brand stun, you could potentially layer the Soraka Silence into a root right after it. I don't know exactly the timing because I'm not going to say I have a lot of experience playing this lane, but they're going for the engage.
This is what I was talking about, man. Xmithie shows up. The pressure from that gank is extreme. Insanity already had to flash. He gets stunned up. They can't layer the CC well enough to actually keep him there. So Insanity and Aphromoo both escape here. It costs a heal and it costs a flash, and Darshan just solo killed Revenge at 3 minutes into the game.
Oh my god, Darshan coming up big. Throwback to the CLG days, gets a solo kill on Revenge. He's gotten solo killed twice now by the Renekton's. First it was Lorlo doing it to him, now it's Darshan, and he loses the flash, plus Darshan didn't even use his own. That is a rough start for Revenge. And down in that bot lane, yeah, they did push Insanity out, but it cost Xmithie his flash, Breezy his flash as well. And they just got that 1 flash plus the heal off of Aphromoo. So this team looking really, really good. But that little bit of pressure at the very least did create space for Skara. So Skara is not really being punished thus far on this pick. And Xmithie is wrapping around behind him, so they want to potentially try to get the push in here, see if Xmithie can find an angle to get this kill on Insanity. They're looking for it.
I feel like they should get this no problem. There's your engage. They layer it with the Rupture. Insanity is done for. I'm loving the decisions being made by Xmithie here. I feel like the brand Soraka, you know how easy it is to gank these guys. You know they're going to want to push. Parry now going into the top side. Twisted advance to knock Revenge back. Darshan doesn't have quite enough damage to complete the kill here, but Parry's wanting to make sure that he keeps that presence, keeps that pressure up on the other side of the map, because he knows that Xmithie's doing work on bot lane.
Yeah, it's a really good repeat gank there from Xmithie. Just goes down towards bot twice in a row. It is, as you said, this double ranged, low mobility bot lane, so they are going to be really vulnerable to those ganks. They were able to escape the first one, and now Xmithie up on top side.
Xmithie trying to reinforce Revenge up here. Darshan goes for the flash, the slice, the dice. Another one back over to the Croc. And now Xmithie has to get back underneath the turret because Parry and Darshan are in complete control. They'll proxy farm the next wave, but Shifter's ready to make his way up here now too. Golden Glue has not roamed. And even if he does try to follow, he's half health with no mana. Darshan moving towards the Emperor here, finds a nice big juicy stun as Parry is down to 200 HP and Shifter has to flash back over the wall with only 150 remaining. Xmithie keeping the chase alive. Parry is very, very low here. Xmithie gonna find the crash down, stabs him through the back with the lance. That'll pick up 1 kill for him at least. Darshan wants to get 1 back and he'll find it.
6.
Immediately hitting 6 to pop the Dominus to make sure that Revenge and Shifter cannot get a return kill. Golden Glue went back to base, shopped, healed, and now he's teleported up into the top side of the map. Revenge may just die here. If he's not aware of Golden Glue, this could be very, very bad, very fast. Golden Glue jumping out of the brush to the skies. Darshan's ready to follow it up, and Revenge is having a nightmare of an early game.
Yeah, Golden Glow goes to the skies, and Revenge goes back to the fountain again for the 3rd time in 6 minutes. Darshan going off in this one, and that is looking rough for Revenge up on the top side. Darshan is so far ahead. You know, you see he's halfway to 7, and Revenge is not even 5. Like, that is brutal.
Dude.
The bot lane is going, I think, a lot better than I expected, you know, for Skara and Breezy. I did think they were going to be able to, you know, really get punished, but Xmithie got multiple ganks down the bot side, was able to protect them there. But it was up on this top side where the damage has really been done. You know, Darshan getting the solo kill, then the repeat attention back up there, first from Parry, then from Golden Glue, gets them 2 more kills, and has put Revenge almost entirely out of this game.
Revenge is going to struggle to find a way back into this one. 0-3-0 on the Aatrox. You already went over the level disparity, and EXP and levels on their own are just such a massive amount of stats, especially early on, that this guy's got no way to try to contest the Renekton without a lot of help coming towards him.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. And I mean, the danger becomes if you don't know where Maokai is and you try to look for that sort of a play, then all of a sudden Maokai can be there and you're going to lose the 2v2 guaranteed. Of course, right now they have a ward on Parry, so they do know that he's down towards that bottom side. But Revenge is a roaming Aatrox, and that's how you know that top lane is depression. That is not exactly the champion you want to be roaming on. But like, what are you gonna do? You can't play. You can't play the 1v1 at all. You're down 2 full levels, and I would guess at least 1,000 gold.
I mean, look at the inventory. Oh no, Shifter. He wanted to do the Shurima shuffle, but he doesn't get what he came for. Golden Glue just gets out of it and returns a ton of damage back.
Yeah, he's going to be able to actually win that trade, even with all the time that Revenge spent mid. Plus, Revenge is actually soaking experience, so yeah, he gets 6, but he's stealing that experience from Shifter. And top wave is just perma-frozen. I think that Darshan still has that freeze, just based on what I'm seeing off the minimap. Yeah. So things are going to be really tough. Yeah, that is a hard frozen wave. He can just pull that back, and Revenge really can't do anything except try to shove this in, but his jungler's bot side and was spotted, so Darshan's just going to run right at you.
Yep. Darshan forces out the World Ender immediately because Revenge knows just how dire this situation is. Man, that's unlucky. He wanted to try to get something else, recognizing how bad the 1v1 was, maybe try to go help mid, but then Shifter gives him the Street Fighter shuffle, and Golden Glue just walks away from it. Now Parry coming bottom. Breezy gonna get punished here first, and I think that should pick up Skara right on top of him. The damage is absolutely immense. The Soraka guarantees nothing gets traded back, and Insanity gets a double.
Yeah, that silence is so frustrating. Insanity perfectly timed. Didn't get dodged on anything. Breezy was trying to sidestep back and forth. He hits the full combo, gets the 3 hits, has that passive procced up on him, and then Skara has the feast, but he can't even use it because he's just getting silenced up by Aframu, and Parry's locking him down. So now they create that advantage down on bot side. Both the kills go to Insanity. They're going to get at least 1 play, if not 2 here, plus be able to fully push in this wave. So Insanity and Afro, with the help of Parry, right back in it and creating that big advantage that was expected.
Man, I am liking what we're seeing from this team in their second game. After the first one, there were a couple questions of, hey, maybe it was just a really good game. Maybe everything went perfect. Maybe it's just draft gap. Even Aframu himself said we just kind of gapped him in draft. Mo's easy to draft against because he plays 1 champion. But, man, these guys are looking just as good here in game number 2. Parry in the jungle on the Maokai, doing a great job, having a lot of presence. They're up 3,500 gold, 9.5 minutes into the game.
Look for a steal if he wants.
Yeah, I think Skara's thinking about it here. The Feast is ready to go. The Drake is down to 1,200. They should just be able to munch this, and they will. Nicely done from Skara's team. They get in there, they steal it away, they pick up the extra kill on Parry. Nice stuff. Darshan now going to be pulled back by the Infernal Chains, but he just continues absolutely slamming this 1v1 against Revenge. I mean, this item difference that's been here for a long time, we haven't got a chance to talk about it as much, but Longsword, Cloth Armor, Doran's Shield versus Pickaxe, fully completed boots. Like, it's so tough. He's going to at least go back, complete his own steel caps, grab the Executioner's Calling, but, I mean, Renekton's already got most of his Gore Drinker now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're miles ahead, right? Tabby's and the Doran Shield is the same on both sides, and you have 800 gold from the Executioners. Insanity's going for the 1v2 here.
Dude, Insanity nearly gets it, needs a little bit more damage, finds the stun, forces the flash out of Breezy. The DOT won't be enough to bring him down, but he's at 100 HP. Insanity is absolutely fearless on this brand pick.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Skara used his ulti to steal that dragon, which was a great play from Skara. Kind of disrespectful from Parry, was down there, didn't have help, tried to solo up that dragon, got punished, but then Insanity says, you're not a threat to me without that ulti, so walks in, finds the 1v2, gets him incredibly low, and again, now they're pushed off that tower, and Parry's just going to let the ulti rip. Breezy.
Oh no, dude, I think Breezy's done for. There it is, the WQ combo coming out from Insanity as Smithy wants to turn it around, but a TP's coming in from Golden Glue for the accelerated shock blast from behind the first turret. Smithy drops, Shifter goes over the wall, but he only finds the ulti on 2 targets. Scar is at least going to finish off Aframu with a Comet of all things, but now it's curtains for Shifter. Insanity goes on a rampage, and Skara stuck around too long. Darshan even teleports down to join up the fight, but his team's so good, they killed everybody before he arrived.
Not even needed. Darshan's just there for moral support at that point, as Golden Glue had that earlier TP, and they are just playing between the towers. They know in this 2v2 they have a massive advantage, and Golden Glue, that shock blast did so much damage.
Dude, this one, I don't like calling a game over at 11 minutes in, but it's hard to find anything else to call this one. Insanity getting jumped on should at least drop here, as Smithy only needs a little more. I know they want to try to give this kill over to somebody that's not the jungler. They'd rather give it to Revenge. He massively needed
Breezy
that 700 gold shutdown.
I think he's dead.
Oh my goodness, he did die.
Yeah, that's the cost, man. They wanted to give that over, but it cost them a kill.
Wow. The Leandri's combo with the Brand passive is so much damage over time that it still managed to burn Breezy down. They hate to see that one. Revenge is trying to get something down here. Skara misses the Rupture. Afromu, though, landing that Q for the slow on Revenge, who wants to try to get away, but the Jace is still in hot pursuit. He knocks away Skara's Cho'Gath. Accelerated Shock Blast brings Revenge very low. He's still at 150 HP. Harry's coming around from the side. Wants to see if he might be able to finish this one off. But with Breezy showing up, Revenge should escape here.
He's got ulti, though. He's got ulti, so he can actually let it rip if they step up at all. I don't think they can resist this. And man, Golden Glue's still got some hands. He was dodging everything there. Had the fancy feet sidestepping back and forth, nailing every shock blast. That was really well played.
That was tough, man, for Skara's team. That whole situation, starting off with the death on the Senna being ticked away, then just having to fight for your life against Golden Glue and Afromu as they just constantly dodge everything. Team Afromu is playing out of their minds.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are just looking on a different level than the other competitors thus far. But Xmithie coming down and Golden Glue slowed.
Okay, can they get the glue? Yes, they just might. There's a crash down. There's the Senna ulti over the top. Golden Glue wants to try to take one with him, but they would have needed one more turret shot for Xmithie to fall. Shifter also pathing down here towards bottom lane, but the fight is already over. So at least Skara's guys have got this back down below a 4,000 gold lead, but it's still pretty dire straits, only 13 and a half minutes into the game.
Yeah, but how about Skara, man? 4 kills for his team. He stole a dragon. They're getting some plates. He's actually, I think, performing, really, really well. Richest member on his team by quite a lot at this point. We were expecting it to have to be, this kind of carry from topside, but Skara putting a good performance and nice ulti there.
Yeah, Insanity, though, with the phase rush to walk out, survives the 1v3, throws all the spells at him. He's getting away with a trick 2G pathing through the enemy mid lane turrets. I love this guy, man. This guy's so fun to watch.
Oh my god, what an absolute Chad. The phase rush Ghost Brand genius. He is breaking the meta here, man. Gets scooped in, kills Shifter, runs back through the enemy turrets. The Revenge is running down. They're expecting him to go down towards that bot side jungle. Perry maybe in a bit of trouble here, though.
Yeah, Perry, too far forward, too far away from the rest of his team, too far gone. Skara's picking up a kill. The hungry Cho'Gath getting paid again, but the gold keeps bleeding the other way as Insanity and Afromu put the damage onto the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, at this point. Everyone is so far behind. Revenge completely out of it. Shifter's falling way behind. Insanity's super fed. I mean, Skara's the strongest member, but it is going to be tough to play against this team as a Cho'Gath. There is just so much disruption in CC that walking forward is going to be really, really hard. We'll see if they can kind of create action elsewhere, as, again, Insanity is showcasing just how strong he is right now. That's just the 3 basic spells, no ulti, and that is about 70% of Shifter's health gone.
Yeah, Shifter's going to have to take a back now. The Azir, unfortunately, not having a great game here. The Shuffle's not quite showing up as big as his team needs him to be. And now he's heading back to base yet again. Sundisk is at least going to buy a little time, hold on for him a little bit. I guess they do have that one Drake that they managed to steal earlier, so that's something that they've got. But now their opponents are going to steal away the second one before they can try to do anything to contest it. I'm having a hard time finding win conditions for Team Skara right now, Azale.
Yeah, it's maybe gonna need Toast to sub in, get a 6th man over there, get 6 on 5 or something like that.
Instead of subbing somebody else out, it's just like, no, you get an extra guy.
No, he just spawns in. As like a full build. See if he can swing the tides. I think we're gonna need that kind of intervention here.
Okay, well, they only have to hold on for another 33 seconds, and then they'll be in the safe zone. As long as they cross that 1647 threshold, you can call it a moral victory.
Yeah, not even losing a tier 2 tower, so I think they're going to be very safe to get that done. I might have to swap over streams again.
Yes, mine is now frozen, so I'm not sure what's going on. I'm going to cast based off of the noises.
You can watch through Discord. Yeah, so it should be good on Discord screen share. And we'll wait till this comes back, but
watch stream.
Yeah, for now, I'm watching in Discord.
Okay. Yeah, watching on Discord. thing around. Hold on. Full screen. Okay. Let's do it. So, 5,000 gold lead. Even Drakes. 12 kills to 7. Just after 17 minutes into the game. It's tough, man. I don't really know what Scar's guys are supposed to do here. I feel like the fight has to start off with Cho'Gath just being able to blow somebody up with a nice feast. But even if that happens, right, you're still in trouble. Okay, Perry's coming in with the ulti over the top, immediately locking down Xmithy. Golden Glue there to provide the damage to make sure they're able to take him out. A little bit more is required, but Golden Glue finally gets it with the to the skies. Now Scar and Breezy have to try to get away. Darshan still chasing. Senna can manage to peel him off, so he's not going to get anything else. Revenge still just trying to farm up here from the top side as Insanity and Afromu answer the mid lane wave push.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because, you know, in some of those previous games, you know, there was ways for them to actually avoid the team fights and play through sides. You can't really have that split push win condition here as an Aatrox who's this far behind. He's not going to win side against Renekton or Jace. So, you know, really they drafted for 5v5 and they've fallen really far behind. So I think you're kind of nailing it by saying, you know, there has to be like some sort of an instant pick at the start of a fight to maybe give them a chance. And now Revenge looking for the deep TP. So this is where they're going to try to lay their line in the sand and see if they make something happen.
Okay, Revenge wants his moment. The Soraka Wish was used to keep Perry alive, but now Revenge comes in over the wall, and Golden Glue is also very low. Insanity trying to kite back, and again, unleash team fight hell with these ultis. Revenge will burn away. They'll make it a 1-for-1. As Shifter goes in to try to find the Shurima Shuffle he's been waiting for the entire game, but instead he's only going to burn away to another death to Insanity. It's a 2-for-2 trade down here in the bottom lane. 2 for 3 if we count the earlier death from Skara. So still, even in these moments where Skara's team is finding something, it's Afromu's squad finding more. Breezy, very lucky there to not be caught by that combo from Insanity. Still cost him his flash.
Oh, but it's another TP. Scar's going to be coming back. He doesn't have his ulti, though, so I feel like they could probably just walk it out. Yeah, slow there from Afro. We'll see if they can sidestep the knockup.
Oh my goodness, Insanity knew exactly what Skara wanted to do. He knew that Skara wanted him to run back between the wall and the turret so he could place the Rupture there. Instead, cuts his own movement short, walks back into Skara's face, and drops so much damage and nearly kills the Fed Cho'Gath.
I mean, he's kind of styling on him with the phase rush. I'm not going to lie, man. His movement has been really, really good. Just procs the phase rush with the combo on Skara, back steps away to avoid that. Darshan's pushing on top side, farming away the enemy jungle, pushing up top wave, pushing up mid wave. They are looking really, really good. And now the Demonic Embrace is done for Insanity as well. Likely working towards a Rylai's if he doesn't want to just go and buy the book, because he already has 10 stacks on the Darksteel. So if he really wants to style on him, could go Mage Eyes as well.
Yeah, man, he's got both of the burning items. They're thematic as well as being really good. This is just so problematic. I mean, I think he just one combos anybody that's not Skara, and we saw what the one combo does to Skara. It makes him have to go back to base.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really tough. And Cho'Gath is not exactly known for being an evasive champion. You kind of just walk straight at him, and you got to take that damage when it's coming. Revenge, I think he's dead too. It's another freebie as the ulti just bounces off the red buff. He takes him down, and Insanity could look for more as Perry's looking to go.
Yeah, Shifter goes in for the shuffle, but he's immediately killed as soon as he tries. Insanity should at least die to this. Xmithy gonna grab the kill credit on that one, but now he should be traded back, I would think. Golden Glue needs a bit more damage to guarantee it. Accelerated Shock Blast, nice sidestep coming out from Xmithy to guarantee that that won't kill him. But now Skara, he could be the next target. Luckily, that Sun Disc is gonna keep him protected. 2 for 1. At least they got Insanity. There's shutdown money there, but the gold keeps running away from him.
Yeah, the problem is the side lanes, right? You're losing that wave down in bot. The wave is pushing up in top. You know, there's a lot of difficulty here for Scar's team, but you can't just play slow at this point. You have to group up. You have to look for picks. But Afromu's team, at the end of the day, is going to be able to go back towards this dragon. They do at least kill Insanity. As you said, they get that shutdown. They knock some stacks off the Darksteel. See if they can continue making things happen. But it's just so tough. I mean, when you're this far down in gold, it's like, oh, good sidestep from Breezy. You really need to build offensive. You can't afford to just like pit stop and go full defense, or you'll never be able to kill anyone. But at the same time, Brand just has so much ambient damage that when you go full damage as the Azir, right, like he's gonna go Leandries, he's likely gonna go Nashor's next. And if you don't have something like a Banshees or any sort of MR, you just kind of die to random ult bounces. So it's kind of like lose-lose when you're this far behind someone that just has that much AoE.
League of Legends is a pretty hard game to play when you're this far behind at this stage in the game. Unfortunately for Scar's team, that's the reality they're going to find themselves in, as Aframu and Perry are starting off the fight, but Perry's very far forward and he's very alone. Scar might just be able to have this shut down, and nice, it goes over to Breezy. They've picked off one at the very start of the fight, but now they got to be careful because Darshan is ready to roll. He'll immediately find a return kill back onto the enemy jungler, as the rest of them try to scramble to get away. A 1-for-1 trade, but it's not done quite yet. Insanity still fishing around with these, trying to find some poke, trying to find some damage. Golden Glue will be marked by the Infernal Chains, but he can still escape off to the side in time. Accelerated Shock Blast, keep your eyes on those. If that connects with Shifter or with Breezy, it'll absolutely demolish the health bar.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. I mean, Shifter and Breezy have to get in there, have to be involved, get their damage out as much as they can, but the poke is brutal. The ult bounces are brutal. You know, as soon as Insanity throws down the ulti, everyone just basically has to scatter, but then the Renekton is chasing you down, and Golden Glue is chasing you down. Perry's locking people down to guarantee those combos. You know, having that hard CC alongside the Brand makes it pretty much guaranteed, and Brand actually shreds through Baron because of that percent HP damage as well. Scarra does have Flash, does have Feast, so maybe a hero moment here from him. They're going to have to try to steal this. We'll see if Scar can get it done.
That's what it has to be. Scarra over the wall, but it's going to be claimed by Xmithy. They'll at least get the Baron and deny it from Aframu's team. But now Xmithy's going to be killed off alongside Scarra. Breezy the next target as Darshan's ready to run him down. Can't quite close the distance. He has to use the Flash, but he'll get the kill. That's 3 dead enemy champions. The Baron still alive on Shifter and Revenge, but it's a 5v3 map state for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, Revenge is going to be pushing down that bot lane with the Turo Baron buff, trying to knock this down, trying to get some of these objective bounties. So, I mean, they do get a lot of gold back there. We can watch this one more time. I think Afro put down the silence to actually silence the Feast. Yep, see the silence onto Cho'Gath, so denies the Feast, so it had to be the smite. It was all up to Xmithy, as you can smite while silenced. So really well played by him to secure that, even though the Feast couldn't come through. Afro smart to answer that with his little silencing field there, and then Darshan able to clean one back up. But still, at the end of the day, they get the bot lane tier 1, they get the Baron. That's a lot of gold swung back in their favor. And look at Breezy, big team fight from him, got a lot of damage down. Be interested to see how many souls he has at this point in the game, because that is, you know, someone that they're going to be kind of depending on as well. You know, this is 94. One of their big players. 94 souls is really, really good this early on in the game. So that's a lot of additional range, you know, closing in on that 100 mark as well. And he is going for a pretty high damage build here. He's not doing any of the, like, the support item builds. Sometimes people can do like Aerie support, but I think the lethality builds are a lot stronger. So he is going to become a bit of a threat potentially if they can continue making big plays like that. But it's going to require quite a lot of them.
Yeah, and the Baron at least gave them a little bit of time before their opponents can keep trying to choke them out of the map. But just look at the state of the Rift, man. These guys are stuck inside their own base. It's all the wards in the jungle are blue-colored. These guys own their half of the map. They will not let Scar's team outside of these base walls.
Yeah, it is really, really tough, but you know, Xmithy at least has the Locket, so that's going to help against some of this AoE. Breezy has some pretty decent healing as well on the Senna, so they are being able to sustain up through a bit of this poke that's coming through, but Aframu's Watchmen still pushing relentlessly here. They are group 5. They want to try to move forward, bully this down. They're going to use Perry's ultimate, but Xmithy threatening that flank.
Yeah, at least the threat of it stops them from marching forward alongside Perry's ulti to try to make any kind of a play. But you can just see the brand damage, the multiple stacks of burning slowly ticking away at these guys. Darshan's just going to exit back towards the top lane. You can see some pings coming out from Scarra's team up there, recognizing that could be the next point of threat. The Baron is only going to be there for another 20 seconds. Once that's gone, you're going to have to endure a whole lot more. As Xmithy and Scarra try to fight against Darshan, it's a 1v2, but Darshan says he wins these. Golden Glue coming in for the assist. The first strike responsible for the kill. It's a double kill back over to the mid laner now. And again, they are just hitting him with the wallet, beating him to death. Insanity grabs the third kill of the fight, and it's a 5v2 for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, they get 3 kills. The Scar and Xmithy wanted to try to challenge for that red buff. They did end up getting it, but it cost them their lives. And we can see Aframu's squad pushing in here, trying to get some critical damage dealt. Shifter is going to be sent running. Breezy is pushing Golden Glue back, but you're going to be losing that mid lane inhibitor tower guaranteed. Likely the bot one as well, as Darshan is pushing that up. Golden Glue has to be respectful. I mean, he's 4 levels up, and that shock blast hurts, but Breezy does have him pretty low.
This is tough, man. Darshan working on that bottom lane tier 3 turret. Parry and Insanity taking down the inhibitor itself in mid. Top lane tier 3 still surviving with about half HP, but Darshan's putting in the work on the bot lane inhib at the same time. Every time you move to save one objective, there's another one being attacked somewhere else. They're creating so many points of pressure here. And Skara, I'm going to collapse now onto Darshan. The extra power, the Stair Axe giving him enough to survive the burst, but not quite enough to get all the way home. A shutdown, 1,000 gold over to Skara, but it's still at the cost of something somewhere else. Top lane tier 3 turret felled by Golden Glue.
Yeah, it's going to be able to knock down that turret. And now Revengeance in trouble here. He's going to let the ulti rip. They're stacked.
Dude, he's just dead over the wall. The Shock Blast brings him low enough for the damage over time to burn him away. Now the Maokai ulti flies out. Smithy's going to try to block it, but as soon as he does, Golden Glue can provide that huge artillery shot to take down the Senna. Smithy gets an extra second thanks to the stasis, trying to flash out, trying to do whatever he can to stay alive. No way. Shifter and Skara now trying to do the two-man defense. It's them versus everybody on the enemy team trying to go for this game-ending push. Nexus turrets are going to be your targets. Super minions arriving through mid and bottom lane. Afro, Parry, Insanity, and Golden Glue should have plenty of damage to take these out. Skara wants to stand and fight. Shifter using the stasis, needs a shuffle, finds it onto 3, but where's the damage? Everybody else is already dead. Golden Glue may just die here to the turret shot, but he has the Guardian Angel, so it won't really even matter. Revenge and Breezy coming back to life as Skara clings to the fountain stairs, trying to keep himself going. Team Afromu, having already taken down the first Nexus turret, now finds the second. The minion waves spawn to at least buy them a little bit more time, but Skara's team has got to get rid of these guys. Force them out of the base somehow. Smithy back alive now. They've got a 4v5 as Darshan reinforces with the rest of his squad. Breezy's very low. They're trying to protect him and allow him to make his escape, but it's going to cost Revenge his life instead. Breezy with the ulti over the top, getting back into the safety of the fountain stairs, but Smithy can't say the same. They're going to burn him down. A double kill over to Insanity. Skara and Breezy hanging on for dear life. 5 seconds on Shifter's res timer as there's just nothing they can do. They are stuck inside the fountain. Insanity and the rest of Team Afromu are padding their stats. 31 kills in 28 minutes. They'll take another dominating win.
Damn, man, the Afro Sanity bot lane looking amazing so far. They are dominating in back-to-back games. First with the Draven, now with the Soraka and the Brand. Last time it was the Thresh for Afro, so 2 completely different looks. Looked amazing in both of those games. And Golden Glue, again, really stepping up big. It's that whole team effort. Darshan gets a solo kill on Revenge to start snowballing the top side. And this was a landslide victory here, as the Water Boys unfortunately going to end the day 0-3, but it is the second straight win for Afromu's Watchmen, and they're looking like they could be cruising to the 3-0 because they are looking incredibly good.
Absolutely, dude. These guys are scary. You can see the post-game breakdown here. Once again, this graph looks very similar to the one that we saw in their previous game. It just starts and keeps building the whole time. Skara was topping the damage charts for his team, clocking in at about 28k there on the Cho'Gath, but it was the Jace at 36k, Golden Glue doing really good, and then even better, Insanity's Brand, the only champion in the game breaking the 40,000 damage to champions mark. I said I wanted to see more players be willing to pick these counter picks, pick something that might be off meta or unusual because they know they can pilot it and slam this matchup and slam this game, and Insanity did just that.
Yeah, I mean, it was super fun, you know, not even just the pick, but he's going Phase Rush, he's playing Ghost Brand. Like, this was really, really cool. It's just fun to watch a super creative player who is clearly, you know, a cut above, and what he's able to do in some of these games. It's just been really, really impressive. You know, he is bringing that creativity to the LCS stage. Now he's going to be able to bring it here to the NA Legends Invitational, hosted by disguisedtoast, and this has been a great performance from them in back-to-back games. They only have one more game remaining to try to go the perfect 3-0 in the round robin. Skara's team, again, 0-3, unfortunately for them. Did have some really competitive games, though, and some good individual moments. You know, made them teams work for it, made some really entertaining games as well. So it's definitely fun to watch them, and they will still be around tomorrow, but they will be guaranteed 4th seed. So very likely could be a rematch against Afromu's team, because I'm assuming that they're going to take down everyone. And then for that bracket stage tomorrow, it would be a rematch of this game that we just saw.
Well, I said at the end of the last interview that I would not be surprised if we see Aframu's team back in the post-game interviews plenty more times, and that's exactly where we're going to be heading next after the break. We're tossing to commercials right now, but once we return, we're going to be having another player from this victorious and absolutely cracked Aframu squad. We'll see if we can figure out exactly what is setting these guys apart, aside from the difference in practice regimens. And then after that, we'll be ready to jump into our 5th match of the day. We still got 2 more coming at you guys here at the NA Legends Invitational presented by Disguised Toast. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
Yeah, looking. Nice, he's a goner. Hold it.
Nice game. No,
He's watch on him, he's dead. Nice.
Send the fuck back soon.
I'm watching it, I'm sending ult down.
He dies, sir. Nice. I got you, I have heal still. Just come.
Hey.
Slow pushing.
Can you ward Herald?
Nice. We see it, bro. We're real spot.
He's low.
No way, I fucking.
Alright, the head knock guy hit the.
Ulti.
Oh, still a Drake?
Got Drake.
Wait,
oh my god, these guys.
Wait, they didn't think about that one.
Show runs over to the drag.
Nice. I don't know if you guys got the damage though. You got it?
Wow,
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh,
Big,
nice.
Huge bounty.
I'm coming to you right now. They're
Aatrox can be on your left. I'm just pushing. Wow, you're good.
I am running.
Maybe give them a chance, and now Revenge looking for the deep TP, so this is where they're going to try to lay their line in the sand and see if they make something happen.
Okay, Revenge wants his moment. The Soraka wish was used to keep Perry alive, but now Revenge comes in over the wall, and Golden Glue is also very low. Insanity trying to kite back, and again, unleash team fight hell with these ultis. Revenge will burn away. They'll make it a 1-for-1. As Shifter goes in to try to find the Shurima Shuffle he's been waiting for the entire game, but instead he's only going to burn away to another death to Insanity. It's a 2.
The red buff, he takes him down, and Insanity could look for more as Perry's looking to go.
Yeah, Shifter goes in for the shuffle, but he's immediately killed as soon as he tries. Insanity should at least die to this. Smithy gonna grab the kill credit on that one, but now he should be traded back.
No, just finish. Just throw a flash.
Yeah.
Rail's here.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna drop a silence. Silence.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. Go for kills.
Oh, good.
Yeah, go mid.
Think you get him?
I can get him.
Let's push.
I'm gonna go break. Let's go break top and mid. We can break both.
Yep.
They're trying to get the red. I'm coming to fight the red guys.
Oh yeah.
Send his basic.
Watching with ulti.
Watch our stun.
Yeah, I'm coming to kill more.
Look at Aatrox.
I'm watching Aatrox here. Watching Aatrox here, guys.
Yeah. Root him. Silence.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, top right here.
We got shuffle here. Yeah, let's keep going. I'm looking for.
Spirit Visage OP this game, Perry.
Okay.
If you get
Wait, I'm just setting my ult on these guys.
Oh my god, he's not stopping. Oh!
I'm ending.
Oh, that's got it here. Alright.
He did it.
Another one.
Bro, what happened top?
Looking
up right now?
Yeah, looking. Nice, he's a goner. Hold it.
Nice game. No,
He's watch on him, he's dead. Nice.
Send the fuck back soon.
Watching it. I'm setting ult down.
He dies, right? Nice. I got you. I have heal still. Just come.
They
slow pushing.
You would Herald?
Nice. We see it, bro. We're real spot.
He's low.
No way, I fucking.
Alright, hit Knockai. Hit the
ulti this?
Oh, still the Drake?
Oh.
Wait,
Oh my god, these guys.
Wait, they didn't think about that one.
Show runs over to stop the drag.
Nice, nice, nice.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the NA Legends Invitational. We just got done with a very fast game number 4, once again courtesy of Team Aframu. I'm joined by Azale and Captain Flowers, as well as one of our winners, Golden Glue. Welcome, Mr. Glue. How are you?
Good. Feeling good after those 2 games, and excited for our next one.
I bet.
So, like, who's cooking up these strategy? Is it you? Because you were coaching for DSG. Like, is this a coach diff? Well, what's happening here?
I think I am doing the drafts, but Insanity is also cooking hard. He's got a lot of ideas from the bot lane. Specifically, like that last game while we were in draft. I was like, I was talking about picking Jace or picking a mage because we needed 80 damage, and he's just like, I have a mage, but I can't tell you who it is because they might be ghosting. So I was just like, all right, sure, we'll see what it is. So I am doing some of the draft, making the decisions, just kind of, being the coach and the player.
Is this kind of like scratching the competitive itch for you a bit? Obviously, because you're a pro for so long, now you're coaching, now you're getting to play in a show match. It's not LCS, but it is like from really good players, including LCS players. So how fun has this been for you to be able to kind of like jump back in? Afro in last interview said that you guys were taking it pretty serious. You have 5 days of scrims and stuff. So you're really going for it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as soon as we got drafted, everyone was kind of like down to practice a bit. I mean, playing scrims is pretty fun. It's not a lot of hard work. So I booked us some scrims, and I've definitely been enjoying it. It's always been scratching that itch for me, and it's like the right level of competition where I'm versus like also a bunch of old washed men. I don't want to go versus all these young Zoomers. This is the proper competition for me, and it's definitely fun scrimming and playing these like pseudo competitive games.
Well, you guys have had the fastest 2 games of the day so far. You have averaged more than 1 kill per minute in both of the games that you have played. Are you any bit at all concerned about your final game of the day, or is this just a quick 3-0 sweep?
Yeah, I don't know. It should be fun. I think Siki's team can be pretty good. And I get to play versus my old teammate Stunt Mid. So I don't know. I think all the teams are gonna have high highs and low lows because no one's really practicing much. So I think every single game is gonna be pretty volatile. So I don't know. It should be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Is there anything you guys are cooking up? Anything special you got for us coming in these next couple games? Because it's been the drafts have been really fun.
Yeah, we definitely have some more stuff cooking. We definitely have some more stuff in the kitchen.
Oh, hell yes. That's what I love to hear. I was so excited to see you guys slam the Brandon bottom lane to counter the Cho'Gath. Just the plays that y'all are making, working together as a team. You've been a ton of fun to watch, and I'm excited to see your next one. I think we're not going to see you back here for the next game, but you guys will be wrapping up the last game of the day going up against the Sneaky Beakies.
Yep. I haven't got to even play the pick that I really wanted to play today, so hopefully I get to show it, but maybe I'll play it tomorrow. We'll see. Are you allowed to tell us what it is, or is this like secret? No, of course not.
All right, well, here's the deal. If you guys don't lose a single game until the finals and you're up 1-0 in the finals, then you have to guarantee you'll bring it out in game 2 of the finals.
Sure. You might see it next game.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay, I like where your head's at. Okay.
I think that's going to do it for this interview. You enjoy your 1-game break, Mr. Glue, and we'll see you at the end of the day in just 2 games.
All right, thanks, guys. See ya. Have a good one.
Good luck, Grayson.
Bye. See ya, man. That last game, I'm also expecting the same outcome. But this next one, though, coming up between Team Yasuo and Team Sneaky Beakies, I believe. It should be pretty well matched because they both went against Team Water Boys, and that came down to the wire. So it's gonna determine who's kind of holding that second place standing going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I actually think this is probably the closest matchup in terms of skill between the 4 teams. These two are probably the closest to each other. I think that Scar's squad did still come in 4th. I think that Aframu's team is a dramatic 1st place. And then the head-to-head between these two, I'm actually really excited to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if everything kind of goes to chalk, if Aframu's team does win, we would get a rematch of this team tomorrow because that would be our 2nd and 3rd place team. So a bit of a preview potentially of what we could have in store tomorrow, but should be a lot of fun. Sneaky going to be going up against Wild Turtle. One of those old school LCS matches. If you guys are a big fan of these players, you've definitely seen them play so many times, and we're going to get to see it one more time.
All right. We're going to toss to a short little break here, and when we're back, we will have game number 5 ready for you guys. See you in a bit.
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh. Try a new deli hero from the Subway series and taste the difference for yourself.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Legends Invitational. We are just about getting ready to hop into Game 5, and like we mentioned earlier, this is going to be what we're hoping for to be a very close match. The last 2 games went a little fast, but Team Sneaky and Team Yasuo, as mentioned, seem to be more similar in skill level. What are you guys expecting from this matchup?
I think it's going to be really competitive, and I mean Sneaky's team, even though we are kind of expecting Aframu to maybe go 3-0 because they're looking really dominant, if Sneaky's team beats Yasuo's team, they have the last match of the day against the Watchmen, against Aframu's squad, so they could still claim 1st place. But you know, even if they lost there, a win here would put them in 2nd over Yasuo's Wild Turtles. I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup. You know, we think back to some of their previous games. Spica had a monster Lilia game, so I think that's going to be, you know, potentially the biggest problem for Yasuo's squad to solve.
Yeah, I think if you're on Yasuo's team, you look back at what happened in the game where Sneaky played against Scar's squad, and you see, hey, it was a Spica carry and a Sneaky carry. The solo lanes, Stunt and Balls, both had really rough laning phases that translated into struggling to find their way to really influence the game later on. So I think you try to abuse those solo lanes, try to bully those guys, counter pick them, and dominate the game through solo lanes if you can.
Yeah. Any predictions? If you had to pick one, who would you guys go with?
I feel like, I don't know, coming into the day, I was really expecting Yasuo's team to be really, really dominant, but they didn't look as strong, I think, as I was expecting. I feel like I'm kind of favoring Sneaky Beakies. I feel like if they can win that first game with how the solo lanes went, then they can win any game, because they were sounding pretty confident in how, Speaker was saying Balls was smurfing when they were practicing and whatnot, so Balls is a good game, Stun has a good game. Sneaky and Smoothie were already looking really, really strong, and Spica had an amazing game, so I feel like I may be kind of slightly favoring them.
Yeah, I think it's a sneaky angle too, because again, I think the way that you beat Sneaky's team is you crush the solo lanes, because Stunt and Balls clearly had the biggest struggles during that first game that we saw. But then we also heard from Afromoo that drafting specifically against Yasuo's team is easier than the other ones because you just ban Yasuo. And so if my mid laner can only dominate lane on one champion and I know to ban that champion, well, now all of a sudden life's going to be a lot easier for Stunt, and the whole pathway to victory just becomes that much simpler.
I'm hoping at least one team lets Yasuo have Yasuo for one game. I'm just so curious. Can he actually stand up to some of these mid laners if he was on his main? But I'm not sure if any of these teams are willing to take that chance against him.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow or something we might see teams, if they feel like, okay, we can't beat Afro's team, maybe they'll start styling a little bit, try some new things. But yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. I mean, that's always like the difficulty in matches like this, because it is for fun, it is for entertainment, but the players doing it are also hyper competitive because they're all pros or ex-pros. So people want to watch Yasuo play the Yasuo, but also their opponents want to win.
Yeah, the mid lane is gonna be the one to look out for. Stunt switching over from support. Like we mentioned, had a really rough time on the Orianna. I wonder if they're gonna try and switch things up or just keep focusing on the main carries in Sneaky and Spica.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think I would be surprised if Spica gets to play his Lilia again. He even said in the interview that we had with him that it was a little confusing to him why they let him have that champion in the first place. I think that you want to keep him off something like that. You'd be much happier to see him on something that doesn't have the same carry potential, forcing him to be on a rel or something along those lines. Obviously, there should be more choices for carry champions, but at least knock him down his own tier list a little bit. Yeah. Because he clearly showed us that if you let him carry, he will carry.
I mean, it's also really interesting because to me, it's like if I'm thinking of a support role swap towards mid, I would be thinking about, supportive mid laners that pair really well with carry junglers, right? So it's like, okay, they ban Lilia. You could play Karma plus like Kindred or Zillion Kindred or like picks like this that people actually play as support and also really facilitate, Spica to play those aggressive picks. So I think there's some different angles they could go. You could still go towards Orianna, but I think there's a lot of supportive champions that actually work quite well in mid also.
Yeah, looks like we have a minor lobby issue that we're just gonna have to iron out. So the lobby will be delayed by a couple of minutes. But we can kind of think about, okay, we talked about Stunt, but what about Balls? Because Balls was not having a good time. He, I believe, started 0-8. He eventually brought it back a little bit towards the end game, being that tanky Aatrox, just knocking them up. But how do we avoid a ball situation this time?
A balls incident?
Yeah, to avoid further incidents, I can recommend one 4-letter word that solves every top lane problem, and that 4-letter word is Ornn. If you don't think your top laner is going to be able to hold on and keep pace with his opponent, you make him play Ornn. Just lock that in first thing. Pick the Ornn. Don't care if you get counterpicked. It doesn't matter. Oh, you're down 30 CS and you died 4 times? Don't care. You're still Ornn. Lock the Ornn. Immediately let him know that's the plan. And just trust Balls to hit the Ornn horn later on.
I mean, the great part is, too, you're saying 4-letter top laner. You said Ornn. It's like, you could also play Sion, man. Take your pick. Like, both of them work really, really well up in the top lane. So, could go towards that. But also, I mean, he was playing against Revenge. He was playing against LCS top laner who counterpicked him, with Fithic, played the Fiora. So Balls maybe still feeling confident to kind of be able to actually go on those carry matchups, go toe-to-toe. We'll see if he can get it done here. But definitely interested to see, most like what the dynamic is going to be with Stunt and Spica, if they are going to play, more standard carries, if they are going to kind of change things up a bit as well. because I do think that there's a lot of ability for them to stay flexible.
Yeah, they're gonna. So if Sneaky wins this game, they would actually be in contention to take first seed away from Team Afromu if they can beat Team Afromu at the very end of the game. So they're essentially playing for second and third seed right now. If Team Sneaky loses, it kind of locks all the teams in for tomorrow, and the last game of the day is mostly a cosmetic game. But if they win, they're either second or first. And just to remind chat what they're all playing for this tournament, let's go ahead and pull up our prize for first place team. Remember, every single player on the team will walk away with one of these. The Vi Gauntlet, Vi from Arcane. They are designed to be fully wearable, and each of them will also have their own personal engraving for the winning player. So they're gonna be 5.
That's so cool. You can actually wear it?
Yeah, I didn't know that you could wear it. I thought it was just like a statue. That's actually lit.
That's super sick.
You can pop it off and put it on like a Thanos gauntlet.
This is where you messed up, Toast. You made the prize too good. So now the teams are going to try too hard.
They're going to try hard.
Yeah,
for
like
it,
what were you thinking? You sabotaged yourself.
Yeah, that was the plan, to make it like so good that players will have, because like it's a 10K tournament. Everyone, the winning team walks away with 2K, but you can make more money. But can you make another Vi Gauntlet?
True.
So Team Afromu taking it super seriously, wanting to walk away with that. But enough from me. Let's get ready to toss it to draft. And I'll leave it to your capable hands, gentlemen.
Alrighty, buddy.
I'm gonna step out here. I believe they are still setting up the lobby, but should be ready real soon.
Sweet.
All right, cool. Well, in that case, we'll talk to you after the game for another post-game interview. And like he was saying, Isaac, like this actually does have some really cool implications. If Sneaky's team wins here and they look really dominant doing it, right? Like just put their opponents in the dumpster, fast, clean win. Then we head into the last game of the day, having it be a fight for first between two teams that would be looking really solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Sneaky's team, obviously, we can't count chickens before they hatch. Everyone, I think, is looking at Afromu's squad as the big favorites now. After those last two games, they look really, really dominant. But this is not like full LCS teams where they practice all year long. There are going to be some ups and downs. There are going to be some inconsistencies. So definitely they are not unbeatable. And, Sneaky's team is going to be in the hunt for that first place seed to try to get a match against Skara's squad and potentially have an easier road towards the finals tomorrow. So a lot on the line for them as well. And I just think because these guys are ex-pros or current pros, they're really competitive people, right? And they just want to look good. Like they want to be able to showcase themselves and showcase their skills. And it's a really cool opportunity to do that when we have events like this. So it's a really fun community event. Draft is ready. We're going to be hopping into it. This is game 5 of today. NA Legends Invitational, hosted here by disguisedtoast. Yasuo playing his final game today. Of course, all teams will still qualify for tomorrow. This is just the seeding for tomorrow for that bracket, where we will have 2 best of 1s to kick off the day, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then the finals will be a BO3 between those 2 winning teams. So Sneaky still in the hunt with his squad for that first place seed if they can win here and then take down Afromu's team.
All right, well, let's see how it's all going to go down. Immediately, the Karma ban to start things off. So I feel like Team Yasuo is looking at this from a similar mindset of what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, if your mid laner is actually a support player, let's ban the champions that flex between those 2 roles.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart, right? I think that Zillion would be another one if you're looking at that sort of style. Zillion support isn't like the most common, but it is definitely one of those picks that works really, really well mid, and that support players, will have some practice on. Karma, obvious, but there's not really like a tremendous amount of great supports beyond that. Maybe if you played like a decent amount of Lux support or something, you could try to do that sort of thing. Obviously, it's not the exact same style, but it is one of those picks that has utility in both. You could go towards Seraphine even. I don't know how much Seraphine he's played lately, but it is one of those picks that can fit in both roles, and you can play it both support style or farming style. Teemo Skarner.
Well, yeah, they're going to spell TSM and ban out garbage champions to do it.
They're going to give Yasuo. There you go.
They're going to let him play Yasuo. in their last game of day one, it looks like. We've got the Teemo and the Skarner banned away. Of course, the one time I ever get to see Skarner, somebody's banning him as a TSM meme. My champion's so bad.
Well,
come on, man.
Unfortunate for you. They banned out the Maokai as well, so it is the TSM band. Was Karma spelling anything? No, okay. Karma,
No.
Emilio, Garen. Yeah, okay. AMG.
Yeah.
I don't think that's anything.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a K-pop group that I've never heard of. Dude, I remember back when, like, before I ever really knew what K-pop stuff was, when I moved out here to California, I saw people talking about, like, BTS so much. And the only BTS I had ever heard of was, like, you know, the abbreviation for behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And so I was always so confused why a bunch of, like, Zoomers were so into, like, behind the scenes content, like backstage pass stuff. I'm like, this is such a weird obsession. California's an alien planet. And then I learned it was actually way more bizarre than I thought it was.
That's so funny.
I've had some adventures with some of these. I never know what's an acronym and what's not anymore. But yo, we got Jarvan. He's locked in for the Yasuo squad. We've got the Lucian.
Sneaky
that
Lucian.
Sneaky has been playing so much of. It was banned against them in our first game. He's going to get to play it in this one. Ball's also on that Rumble.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an honorable handshake between these two teams, locking in, you know, some of their kind of comfort picks. And we got the Yasuo comp for Yasuo, Alistar locked in, Jarvan locked in as well. So multiple knockups there. Renekton going to be locked in as well. I think it's going to be mid Renekton against the Yasuo. And so they're going to give him Yasuo, but they're going to give him one of the most miserable matchups you can possibly play into with the Yasuo. So you give with one hand and you take with the other.
You reach out to shake his hand with this one, just punch him in the mouth with the other hand. Dude, that matchup, Yasuo can just jump into the wave and try to do all the fancy slicing and dicing, like weeaboo stuff that he wants, and Renekton just presses W and stuns him and just beats him to death.
Yeah, it's tough, but we'll see. We'll see if Yasuo can make some magic happen, and he does have the setup, you know, for the team fights later on, has multiple knockups already. Xerath gonna get banned out. Interesting. So
no, it's not interesting, man. It's TSMXD.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
They're gonna
For a second, I thought they were serious. Yeah, okay.
No, there's no there's no secret draft meta to this, or they're just spelling TSMXD.
Fair enough. I stand corrected. TSMXD are the bans from Steam. Cloud9 at heart still after all these years.
Yeah, and we okay, well, Yasuo's team at least spelled NP with their second half, so they've got no problem with this. Rakan is locked in, so all right, we got some team fight power, some initiation potential. I like Rakan paired with something like Rumble. I really like having some big kind of team fight AoE CC when you have Rumble, because getting somebody stuck in the equalizer is just massive for swinging a fight.
Man, you know what's the worst is when people meme ban against you, because then if you lose, it feels so bad, because they're doing real bans, right? Like.
Right.
Lucian
like
Nami is a real
serious
pairing. They're banning out Poppy because they have lots of dashes. So if you lose anyway, it feels so bad because they basically got to pick whatever they want. But this is the matchup that Turtle said he doesn't care if he gets Lucian. If I get Zeri, I'm going to clap him. So it is going to be the Zeri for Wild Turtle and potentially the Renata, which I think is really strong in this kind of comp that Sneaky Squad has drafted up. It's a lot of dive. Renata makes it very difficult to actually pull off that dive. You can also overlap it on top of your engage, so Renata gonna get locked in. It's gonna give those potential resets for the Zeri or for Yasuo as well to really get aggressive with the bailout to try to take over one of those team fights. And also, we're waiting for that final pick.
Handshake, even though Yasuo's ultimate says you need to have a knockup, it's pretty much just a displacement is all that's required. So Handshake, moving an enemy champion, should enable Yasuo to jump in there with the ulti too. That makes it every champion not named Zeri can set the Yasuo ulti up for big plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be definitely a comp built around him. We'll see what they can get done. And it also means that it's going to be Lorlo's roaming Alistar top. So this is something that I was telling you.
Oh wait,
he's
what?
been playing. He's been playing a lot of.
Realize that we're going back to season 1. Somebody get Shushay on the phone. Somebody call up Shushay. Ask him what the top lane Alistar meta is a decade later.
Well, I mean, like that back in the day, you just played it and you just laned. This is like the full-on roaming, almost like fasting Janna, whatever you want to call it, style, where generally people don't really lane. They just kind of maybe catch some early waves, and then they just start running around. They just start kind of roaming around the map. So I think that's the style we're going to get. Generally you want to get a few levels, under your belt, and then try to get some boots early, try to get something that you can actually get going with. But then you're kind of just running around with Rosethorn, looking to create plays, looking to invade the enemy jungle, always make it a 2v1 in the enemy jungle, and it just makes Spica's life an absolute nightmare. Spica's going to be on that Viego, and if you can keep him really far down to where he has no economy, like a broke Spica is way worse than a broke Lorlo, because the Alistar is going to have
100%.
more value, right? So that's generally like the kind of strategy that you try to pull off with these sort of picks. It's not a meme pick. He actually plays this all the time in solo queue, and he was one of the big early adopters of the roaming Janna and roaming, Zillion and Lulu and Shen. Like there was a whole bunch of stuff that people were doing where they're just not even farming and laning and just roaming around the map. And Lorlo was doing that non-stop. So going to be excited to actually see him bring that out.
I mean, it's such a nightmare to deal with something like that as a jungler, specifically on something like Viego, like what you're talking about, right? If you play one of those junglers that's just a tank, right? Like Sejuani, I cannot make Sejuani useless because of the fact that the character's kit will just always have value between the CC and the natural tankiness and everything. I can very easily make Viego useless. If he's behind the curve of the game, he's going to die before he can get his resets. He doesn't have super high base stats. He's just going to fold like paper. So I really, really want to see how well Lorlo can pilot this Alistar.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see, what he's able to get done. He is playing Phase Rush. And when you play this sort of style, there's a lot of pressure on the enemy top laner to get things done. So Balls is going to have a lot of emphasis on him. You kind of have to make your decision. Like, do you use the time that the enemy Alistar is roaming to just try to get really, really fed, to try to take plates, to try to just get way ahead in XP and then join your team later and win 5v5s? Or do you actually just try to roam and match the plays that your opponent is making, right? Because Balls also can just try to hit 6 and then run around the map and fight too. So there's different schools of thought. But if you're going to just try to stay top and really create a massive advantage, then the rest of your team almost doesn't get to play the game. Like they have to play so safe to the point where it's so frustrating because there's always going to be an extra man there. For the other team.
Right. It can be very suffocating. The problem with these strategies is they, like, whenever you play against them, they either feel totally oppressive or entirely useless. It's like the old original Evelynn design, back when she was like the invis that she could cast and stay true invis for 60 seconds and then just have the hard stun point and click as soon as she came out of it. And like the really good old Evelynn players made everything a nightmare and you wanted to uninstall the game and burn your computer. And the bad ones are just like, 300 gold.
Yeah.
So I want to see, can Lorlo become your team's Alistar or the enemy team's Alistar?
I mean, there's probably almost, Stun almost gets killed there. Yasuo is he's going to die the range minion?
Okay, no, it got him down to 24. He drank the potion in time. It got him down to 24. Stunt level 2! Yasuo, they built the entire draft around him, and he sends himself on the meal delivery service 2 minutes into the game.
Oh, that's brutal, man. He finally gets the Yasuo, and he gets solo killed by Stunt here right off the bat. That was incredibly close, though. And Yasuo uses the Ignite, uses the Flash. So not only did he solo killed, he got solo killed by a TP Renekton, by the way. That is not an Ignite Renekton. So that is
swap
the absolute disaster scenario here. His nice little sidestep started off there from Stunt. He goes forward, trying to trade with the Q, and Yasuo just commits to it because he has the lethal tempo. He feels he can just win this kind of auto attack battle out. Lands those extra Qs, puts the Ignite down, flashes, doesn't hit the Q there. And then Stunt, close to leveling up, just moves back in here. Yasuo hits 2 first, does go for it, but Stunt moves up, gets that kill on the minion with his Q. One more auto comes down to get him level 2. He levels up, takes the W, immediately uses it on Yasuo. That was really, really close. I mean, 2 Qs we saw in that little rundown. Missed from Yasuo. If either one hit, he gets the kill.
That's rough, man. He's gonna really want that one back. He used his Ignite, he used his Flash, he still died anyway. And now what's already gonna be a difficult matchup will become even more frustrating as this Renekton is off to a great start.
Yeah, but it's gonna be tough. Lorlo doing fine in the lane so far, so I'm gonna be interested to see, how long he does lane. As you said, are we gonna see the kind of your team's Alistar or the other team's Alistar? Will be interesting, but I feel like there's probably almost no one in the whole world that has as much experience as Lorlo on this kind of weird roaming style. Like he was just spamming it for so long when it kind of came into meta. So as there's someone to succeed with it in this tournament, it's definitely him.
Yeah, I remember him being the first horseman of the top lane apocalypse back with the Janna and everything, just completely turning the role into the opposite of what most people perceived it to be. But down here in bottom lane, Turtle and Biofrost currently on the losing end of the health bar war. Wild Turtle down to 300 HP. He went with the Cull start. Doesn't have any extra healing really in the inventory much. Can heal up just a little with the auto attacks. Lorelo trading with balls back and forth, just trying to keep that Rumble away from his tower because Roththorn is coming up here as well. Goes in for the gank, forces out the flash from the sneaky beaky top laner.
Yeah, well played. I mean, that is one of the strengths obviously that Alistar does have. The gank setup is incredibly strong. And you can disengage really easily with the phase rush. They're just going to go back in.
Nice, man. The juggle, perfectly done. And that's a massive wave now that's being eaten up by that turret. Thankfully, Balls at least does have teleport. He'll be able to return and get back there faster than if he took something like Ignite, but that still hurts a lot to lose that.
Yeah, I mean, he loses the full wave. At least Spica is up there to actually pick that up. Bot lane going relatively even, but it is Turtle who has the faster base, gets the tier 2 boots, and he's going to have that long E over the wall to get back to lane really quickly. And now Lorelo, here's the roam.
Lorelo coming in to turn this one around. That's what I'm talking about, but it's still not enough. He can equalize, make it a 1-for-1.
Ooh.
But Stunt, at least still getting his man at the end of the trade.
Yeah, but lucky, it's actually Yasuo that gets the kill with the Ignite tech, so that is exactly what you would want. It is too bad that Yasuo ended up dying, but thankfully for him, he did get that kill. And we can see Yasuo will just go up top to catch that wave that's being pushed in, while the Alistar pushes in mid, so definitely playing the macro right in this situation. Zeri had the faster reset, as I called out earlier, so Roththorn will just use that time and the earlier reset from Biofrost to farm up this first dragon. So playing more heavily towards these dragons over these last couple games. At the start of the day, it was just only fighting, no objectives, and it feels like the teams are kind of like locking in on the macro a little bit more, playing more heavily towards the objectives now.
Got a nice close game here as the gold lead constantly just teeters on the edge, back and forth. Yasuo landing that knock up here for the ulti on Balls, who now has to retreat back to his own turret. Lorlo's coming in. The Alistar is level 6. He's got the ulti. This dive should be easy, and Lorlo's making the money.
Nicely done. Lorelo has those CDR boots, already gets that roam towards mid lane, gets a kill for Yasuo there, gets up towards top lane, and helps him to kill off Balls again. So 100% KP already for Lorelo. It's that second jungler style that you're playing. You know, he gets the early tier 2 boots, farms up towards that, and then he's just making plays on the map. He's going to pick up farm, get experience where he can, but that's not the priority. Your priority is getting your teammates fed, especially when you're playing Yasuo style comp.
Spica making an entrance here in the bottom lane. The knock-up from Smoothie immediately sets up for the follow-up with Spectral Maw. Now Biofrost without his flash, still no heal cooldown either. In a lot of danger with Stunt also making the rotation. The level 7 Renekton coming down here. They'll immediately kill the Renata, and then Zeri falls right after. Smoothie getting away in time to not die to the turret aggro after the fact. These guys get both enemy players in bottom lane. They crash a massive wave into the turret. They're feeling great about that dive.
Yeah, that's a really good dive down towards bot lane because Lorelo had been making a lot of plays happen, you know, around mid, around top. They had to get something back on that bottom side. Sneaky's able to get one of the kills. Stunt already having a great game, you know, got that early solo kill on Yasuo. And now Sneaky out to the advantage is going to be playing this Essence Reaver build that he has been loving. Balls could be in trouble here once again. Lorelo, you know, is going to have his ulti and he's behind him. That ulti has such low cooldown, you're dead.
Yep, this is over. They've got way too much manpower up here. Balls is down, no equalizer to try to thin the wave. Lorelo didn't even need to use the Alistar ulti there. They just had so much combo potential. And getting Yasuo out of this matchup against the Renekton has been doing wonders. We talked about how bad that head-to-head is and how miserable it is to play that lane. So he's just not playing it. He's lane swapped up into the top side. He's dealing with the Rumble instead. Now he's caught out in a bit of a 1v2 situation, so Spica's going to pick him up, and he's liking getting the extra money on that one to get this Viego rolling.
Yeah, Spica, you know, having a decent start here. You know, 1, 0, and 2 gets the kill, is going to be looking to try to pull off a big carry performance. But this time, you know, his soul laners, yes, Balls having a rough one again, but the soul lanes are going much better overall than the previous game that Sneaky's team played, because Stun is in a really good spot. You know, he is at a power point right now, going to be to a much faster mythic than what Yasuo has over on that other side. And Sneaky looking good in bot lane.
Yep, Sneaky needs to get away from Wild Turtle here, who immediately just wants to go so aggro after that Lucian. Can't quite chase him down, though. Turtle eating the turret shot, immediately now has to back away. Both AD carries down to about 150 HP, and it's going to be Sneaky heading back to base.
Yeah, good patience there from Sneaky as well, just making sure he didn't actually need to use that flash. I thought he was going to have to at first. Now, stunt, good slice. Going to be able to get away from that flag and drag, but yeah, Sneaky doesn't panic, just reads the damage correctly, feels that he can wait it out, just walks it back to the turret, gets behind that turret so the Zeri Qs couldn't hit him. And now it's, again, Lorlo just working around with Rosethorn. This is how you play that style. You get out of lane, you move around the map, you farm the enemy jungle, and you try to put this guy down. But I have to say, thus far, Spica has not really been affected. It's been more just kind of these attacks and these skirmishes from Lorlo and not really any sort of invade action.
Stunt on the front line here. Dominus already popped. Rosethorn, Biofrost, and Lorlo trying to deal with these guys, but between the three of them, there's not a ton of damage here just yet. Smoothie ready for the disengage as Stunt now forced to flash over the wall to keep himself alive. Yasuo still looking for an entry point here on the back end of this fight. Stunt's ulti will finally wear off. And Yasuo's Wild Turtles aren't going to find any kills here just yet. The quickness immediately ready to punish the dive coming out from Yasuo here. Spica's got to be careful. Now he's going to get wombo comboed. Yasuo picking up the kill on that one. Nice and easy. Stun down to 100 HP. He gets a heal, but it ain't enough. He's going to go a double kill back for Yasuo.
Really nicely done. And they have 5 bot right now, so they're going to be able to actually take this dragon likely on spawn if they want. They're trying to set a vision around it. They're farming plates here. Someone's going to have to go back up towards top lane to answer Balls, but Balls is not going to be knocking down that turret that quickly on the Rumble, so I don't think it's going to fall. I think also have more than enough time to actually get up there and defend it. And thus far, the roaming Alistar are looking pretty good, but it's a very even game overall. Only 300 gold separating those two teams. Though I will say, with this kind of like fasting style where you're roaming, it's okay to be even or even down often in gold, because the point is your champion is supposed to be much more effective with low gold.
Right. You don't worry nearly as much about the economy missing away from you as Rumble does when he's on a 0-3 and 0 start. Rumble's going to need the items. He needs to be hitting those breakpoints to be effective when he jumps into the team fights later, dropping those equalizers. Whereas Lorlo, hey man, as long as the W and Q keys are both still attached to your keyboard and they press down when you push them, you're doing fine on Alistar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to go the Everfrost build as well, so playing heavily towards the CC. You combo in, you Everfrost to follow it up, then you can actually usually chain that, buys you enough time to actually get that trample stacked up for the auto attack stun. So it's really annoying actually playing against that build.
So obnoxious.
You are very squishy outside of your ultimate, but it's all about the utility. It's all about the setup here for the Zeri and the Yasuo in this case. So I think it definitely makes a lot of sense. And Sneaky on the other side, Essence Reaver now completed for him. He is very far ahead of where Turtle is, thanks to the kill, thanks to the dive, and the fact that Turtle obviously went for those tier 2 boots early. Means it's going to be a long time before he gets shipped.
Essence Reaver is one of those items that just the champions that really get a lot of value out of it really, really like it. Like, we got to see the Draven earlier today build it. I know another example of a champion that really works well with it is something like Gangplank. Lucian just gets so much value out of the item. As Rosethorn trying to find his intro here. Wild Turtle backing him up here for the damage as Smoothie's going to be taken very, very low, but they still have Sneaky holding on and surviving somehow. Spica's ready to go to Reset City, and he's going there fast. Sneaky finally turns a little bit of damage back onto Turtle, but then he drops. It's Spica picking up a double kill as Lorlo has to try to head away. The absolutely massive team fight gap shows up, and Sneaky's Beaky's clean house. They pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, traded only back for the Lucian.
Oh, it didn't actually interrupt the recall because of that Yasuo passive, the shield absorbing the damage, letting him get back to base, or it could have been another kill there. And now Spica down to this bottom side. He's going to take basically like all of these plates just for himself with the Herald coming down, and going to move back up towards this dragon. When you start getting those resets on the Viego, it is so problematic. And Yasuo was kind of just getting focused, getting CC'd up and locked down. Rosethorn, though, going to be looking.
Ball's in trouble, down to 200 HP. Rosethorn's got him caught. Lorlo jumps in to finish it off. And because they have the man advantage here, thanks to those TPs, they're able to jump in, force their opponents off the Drake, stack up a 2-0 Drake lead. That's actually massive to make up for the huge loss that was the previous team fight, as Sneaky has to use his cleanse to survive the engage from Yasuo here in the top lane. Smoothie coming up to reinforce his AD carry. Yasuo continuing to walk away from this one. His ulti doesn't have a very long cooldown, but he still has to at least be aware of that next 20 seconds or so. Well, I guess it's still 40 at this point in the game. Jumping back in, looking for Sneaky. Smoothie looking for the grand entrance, not gonna find the knock-up on that one as Yasuo's ready for the 1v2 outplay. Another wind wall going down, and he cleans them up. Sneaky's gone, but now Spica's ready to show up and try to get the combo kill. There it is, a killing spree for the Viego. Now Lorlo in a 1v2. This is the kind of situation where another top laner might be able to win something, but Alistar's typically gonna have a more difficult time.
Yeah, Alistar, you're not winning many 1v1s with this style of build, and Lorlo's got to be careful. He pops the ulti, might not even be enough. I think he's just dead.
Yup, he overplayed his hand. He did not respect the damage of Spica on this Viego. This is not one of those pro play Viego builds that goes something like Divine Sunderer into tanky items. He's got a Kraken Slayer first. He's really high DPS, and he's showing him why.
Yeah, Spica already showed us he can hard carry a game earlier today on the Lilia. Was massive. 5 early kills here for Spica on the Viego is going to be a problem potentially for Yasuo's squad. Have been looking pretty good for them. And Yasuo, he was playing clean in this 1v2.
Yeah,
makes it happen in the 1v2. You know, he had Sneaky chunked down low. You know, utilizing the dashes really, really well. Gets the knock up there onto Smoothie. Nice sidestep on the knock up from Smoothie. Then dashes out of Sneaky's Q as well. The wind wall comes back up. Sneaky pops the ulti, trying to actually knock him down. Wasn't able to do it. Does get burst out, and now Turtle going in.
Man, we've already got Smoothie dead as soon as we jump back to live. Stunt stuck in the middle of all 5 enemy players. The Renekton's tanky, but he ain't tanky enough. Ball's still walking back here. Equalizer finally going to be dropped over the top. Lorlo wants a reset here with a bailout, but I don't think he's going to find it. They dive even further to grab the kill on Sneaky, but it's a 2-for-3 trade so far. Spica's still looking to see if he can clean up anybody else. The fight ever so slightly comes out favoring Team Yasuo.
Yeah, Yasuo dove so deep there, past the tier 2 to actually kill off Sneaky. They both trade the flashes, but Sneaky without that flash, it's going to be tough now to stay alive for him in this next fight. So definitely a lot of pressure on the rest of his team to be able to get that damage done, you know, to punish the people that are trying to dive in onto Lucian. Now Spica finding Rosethorn, likely be able to push him back.
Yep. Rosethorn can get away from that one, the extra mobility of the Jarvan, but the problem is, Spica's not gonna take no for an answer. He wants a fight, and he wants it now. Rosethorn barely getting away back to the safety of the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, Stunt flashed in there, trying to get a stun down on him, but Rosethorn able to flag and drag to safety, as you say, just barely. Does at the very least, though, mean they should be able to grab the Herald here. Sneaky pushing up through mid, so they have 5 members up towards this top side. Lorlo's heading bot to kind of catch that wave and send that in the right direction for his squad. Needs to make sure he at least is getting some experience, some gold to stay relevant. Doesn't need a tremendous amount, but you know, Stunt, despite that early kill, has not been able to really farm, you know, a tremendous amount. You know, is down as far as all the carries are concerned at the bottom of the table, but still definitely a threat at this point of the game. And Spica even going for the more high damage build. He's going Triforce, so it's not Sunder, it's Kraken Triforce. And he is going to be on a really high DPS build, but it does mean he's also very squishy. If they can actually lock him down, get him CC'd up, hit him with hostile takeover or anything like that, there is the potential that he could just get burst down before he gets that first reset.
And I feel like that's the name of the game. As soon as I hit tab, if I see that the enemy Viego that's 5-1 is doing this build, the whole goal for the whole team is shut him down before he finds the angle that he wants. Lorlo jumps in, they immediately follow it up with a massive CC combo, and there it is, exactly like we said. They can focus him down before he can do anything about it, and it's an easy fight win at that point.
Yeah, Lorlo doesn't hesitate, just goes straight in onto the Viego, finds him, knocks him up. They have everyone piling in. They burst him down. They get the shutdown. I think the shutdown also went to Yasuo here. So getting his namesake pick, looking really good on it thus far. So he's going to be able to push in the wave down towards that bot side also. And they do have the 2 first dragons. Plus it's an Infernal Soul. So I think Sneaky's Beaky's going to be wanting to contest here if they can. But, you know, look at Yasuo now where he's at. Like he is on IE. Sun is just the 1 item plus, you know, going towards tank. But he is nowhere close to as strong as Yasuo right now. Turtle has his 2 items before Sneaky does as well. So I think Yasuo's team is in a really good spot to fight and continue stacking these dragons.
Yeah, like I like to give Mo some crap when he does goofy plays on Yasuo as much as the next guy does, but the reality is he's still got 6 kills on this champion. He's 2-item power spike. He knows how to pilot it in the big team fights to be able to find some angles here. Now he's going to be jumped on. They may have just found him as soon as I start singing his praises. He gets picked off, but he's traded away for Spica, so it's not a bad trade. Wild Turtle going to find a double kill now with Sneaky down in the dirt, and that means Stunt, Smoothie, and Ball's got to be careful. It's a 4v3 fight now with the Drake spawned up, and it looks like we're moving on to Soul Point for Yasuo's Wild Turtle.
Yeah, it's theirs, no problem, because they don't have anyone really to deal with this at this point. Balls has no ult, Stun has no ult, and Smoothie has nothing as well, so they're just going to have to retreat, and Lorlo looking for Stun. Maybe he actually can catch him out here. There's no one really coming in to support, so I think he's more just kind of harassing him.
There was that
utilizing
CC chain
Everfrost combo
that you talked about too. Yeah, the headbutt into Pulverize, into Everfrost, into E. It's just incredible amounts of lockdown from one champion. So Stunt can't really do a whole lot about that. Wild Turtle now 3, 2, and 3 here on the Zeri. Has the static shivs plus the Nafori Quick Blades both done. Super scary stuff on him too.
Yep. Sneaky should pretty soon have his second item, but you can see he's falling behind in farm, and Turtle, got paid quite a lot off that last fight. Got turret gold, got a kill. He's almost on his third item now at this point, while Sneaky's still working towards that second. So things looking tough, I think, for Sneaky's Beakies. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. Is Yasuo taking a lot of damage?
Yeah, be in some trouble. Dropping the wind wall. Wants to buy an extra moment. Bail out. Is it going to work? Yes, it will. Huge Renata Glass moment. They should have killed him, but instead it's the perfect turnaround.
The bailout was massive there for Yasuo, able to survive. They turn around the kill. Turtle flies in. Everyone is there to support. Lorlo, right place, right time. Rosethorn as well, and now it is Baron. 20 minutes on the dot. They are right on it. Yasuo's team, that might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this one, it was pretty close back and forth. They were starting to build some leads, but now a 20-minute Baron off the back of what should have been a pick if that champion in the support role was anything other than Renata Glass. But it turns around perfectly. Yasuo survives. They turn around the fight. They kill everybody. Take another look at how it happened.
Yeah, this was just really nicely done. Yasuo kiting back to his team. Turtle's coming in. Everyone is rushing out there. Bifrost is perfect position over the wall. Split second to get that bailout off. He barely was able to get it off. After the hostile takeover comes through, connecting on multiple members. Everyone from Sneaky's Beakies piling in. But Yasuo's squad was there to support him, and they were able to come up big. Now Stunt keeping in from behind. They're going to try to make it happen.
They're trying to find their angle here. Yasuo going to get shut down here at the start of the fight. Bailout not there in time, but now Yasuo's Wild Turtles are ready to win right after the fact. It might have looked bad at the start with losing their namesake player, but they still got the Turo Baron buff. They're still pushing down the mid lane, and it's still a 4v1 for the next 25 seconds.
And this could potentially be the end. Are they going to try to just push in here and close it out? They are looking to posture very aggressively. How far forward they're standing, I think they want to try to go for some potential Nexus turret damage.
Yeah, Sneaky all alone does not have a very good chance in these kind of fights. First Nexus turret's already under pressure. Second Nexus turret about to disappear here too, but with Smoothie and Balls both coming back to life, they can at least hold on for a little bit longer. If that push would have won the game, I think that would have been the fastest game today.
Yeah, not quite able to get it done. The respawn's too fast at this point. Turtle, though, got knocked over the wall. Has no flash.
Okay, Smoothie just barely getting out of range of the hostile takeover. Spica still looking for a chance here. The Viego that started out 5-1 is now 5-5, and therein lies the story of the mid game. They successfully focused him down in a way that did not allow his itemization choices to shine. He was so squishy, but he did so much damage. Now Lorlo engages, Yasuo over the top with the last breath, and they've immediately killed both targets, one of which was that fed Viego. Stunt, Sneaky, and Balls all gotta try to fight this out, but Yasuo picks up a triple. He might be able to take this one all the way. There's a penta angle online. It's a quadra kill for Yasuo. They finally give him his champion, and the man gets a pentakill to end the game.
What a way to close it out. Their final game of the day. Yasuo on Yasuo gets the pentakill, and that's gonna do it here. They're gonna finish the round robin 2-1 and claim that second spot.
Now, it's also worth noting, it's not guaranteed the second spot, because now that it's Sneaky Beakies sitting at 1-1 and Aframu's team at 2-0 as the last matchup of the day, if Sneaky gets the upset, then we have three teams at 2-1. It's a three-way tie, and I think we go to game time as the tie-breaking stat overall to decide that. So there is still some potential for Sneaky's squad to redeem themselves here in the last game of the day, but man, we saw them go with the, hey, you know what, TSMXD, play your Yasuo, we'll see if it works, and despite the level 1 whoopsies, it did.
Yeah, it absolutely worked. And now we see why Yasuo was banned out in the previous 2 games. As he's topping the charts, he's making plays happen. They build the comp around him. I gotta say, I'm actually pretty impressed as well with how Lorlo played that game. He was everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
His engages were really, really on point. And look at his damage. Like he did as much damage as anyone on the other team as a roaming support Alistar. So really, I think making things happen pretty well for the team. It's a fun style to watch. Not necessarily to play against, but it is really fun.
Oh, it's a nightmare to play
watch.
against. An absolute nightmare to play against. It's so oppressive if he knows how to do it right. And just like you were calling out in the draft, yeah, he wants to roam around with his jungler. He wants to make plays. It's not about him. It's about accelerating the team. And that's what happens. So many of those Yasuo ultis that allowed Mo to get into the backline and be the carry were started off from Lorlo's engages.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, Yasuo got solo killed early on in the lane against stun. But it was Lorlo who really got him back into the game. You know, roam towards mid, they got a kill there. Roam up towards top after Yasuo swapped out of lane, helped him get a kill there. So, you know, it was really active on the map. And Yasuo going to win player of the game for this one. 1,300 damage a minute on the Yasuo. Really, really nice. He's still got it on his main. He's looking nice. And I think that's probably the last time he's getting it. He's probably not going to be able to get it tomorrow. It's getting banned again.
I think when it comes down to it, the other teams are probably going to keep banning the namesake champion away from the man who named himself after the champion.
The TSM XD banning strategy not working out, to everyone's surprise.
I'm flabbergasted. I never would have guessed. But hey, we still got one more game heading you guys' way. We're about to throw to another commercial right now. Once we're back from that one, it's going to be time for yet another post-game interview. And this time around, we'll be talking to somebody from the victorious team, Yasuo's Wild Turtles. We already talked to them once earlier today. They do get to finish the round-robin stage with a 2-1 scoreline. So we'll make sure that we ask them a couple of good questions once we get back. And after that, we'll head into our 6th and final matchup of day 1 here at the NA Legends Invitational, hosted by Disguised Toast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
All good.
And I agree. Oh my god, I'm washed.
To lane really quickly. And now Lorlo, here's the roam.
Lorlo coming in to turn this one around. That's what I'm talking about, but it's still not enough. He can equalize, make it a 1-for-1. Biofrost without his flash, still no heal cooldown either. In a lot of danger with stunt, also making the rotation. The level 7 Renekton coming down here. They'll immediately kill the Renata, and then Zeri falls right after. Smoothie getting...
After Jarvan faces.
Waiting for his thing.
Does he have flash?
Sure.
Not sure. You guys got him.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm on a pink, I cleared. We're fighting.
Q2.
I'm moving though.
I'm
here. Fight slow, fight slow.
I Q2, Q2. Knock up, I have another Q soon.
Diego's over here.
Renekton, Renekton.
I'm gonna ult that. Looks gone. I should have ulted that.
Oh, maybe dive? Oh, we push?
Yeah,
Try.
yeah.
We're kind of low, yeah.
I can get the wave. Lucian's there.
I can W you. Find them range. Wait, ult. Nice. Nice. Look, Renekton. Dive this, yeah.
I'm pushing the wave.
Lucian here.
Good,
I'm almost there.
Give Yasuo kill. Nice.
Nice.
Lucian no flash.
Huge.
We gotta go back to
Yeah, I'm looking Yasuo.
Yeah. Slowly. Hit front. Look me. Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm dead.
Maybe not. I see him. I healed you. Maybe we can. Nice.
I have W for you, Sneaky.
Very no flash.
Sorry, no flash.
Oh, sorry.
Holy shit! How did I live? What the fuck?
Yeah,
What
I was almost in the.
Nice.
fucking W range.
What the fuck?
Yo.
Oh.
Doing this?
How are your Yasuo skills?
Ooh.
No flash. Oh, he's
Get him
actually
in.
squishy. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's so squishy.
Viego. I'm on Viego.
Try to get behind. Oh, maybe you're dead though.
They have
How's it been?
Nice.
Nice. Watch me.
It's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
me
too. You're far though. Everyone's far.
I got a 15.
Can we ulti?
Yeah. Nice. Holy shit. Holy shit, Mo. Let's go, baby.
Montage.
Nice.
Baron should do Baron. Tipping here. They're tipping here.
Yeah, we win this hard. Just watch Viego still, okay? They only win resets. Just watch Viego. Watch Viego.
Oh.
Okay, we win this slowly.
You
The series alive.
You win.
Yeah. Holy
Okay.
shit.
I think we can end.
We turn the shit.
Alright, hold on. Oh, we're going. Okay. Good luck. He's crazy. That's
Penta. Wait, give him the penta. Serve him up.
Actually, it's a penta.
Yeah, serve him up.
Can you?
Yeah.
He got me. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Good shit. At the Alistar top, you're actually cooking.
No, I saw that on the stream too many times.
Oh my god, I almost had a soul kill and I griefed it.
All good.
And I griefed! Oh my god, I'm washed!
To lane really quickly, and now Lorlo here's the roam.
Lorlo coming in to turn this one around. That's what I'm talking about, but it's still not enough. He can equalize, make it a 1-for-1. Biofrost without his flash, still no heal cooldown.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Legends Invitational. We just got done with game number 5, and we have our Subway post-game interview with the captain of the winning team from last game, Yasuo. Yasuo, how did you feel when they disrespected you by letting the Yasuos through and spelling out TSM XD with their bans? Like, what was going through your mind?
I appreciated it. No disrespect here. You give me a free win, I'll take it. That's number one. But actually, we had an agreement. Sneaky brought it up, which surprised me. He wanted Lucian to not be banned, for Yasuo to not be banned, and we were down. And then we started banning, like, my team was getting sweaty. They were banning, like, the Lucian, like, pair-ups. Like, they wanted to ban Nami and Milio and Braum. And then we, like, looked at their bans, and they're just banning TSM XD. So I was like, no, guys, chalk this. We're banning Garen. But it was pretty good. It was a fun game. Lorlo went crazy on the Alistar top. Like, he set me up for success. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, man, that's one thing that I immediately noticed is he's playing this wacky, like, roaming style Season 1 Alistar back when he could be a solo laner type of thing, and it just set you guys up so good. Like, every champion that wasn't Zeri had a setup for you to go in there on the Yasuo ulti. But I specifically want to talk about one moment back in the mid lane when you got jumped and it looks like you are just dead to rights. The Renata bailout comes in, it saves you, and then that's just the moment where the game breaks. What was the comms and the emotions with the team like in that moment?
In that moment, honestly, I thought we were going to win that team fight. I wasn't too worried. That's a good word for it, bailout. I guess that's the actual ability name. I just asked Bio, I was like, you have shield for me? So he threw that on me. I knew I had to knock up. I threw it up. I knew if I got a reset, I'd be able to live. I knew we were going to win the fight. I didn't think I'd win the whole thing or survive the whole entire time. But I had a minion to dash out on, luckily, and then I just ran back in. A lot of people think like Yasuo's calculate like where they're gonna dash and minion. I'm just clicking everything on my screen. I got a lucky minion that started running towards me for whatever reason, thought he was in a team fight, and he clutched up. I thought when you said you're gonna talk about a moment in the mid lane, I thought you were gonna talk about level 2, so that's kind of scared me. But thank God we're not talking.
No,
about
we're just gonna pretend we didn't see that one, bro. We'll just let that one walk out the door.
That's how you know I still have the mind for it, just not the mechanics. Like I saw the vision, I just flash missed Q. And then I went back in for the second attempt, and then I just canceled an auto. But good times. I gave Stunt a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You gotta make it fun. That's you're just throwing him a bone for doing the absolutely nonsense bans with TSM XD, right? Just even in a playing field.
Exactly. Nail on the head.
How has it been playing in this event so far? I don't know how much you guys practiced, how serious taking it, or just for fun. Because pretty much everyone, I want to say, almost everyone, if not every single other player, is a pro or was a pro, right? So you're playing against a lot of guys who have LCS experience or NACL experience, etc. Has that been like kind of fun for you to kind of get back into that competitive mindset, and playing with an actual squad instead of just like solo queue and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think someone else said it better than me. Golden Glue, he said it's like a perfect environment for players like us, where it's not like too high level, but it's not low level. It's kind of like we're all just having fun. Twitch chat typing all day. I don't know why Yasuo is in this. He's not a former pro. Hey, brother, me neither. But I'm just enjoying the ride. But I'm having a good time. Everything's pretty good. I'm glad I got to play at least one Yasuo game. I'm assuming he's gonna get banned for the rest of the tournament now, considering they saw my Tristana, so they probably prefer me on that.
Maybe you can make another deal with Sneaky if you guys end up playing them tomorrow, because if they lose, you guys will be 2 versus 3, so you would have a rematch tomorrow. Maybe you can get a solution for Yasuo deal again.
Yeah, we may have to throw in some extra picks, but I'm down for it, as long as I get the Yasuo.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 deal.
You can definitely prey on the egos of some of these league players. Even if they beat you, if they had to ban Yasuo to do it, that's not really a win.
True, that is very true.
All right, thank you very much for the interview, Mo. We're gonna let you go. That is your last game of the day, so we'll see you tomorrow for playoffs.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
All right, see you later, man. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, guys. Are we seeing any more Yasuo for the rest of the event?
Don't believe so. I think that if the teams are really looking to play seriously and compete, they're probably not willing to give that away, especially after seeing the whole rest of the team is willing to pick these knockups, go in with the Jarvan, play the Alistair top. There's a difference between playing against a dude playing Yasuo and being good at the champion, and a dude playing Yasuo being good at the champion with a pre-made squad that all has knockups for him. It's just not a very pleasant gaming experience, and I feel like he's not going to get to do that one anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
We have...
unlikely.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No problem.
I believe we have Game 6 coming up real soon. Sneaky Beakies versus the Watchmen. So Sneaky Beakies playing back-to-back games. The Watchmen, 2 very dominating performance so far. They're going to be playing for essentially... If the Sneaky Beakies win, we are going to have a 3-way tie. Every team at 2-1. And I believe the tiebreaker for that scenario will just be game time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we heard yesterday, is that if it goes down to a 3-way tie, then the producers and our people behind the scenes are going to total up the total amount of minutes spent in game from all of your wins, and then the fastest team is the one who ends up getting first, and then the slowest team would end up being the one who gets third. Obviously, really only whichever one's fastest matters, because the other two, no matter what order that they're in, will then play each other in the first match tomorrow. But even if Afromu's team does get upset by Sneakies in this next one, because both their games so far have been really fast, there's still a good chance that they come out on top. But they just want to end this day with the clean 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been looking so dominant, so I think that's definitely what everyone's expecting. Golden Glue was saying, though, they had a lot of picks that they were cooking up, so I'm excited to see if we're going to get something new from Insanity again. We got Draven, we got Brand, and I really want to see what's going to happen in this final game.
All right, I believe we have some time to set up the lobby. We're going to throw it into a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final game of the day between Sneaky Beakies and Team Afromove's Watchmen. See you in a bit.
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh. Try a new deli hero from the Subway series and taste the difference for yourself.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Legends Invitational. We are just about getting ready to head into our final game for today. But before we do that, let's take a quick look at the current standings. As you guys can see, Team Aframu, undefeated, up there at 2-0, up against the Sneaky Beakies. And from the way Team Aframu has been playing, I think we're expecting another win for them, because Sneaky Beakies, they got balls and stunts. You know, balls haven't played in a while, and stunts playing that off roll. I'm expecting them to kind of exploit that weakness of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting though, because it's like Watchmen also have off roll too, right? They have 2 mid laners, and Insanity's just playing ADC and just smurfing. So they have been so impressive thus far. Insanity to me has been really standing out in this tournament. He's been looking nuts, playing bot lane, bring out the Draven, bring out the Brand, and been such a difference maker for them across these 2 games. But this team also just looks like the most practiced, the most serious. They're like playing the map well. They're playing really smart. They are looking like they want to win.
It's going to be hard to take them down, man, especially with the Sneaky Beakies. Unfortunately, just coming off of their loss against Yasuo's Wild Turtles, they decided to handshake the "don't ban my champ, I won't ban your champ." So Sneaky got to play his Lucian, and then we even saw that Lucian die and lose in the 2v1 up top versus Mo's Yasuo. So that handshake didn't end up working out for him. I feel like they're probably going to want that one back, but honestly, everybody on Aframu's squad has been stepping up. They've been playing really good. Golden Glue in the mid lane obviously has not been rusted too much by his time being a coach these days. Like, these guys have just been a ton of fun to watch, and I'm hoping that we get another spicy draft from them to close out the day.
Yeah, I'm expecting Team Sneaky Beakies to maybe have a more pronounced focus on their bot lane, because we got Sneaky and Smoothie both on their main row. Whereas on Team Aframu, it's either going to be Golden Glue or Insanity. To be fair, Insanity has been playing out of his mind down there, but now they're up against, you know, Sneaky and Smoothie, and also Spica, who had such a monster Lilia game in the first showing. They do have a chance. It might just be a abandoned top, abandoned mid lane strategy for them.
It's just open the lane, stop. Maybe they should play some of the Lorlo style then, if they're gonna do that. Just go for some roaming style.
Well, I think that Spica's gonna be paramount. If Sneaky's team is gonna win this, I think it's almost gotta be through a Spica angle. Even in game number 2, despite the fact that they lost, remember that Viego for Spica that ended the game 5-6 or 5-7 and whatever started off 5-1. So if they can play through him, they might have a shot.
I believe draft is ready. We have our final game ready for today, and this is going to determine the seeding for tomorrow. Remember, every team will be around for tomorrow, so if you're Scar fans, don't worry, they'll be back. Might just be for one game, but you'll see them tomorrow. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to leave it to you guys. Good luck on the draft.
All right, we'll see you after the game. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Final game of the day. Final game of this round robin here in the NA Legends Invitational. This one's going to determine all of our standings. This is going to settle all the dust and see what that bracket is going to shape up to be going into tomorrow. If Team Aframu wins this one, we have an easy 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be Aframu versus Skara, and then the other 2 teams will be our other semifinal match. However, if Sneaky comes out on top in this one, then we go into tiebreaker craziness. We're not actually going to have any extra tiebreaker games. That would be a very long day. I also don't know if I can do 9 games in one day anyway, so luckily they're not going to have us do that, and instead we will be doing tiebreakers based on game time. But to even get there, the Sneaky Beakies got to pull out the upset and manage to take down the cleanest looking team in the tournament.
Yep, we'll see if they can do it. Aframu's squad, pretty serious bans obviously so far. Banning out the Lucian, that's kind of Seeky's favorite pick right now. Lilia, Spica really carried their first win on that pick. On the other side, it's kind of some jungle attention. Jarvan has been getting played a lot. I think will continue to be getting played a lot. It's a really popular pick right now. Very strong early game, and works really well with Shojin builds as well, which is kind of like the meta right now. A lot of people are just loving Shojin on basically anything you can build it on. The respect ban to the Brand after he really showed up on it in that last game. And Brand can be really, really annoying to play against, but I'm surprised. I didn't actually expect them to ban it because I expected them to just play like more standard bot lane. and I thought it was more of a specific counter to the Senate show, but perhaps Sneaky and Smoothie are looking to play something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, so Lilia and Lucian both banned out. There goes the Renekton as well. They'll keep that one away from Stunt or Balls or whoever might want to play it. It is kind of just one of those evergreen top lane picks. It's like anybody who plays a solo lane, like even some mid laners, know how to play Renekton. So just taking that off the table if you know you don't want to play it yourself seems like a pretty solid choice. What's the last ban going to be here from the Sneaky Beakies before we get into the picks? Aframu's Thresh? Nope, the Draven. Okay, it's a double Insanity angle. They want to shut down both the picks they've seen him on so far, and Team Aframu is swift to steal the Rumble away from Balls.
Yep, just insta-locking that Rumble. There's not really a lot of great answers, so we'll see what Balls wants to go against it. It was actually really cool to see Lorlo's answer. You know, he was playing, obviously, the Alistar, kind of independent of what he wanted for the lane, but actually did really well. Wasn't really punished in lane whatsoever by it, and was able to get it on the map and make a lot happen. So those sort of roaming picks are pretty cool. Likely going to be Smoothie with the Rel here once more. You know, we talked about that earlier. We saw him already play on it. You're not expecting Spica to be playing this. He wants to play more of that carry style, I think, in an event like this. And Stunt going to be back to that Orianna. So this is two of the first picks that they had actually in their game one that they played that they did win.
And hopefully they'll be able to find some success on him here again. Although I am also very curious about the way Balls is going to handle this, because not only is Rumble denying Balls his comfort pick from him, the Alistar style that you're talking about, you have to be practiced on it. Like, you have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you just become like a glorified Loot Pinata minion that walks around severely underleveled, severely underfarmed. So that's probably not the angle for Balls specifically. And then also, a lot of the champions that do good into Rumble, when we think of stuff like, oh, sometimes people want to play Yone into him or something similar, right? I don't know how many of those champions actually existed back when Balls played the game a lot. So I'm curious what the angle will be here for the top lane to answer against the Rumble. We've got Tristana locked in. I'm expecting that one to go to Insanity there in the bottom side. Also picking up the Maokai for parry in the jungle.
All right, so he's going to be Aatrox. So this is actually the exact same first three that they had in their game number one. I'm trying to remember exactly what the bot lane was in that. It was... What was the bot lane? So bot lane was with Zeri. So they had Zeri and Lilia in that game number one. Zeri and Lilia are both banned out, so not going to be able to actually have the full run back, but their top side is going to be very, very similar. They have the same support. They have the same solo laners that did not really work out in that first game. And interesting to see the Alistar getting banned here. Obviously an answer into the Rel that we see quite consistently. Afro was really well known for that pick. Has been playing heavy engaged champs so far. You know, well, he played it in game number one. He played the Thresh. Game number two, I guess he did play that Soraka, so pretty different styles. But Zeri banned out. I wonder if it's going to be triple AD bans. Okay, so it's going to be the Kindred. So they're going to be banning out the jungler from Spica. He still does have the option to go towards Viego, which he played last game. Obviously, there's a lot of things on the table. He plays a lot of Nidalee and solo queue as well, though I don't think there's very good setup for it. So I don't really expect it in this spot. I mean, it just depends how crazy he wants to get, right? Like, does he want to go for something that's pretty meta? Does he want to go for something that's, you know, a little bit more stylish, a little bit more flashy? Remains to be seen, because he is going to be that fifth pick.
Well, we've got the Kaisa locked in for the first time today. I'm actually surprised we made it all the way to the sixth game of the day before we got to see any games with her in it. But then again, we've also had some kind of weird bot lane metas developing inside this invitational event today, right? Like, we've seen Cho'Gath in bottom lane, we've seen Brand down there, we've seen the role swap mid laner turning into an AD carry playing Draven. Like, it's been a little bit more divergent from what you would expect. And Neela is the choice. Okay, so I'm expecting now actually Golden Glue pilots the Tristana mid, and it's Neela Tarek for Insanity and Aframu.
Yeah, that's actually a really strong combo. Neela basically was played only a tiny bit in pro, but when Neela first came out, this is something a lot of people were playing because Neela can dash in with the Dazzle, bash and combo. So you can dash in, get that guaranteed stun, you have your ulti to follow up, you can throw in later on in the game your ultimate down from Tarek as well, and send Neela into the backline really aggressively, allow her to kind of do her work where she is very exposed, but can be really high damage. And it's going to be Kayn as the answer here from Spica. So another carry pick will not be the Viego, going towards the Kayn. There's going to be a lot of squishy members on this team, you know, with both the Tristana as well as that Neela. So it's potential for, you know, Assassin Kayn. Generally in competitive, we only get Ross. We only get the red Kayn. But I think this could actually be a decent blue Kayn game. So will be interesting to see what he wants to go for here.
I'd much rather see Blue Kayn this game.
It'd be fun, yeah.
Double AD carry, Rumble, like this seems like primo time to lock in the Blue Kayn, go for the big carry performance, go for those through-the-wall one-shots, and just take over the game with a hard carry performance to close out day one.
Yeah, and you can be really difficult to deal with. Like, you're so evasive as Blue Kayn, you can spend so much time in the walls, as you say, looking for those Ws out of walls for the poke. You know, it can be pretty devastating. Obviously, Taric can be difficult to deal with. Maokai can be difficult to deal with. And, you know, farming up that blue form will be more difficult because you have to be farming on ranged champions. So it'd be mostly Golden Glue or something that you'd want to attack. So it'd definitely be a lot easier to farm up the orbs, the souls, or whatever they're called, actually for Red Kayn. But Spica has snuck around here. We're going to try to force the W level up at 1 from Golden Glue because they are fully wrapping around him here.
All right, let's see if they can do it. The Sneaky Beakies taking on the Watchmen. Game number 6, the very last one of the day. Remember, we will be back tomorrow with the first 2 semifinal matches. Those are just going to be best of ones like we're watching here. But Golden Glue, now walking into the brush, has to level up that W at level 1 to make sure he can get away safely without having to spend the flash. So at least they get value there.
Yep, that is nice. I mean, you're never really going to kill him unless he's super kind of spaced out and levels up a skill before he actually has to. So they are going to be able to, you know, at least force that W. But that's a really nice, you know, for that level 1, going to be able to force that out. And we'll see if Stunt's going to be able to take some advantage of that. Insanity again down here on this bottom side, playing cleanse, no shock there. When you're against the Rel, you are going to need that cleanse very, very likely. But I'm just excited to see, you know, if Sneaky and Smoothie can create any sort of early advantages, because I do feel like the all-in is so threatening at 6 from Neelateric that if you let them kind of just have their way with the lane early on, it's going to be really tough for you at 6.
All right, nice sidestep on the stun there. Now immediately ready for the counterattack, and Insanity and Afro Moo are rapidly losing the 2v2 in bottom lane. Just, man, zoned off of the minion wave entirely now.
Yeah, that was really well done there. They're just playing past the wave, utilizing that brush to reset minion aggro, and they know as soon as Afro actually does not connect with that Dazzle, your cooldowns are so long early on, and he's not getting any passive autos to actually reset those cooldowns whatsoever, so they're trying to zone him off XP as much as they can, and zone him off those minions, and Spica is starting on the invade, so potential for, you know, 3 quadrant clear here from Spica, plus the big advantage they have down on bot side. Things already really looking good for Sneaky's Beakies in these early minutes.
All right, Perry still cleaning up his red buff, but it looks like we might just get a dive. A level 2 versus level 1 dive. It's Smoothie going in, but Insanity won't drop yet. The final turret shot does not fire off, so Smoothie survives. That was a little audacious coming out from the bot lane.
It was, but at the end of the day, they get 3 summoners for the 2, and they do deny some more of that farm from Insanity, but Perry is now coming up, so Smoothie's going to have to be careful. If they see Perry, so they got to run now. But might be too late.
Yep, Afromu has already gone for the Dazzle. Perry with the flash follow, twisted advance. Smoothie's going to be your target here, and you know they want to put the money on Insanity. It's first blood for Neela.
Insanity again with a good start here. They're losing out in the 2v2, but they expose themselves to that gank, not respecting the attempt from that jungler. Not going to be pushed back. Will be able to survive, but I mean, they should have known that's the only place he could really be, because they actually have a ward from Spica over at enemy wolves. Spica stole the full top side of the map, so the only thing Perry can do is really gank, right? Like, that's it. So he has to be down on bot side, and Sneaky and Smoothie got really aggressive, wanted to try to go for that dive. You know, it was a good trade in the 2v2, but exposed themselves to that gank from Perry, and now, just like that, Insanity is out to a lead once again.
Insanity, man. It looked like they finally might have slowed down this war machine of the Watchmen early on in the bottom lane, but then immediately for the punish. That's why I was a little bit skeptical of the dive, even though they ended up coming out positive in terms of the summoner spells. It just sets you up for that counterattack, and then the punish comes through. Hey, at least the gold is still pretty close to even right now, so it's not like they managed to get a huge amount of advantages from it. Spica on the Kayn is able to farm up very quickly, hopefully get this champion to the point where he can start being a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has just been power farming here. You know, got nearly double the camps early on. Of course, they're going to get back over here, steal the enemy Raptors, so we'll close the gap on that a little bit. But Spica, you know, out to a really fast start himself. Yes, the assist went over the Maokai, but it's going to be Insanity that has to try to make something from that. And Stunt intelligently playing towards the bot side. They had wards on Perry, but Balls potentially in some trouble.
Do you think that if Balls joined the league today, they would have him change his summoner name? Spica? Under a little bit of pressure here. Explosive charge taking him low, but it won't kill him yet. He has to flash over the wall to get back into the red pit. Golden Glue needs a couple more auto attacks, but Perry and Afro Moo are ready to try to back these guys up. Spica down to 50 HP. Perry and Afro Moo still trying to provide enough as Insanity makes his way up the river. Another stun connects, and they put the money exactly where they want it. The carries are getting paid, and it's nothing but tragedy for Sneaky's Beakies. Perry continuing the chase after Smoothie, as Stunt can't do anything to protect his support. This will make a third kill of the game for Team Afromoo if they can get this last hit. The shield's about to wear off. Perry stays on the chase. He throws the sapling into the brush. Smoothie's shield will protect him from that, but the slow also still ticking. No, it's Smoothie just barely getting away as Darshan only slightly survives, hanging on against Balls' Aatrox.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. They both flash up in top lane. The last attack not able to come in there from Balls to finish him off, but now Perry coming up towards top side, and Balls could potentially be in some trouble here. He's got no summoners, and Maokai's behind him. They are low, but I don't know that it's going to matter. We'll see.
Yeah, okay, Equalizer. That's huge. That's going to be the difference in having a damage or not. If you don't have the Equalizer there, I think Aatrox just drain tanks the two of them because Rumble can't get close enough to do the damage without it, but hitting level 6 was so clutch in setting him up for that kill.
Yeah, getting 6 there was massive. It's such an XP advantage. And the farm for Balls way down. He's down in the experience. He's down in gold pretty enormously. So again, Afromoo's team out to an incredible start. Some good moments from Sneaky's squad. You know, the 2v2 at level 1 really created an edge, but just Insanity seems to always be able to get the gold right where he wants it. You know, Perry playing well around him, you know, got them that first kill on the gank. Then he roams up towards top side, picks up a second freebie. Sneaky's ahead in farm, but Neil is in a good spot, and Afro's even able to get the early tier, which always feels really nice on Terra because it's so mana hungry on this champion. So everything going super well for them.
Yep, the top 3 bars on the gold chart are all wearing Afromoo's colors. Golden Glue trying to play aggro again in Stunt's face. He does get hit by the shockwave. Insanity goes in and drops Apotheosis. Smoothie trying to fight back alongside Sneaky here. Insanity's super low on mana, so they don't want to keep this one going. But they're still maintaining control over the bot lane. Both junglers also now hovering around nearby. Spica is level 6 on the Kayn. Perry is level 4 on the Maokai. The jungle difference there is massive, and now Afromoo's going to get caught out. The punish comes down, and the money goes over to Spica.
Yeah, that's great. Spica really needs to get that kill. He was already massively up in farm, but Darshan in trouble top lane.
Yup, Balls having a much better performance on the Aatrox this time around than what we got to see in his previous game on the pick. Having plenty of presence in the lane, constantly trading back and forth with Darshan. Darshan does have a nice CS advantage, but now it's problems, man. He overheats at the right time and just thumps him with the auto attacks. Darshan gets the solo kill.
That is the danger of the Ignite Rumble here. The all-in is so strong. Spica does have 6, but Afromoo's coming over, and they're going to have to run because Insanity's going to be here shortly.
Yeah, Afromoo and Perry just keeping these guys locked down so Insanity can show up and finish the job. Perry drags Kayn over towards the lane. You always want to get him away from terrain. If you're going to try to kill him after he exits the ultimate form, Kayn has so many ways to jump over terrain, whether it's the Q jumping over the wall, the E running through it. If you can bring him out into open land, it's much harder for him to get away after. They do just that, and they gun him down.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill. Spica with his second death of the game. Did pick up his first kill, has a lot of farm, but not what he was hoping for. It is going to be Red Kayn. It's going to be that bruiser style. He's playing Conqueror. Obviously has the Iron Spike Whip as well, so that's the dead giveaway. But it's going to be tough. I mean, they're already down 2K. It's only 8.5 minutes in. Yes, there are some things working in their favor. You know, farm and jungle, farm and bot are good, but Insanity is just going to be so ridiculously strong. Has the early serrated Dirk, already has a Zeal, so their all-in is going to be really, really threatening. Golden Glue has been pushing heavily through mid, already has 2 plates, and Balls is basically out of it in top lane again.
Yeah, Balls struggling to deal with the Rumble now. The Equalizer comes down. Keeps ticking, but not quite low enough. The placement of that Equalizer also landing on top of the minion wave, so this next wave will be shoved up even more quickly. Balls is still just barely hanging on. He's deciding to stick around underneath the turret because he has Spica moving up here. Spica clears out that ward, and that means that Darshan's aware of his presence, so he can't just hang out and try to kill Balls underneath the turret. He knows it's way too risky. Insanity and Afromoo maintaining their command over the bottom lane, but I do have to give credit to Sneaky, who does have a CS advantage despite the fact that they got punished after their early plays. Sneaky sidestepping away from the Dazzle there too.
Yeah, nice little trade though. Honestly, he got a big chunk of damage, and when Tarek has tier, you can actually use your heals pretty aggressively, so you have really good sustain in the lanes. you can basically have no cooldown on the heal as long as you're able to just constantly get autos, because you get 2 passive procs from every spell that you cast, and 2 autos with the passive resets your heal cooldown. Obviously, it only gives you the 1 charge. As you get more ranks in the queue, you need more and more charges, but still, it does allow you to sustain up your ally really, really effectively. So it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with, but Spica still trying to stay aggressive here on the Kayn, keeping his farm high, has to stay active on the map. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
Golden Glue ready for this 1v1 against Stunt, but Spica and Perry have both decided to show up. Golden Glue with a flash away so he doesn't get hit by the Blade's reach. As long as Spica doesn't hit him with something else, he can't go for the ulti on him. Golden Glue recognizes that and immediately commits the summoner spell to guarantee his escape.
Yeah, nice flash for flash there from Golden Glue. Spica, again, just trying to make something happen. I think he knows the pressure is kind of on him in this game, but they do scale pretty well, you have to say. You know, Orianna is actually farming pretty decently in this game. Yes, he's been getting pushed in, but it's nothing like it was in that first game when he was playing Orianna, where Stunt was kind of like completely out of it for a really long time. Sneaky's still in a great spot. Yes, he is going to be behind Insanity on the Neela with those 3 kills, but he already has an early Shiv. So I think they're feeling fine about where they are right now. And Insanity is kind of going this like garage sale build. So his first item is going to come in pretty late, even though he has a lot of gold.
Yeah, the garage sale build, like the Serrated Dirk and the Zeal, are both very cost-effective, very powerful items to pick up early on, but it does slow down that first big completion. It does slow down that secondary power spike. So Static Shiv feeling good for Sneaky right now. They've already got that first Drake in their possession from earlier, 3 seconds until the next one spawns. So kind of like the second half of the day has been so far, earlier focus on the Drakes in these later games.
Yep, absolutely. I'm expecting that it'll just be Quick Blades for Insanity. You know, that seems like by far the most common Neela mythic. And you can just use your Serrated Dirk for Collector, and then you have Quick Blades, Collector, and then you can go into something else, with that Zeal as the 3rd item. So we'll see if that is going to be the option, or if he's going to be cooking up something a little bit different. But Golden Glue, probably going to be able to finish off this turret. He has the Demolish, he has the E-up on it, so this thing is looking like it's gone.
He is tearing this thing to pieces. First turret before 12 minutes into the game, plus 3.7 thousand gold lead. Perry and Afromu are hanging around to the side of him, so even if Sneaky's team comes in and tries to make a collapse on Golden Glue, he's just fine. He's on the Tristana. Let's see, Smoothie looking for a Magnet Storm here. Perry with a Respect Flash, even though he's still at full HP, did not want to be caught out there. He knew that Sneaky's Beakies were up to something.
Yeah, and honestly, now without the ulti from Smoothie, I don't know if they can really fight here. At the Dragon, it would be pretty tough. So yeah, Maokai lost his flash, but
meanwhile,
top lane,
Darshan's cooking up balls for dinner. There's just nothing left to him, dude. This guy's just totally roasted. He's gone. Now with the enemy top laner no longer in the picture, it doesn't matter that he has teleport. He can't join the fight. That means the rest of the team's now feeling confident to step up here and go for their bottom side river fight. Spica gets back over the wall there, but it's still total river control now here for Afromu's team.
Yeah. Spica just trying to farm up his form as fast as he can. Hitting those melee champions does give you progression towards that red form. We'll see if he has it now. He went back to base. Yep, there it is. As kind of expected. He has the upgrade. He has his mythic completed now. So Goredrinker plus Rost, you are massively more powerful, especially if you can get in the middle of a lot of these melee champions. And Neela is essentially melee. Like, your range is almost 0, so there are going to be a lot of champions you can expect to be kind of stacked up on Spica. So if you can get the AoE down and really kind of shred through, you can take over a game absolutely as Rost. This is one of those champions that when you get ahead, you can get really ahead and become so difficult to actually deal with because it's one of those drain tank style champs.
It's a true raid boss champion if it gets ahead, because sometimes people say a raid boss referring to, oh, they just can't kill him. Sometimes they say a raid boss referring to a guy that's just got the damage to kill everybody on his own. And honestly, Fed Rost is both of those things at the same time. He's very, very scary. Now you've got Darshan forcing the flash out of Sneaky as well. Kaisa not having Killer Instinct or Flash is going to hurt, but not as much as that damage from Orianna. Nice shutdown going back over to Stun.
Really good TP there from Stunt. Just TP's in behind him, bails out Sneaky. Yeah, Sneaky does lose the flash. That sucks. But Spica going to get aggressive on the invade here. Insanity's around. It could look.
Insanity wants to dive in on these guys, but now the TP's coming in. Balls is ready to join the fight. The Tarek ultimate keeps him invulnerable here for a moment, and they're trying to turn the burst back around the other way. The shutdown hits Insanity. It hits Afromu. It's an absolute slaughter in the jungle, and Sneaky's Beakies are the ones holding the knife.
Oh my god, huge fight there for Sneaky's Beak. He's able to get a bunch of kills back, 3 for 0. at the end of the day, yes, Golden Glue's pushing up on top side, so they are still down on gold, but they absolutely needed that. Stunt gets a lot of kills off that. He gets the Ludens completed. Balls has his Mythic completed now as well. And that was a massive fight for them down on the bottom side off that initial TP from Stun. The flanking Orianna, not something you see a lot, but that got them 1 kill. And that gave them confidence to just go for this heavy invade where they knew they were going to be up a man and they could take pretty much any fight.
Yeah. Now that gold lead that was almost 4,000 evaporating back down to below 2K. It's still not a great situation, but it's so much better than it was. And here's how it started, with Darshan initially forcing the summoner spell out of Sneaky, but then the reinforcements were great.
Exactly. The reinforcements were really good. It's a great shockwave as well. The ball placement was nice, snapping him back over towards Sneaky. And then they know they can just look for this sort of a play. There's no TP on Tristana. Aatrox has the TP. They already have an added man down here. Insanity looks for the engage. Afro tried to flash forward with the Dazzle Stun. Couldn't find a big stun onto a carry or anything like that. The Taric ulti got kited out. Spica barely survived. I don't want to say 5, maybe 10% health when he actually gets that ulti off to be able to vamp back up. Is able to survive. They get a lot of those kills back, including 3 kills now for the Orianna. So there's definitely chances here for Sneaky Squad.
Absolutely huge from them. You can see it's actually Balls at the top of the chart on the damage, on the Aatrox, joining in with the fight, making use of the TP. Even if he's losing out in the 1v1s, he's contributing to the team, and that's what you need to see. Now it's Golden Glue pushing up in top lane. Infernal Chains do connect, trying to use the Buster Shot to knock Balls back away from him, but Perry's ready to follow it up and try to give Golden Glue the help that he needs. There's the alley-oop, and they find the first kill, but they gotta be careful because Golden Glue had the turret aggro. Now Insanity and Afro move in a 2v2 here in the jungle, but Spica and Stunt are able to fight it out. Insanity down to 100 HP, has to flash back over the wall trying to stay alive, but Sneaky's ready to go, and Spica grabs the kill. Afro's gonna drop down next, and Sneaky's Beakies are finding themselves some hella good plays. Perry and Golden Glue are on the run, but Sneaky's got the killer instinct. Golden Glue continues trying to escape as Perry wants to be the sacrificial lamb. Sneaky kills off Golden Glue before his teleport can complete, and now Perry's stuck in no man land, and all they gotta do is figure out who they want to give the kill over to. Spica picks up another one. The gold lead is almost back to 0. The advantage has been lost. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, this game is getting really close now. We're coming into it thinking Aftermove's squad might just stomp through the whole tournament. But Sneaky's team having other things to say about it. Spica now with the shutdown. Like, all 3 of their carries, Spica is on a killing spree. Like, he has a shutdown available on him. Stun has a shutdown available on him. So does Sneaky. All 3 of these guys, right where the gold would be wanted, have it. And you can see it's Golden Glue out to a lead, but Sneaky and Stunt right up there, and Spica has almost as much gold as Insanity, who got 3 kills to start off the game. So they are really strong at this point, and as long as they can actually deny a really good Taric ult, I think that's going to be key. As long as they're not fighting into the Taric ult and they can kind of kite it out, play it a little bit slow, and then re-engage afterwards, I think they have a good shot. But if Afro can get that good engage alongside the Maokai and get that perfect Taric ult for Insanity while he's in the middle of the team, I still think it's going to be really tough.
Oh yeah, but it has been a really promising couple of minutes here for Sneaky's squad. We'll see if they can keep this momentum going. The Drake is on the map and they've got control over the bot side River, but Aframu's squad is taking the opportunity to say, hey, we're not going to fight you for that. Instead, we're just going to trade objectives cross-map. They're going to use the power of Tristana to push turrets, go after the tier 2 up there in the top lane. Those are worth a ton of money. They'll pick that one up and rocket jump away before there's any consequences. But that Mountain Drake does go over to Sneaky's team.
Yep, and Balls is working away on that tier 2 who bought. They are going to drop the Herald mid, though, so they're going to try to trade both of these tier 2 towers for them. Now Balls is keeping in. They're going to try to fight.
Well, Smoothie is already down. They picked up a kill before the fight ever really even started. Balls looking for a way to enter off to the side, but the Equalizer gives them the opportunity to just charge forward. Darshan will not retreat back into his opponent because the only way to go is straight dead ahead. Now Perry could be in some trouble. Aframu popping the ulti to make sure these guys don't die immediately. Spica and Balls trying to hang on here in the 2v4, but Balls gets stunned up, and there's the apotheosis. Insanity jumps in to try to bring these guys down. Spica finds a multi-man knock-up, but it won't be good enough. It's a 4-for-2 trade, and the Watchmen are the ones coming out on top.
And just like that, they're 4K up again. They play the map, they take the tier 2 top, they take the tier 2 mid, they win a team fight, and they explode that advantage. It was slowly being clawed back from by Sneaky's squad. Really nice team fight from them. They're able to find a good Taric ult this time around, kind of just create that space for their carries to make things happen. Darshan found an angle to flash in on the backline. Sneaky didn't have flash at that point, so he got burnt down. It was kind of all up to Spica. We can see this one more time. The Herald comes down, so they make the call. We're going to go for the fight. But Smoothie's just insta-dead before anything happens. They get no value from the engage that he's looking for. Sneaky ults in to try to get some damage up himself. But Perry has this ulti. It connects on both the carries, and that sets up for the perfect equalizer. They weren't stacked up, but Darshan gets that beautiful equalizer across multiple members, flashes in, uses the Proto Belt, cleans up both those carries alongside Perry, and Balls is on the other side trying to make something happen over on Insanity as well as Golden Glue, but just can't make it happen. Afro gets the really good Terra Call to actually keep Perry alive, and then they're just flying in, finishing off those kills. Insanity with a super aggressive build does decide to go for the Gale Force, so he's on Gale Force Collector. Really high burst with this style of build.
Yeah.
And he's able to help finish him off.
Absolutely huge fight there, and all of that work, you said it, man. They were clawing back into the game, but just as soon as you give them an inch, the Watchmen take a mile. We're at almost 21 minutes into the game. It's still a pretty dire situation. They've at least got the Drake advantage for Sneaky's guys, but they're going to have to stop giving their opponents opportunities to find these huge team fights. It looks like we want to see the Watchmen stepping into the enemy jungle now, looking to take some more control over the vision, more control over this top side of the map as Golden Glue continues applying the pressure on Stunt. Gets caught up with a shockwave here a little bit. Perry's going in on top of the enemy mid laner, but he's so far back behind enemy lines by himself. Perry could be in some serious trouble here. Equalizer comes down over the top. Darshan wants to finish off Stunt, but he don't have the damage just yet. Proto Belt from maximum range to guarantee it. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade so far, but they got to be careful. Apotheosis on 2 targets. Smoothie and Spica have to try to escape, but Smoothie's already down and Spica's on the run. There's no ulti left for the Kane, and that's a big problem. Balls is down in the bottom lane trying to deal with the tier 2, but the base is being absolutely throttled. Balls is going to have to get back and try to stop these guys. They are not going to be deterred. The inhibitor is crushed.
Yeah, they lose the inhib. Balls didn't have TPs on the other side of the map, so Aftermoon squad get aggressive. They are being spotted here. They're trying to delay their recalls a little bit, it looks like. They're going to be able to stop at least one, but Spica has to be careful.
Yeah, Spica's got no ulti. That's the big problem here. It's such an easy catch. You can see all the pings coming out on Baron now. They know that's the jungler. They know that's the only way they can realistically lose this objective, and now they have every opportunity to really put the pedal to the metal on this lead.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to come back, but Golden Glue maybe getting caught.
Okay, this could be huge. Golden Glue with the disengage, had to pop the flash to guarantee his safe escape. Balls is now rejoined with the rest of the team. Ready to try to stop these guys, but no, they're still a 5-man unit. They're still pushing onto the Baron. Spica's still dead for the next 10 seconds. How fast can they burn this one away? Smoothie, Stunt, Balls, all trying to find a way to interfere with this, but it just does not seem possible. Not when your jungler is already down. The Maokai ulti flies out over the top, and now the Equalizer's ready to back it up. They jump on top of Balls, but it ain't quite going to be enough just yet. He's still getting away. The shockwave slows him down long enough to guarantee the escape, but it's still Baron over to Afromoose squad.
Yeah, it's a clean Baron take. Everyone gets out. Yes, it's a great shockwave from Stunt, but it really doesn't amount to much, and now it's almost back to that 6,000 gold lead here. 22 minutes in, they have that Baron. They can look to move towards another Dragon here as well if they want. That's up in 20 seconds. I don't think Sneaky Squad is going to be in a position to really fight it. They can try to clear up the tier 2 bot as well, extend that lead even further, so they are looking really, really good now. Golden Glue's on 3 items. Insanity working towards his 3 items. You can see Perry already has 2. Darshan working towards 3, so they are very strong at this point.
All right, Spica, let's see what you can find. I'm still got a lot of expectations on him to kind of be the X factor in these fights. If he can drain tank these guys, bait them into bad situations, but the damage and the gold lead are just becoming way too much. You can see they've got control over the bottom side river here for Team Afromoo. They're going to be able to move over, take this second Drake of the game for themselves. That's going to tie it up at 2-2 in the Drake count. Meanwhile, you've got Golden Glue on this absolute turret destruction machine that is Tristana, continually pushing up side waves, continually looking to find more objectives. They've already got the tier 2 turrets down in the other 2 lanes. This is the last one still on the Rift as Perry shoots off the ulti. Equalizer over the top again. That combo is so deadly, and it just gives Golden Glue more time to put in some work onto the tier 2 turret. And Void Seeker from a long way away is going to knock Perry down below half HP, so they got to be a little bit more careful now. That's 2 big ultis that they no longer have. They don't want to give Sneaky Squad a chance to engage.
Yeah, but I don't really think they're going to be able to find it. You know, it's tough. Smoothie has no flash, so unless they just walk straight up into him, it's not really going to happen. And Balls now has to answer the supers up in top lane, so they can kind of just do everything at once. They have Tristana holding up the dragon, and Darshan, Insanity, and Afromu here, supported by Perry, push up and are going to be able to get another turret, just threaten towards this inhibitor now, as Balls is just kind of stuck constantly dealing with those minions in top lane.
Yeah, Balls is stuck on minion duty for pretty much ever. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of the situation for these guys with the way that the lane states and the map state currently is. Golden Glue over in mid, pushing up on his own. It's the classic 4-1 Baron up split push. They've still got 30 seconds left on the Turo Baron buff, and once that expires, there'll at least be a little bit more breathing room for Sneaky's team. But hey, maybe Team Afromu just decides to go hard on this last little bit of a push, this last little bit of their buff. They're allowing the Cannon minion to do some work under the turret down here in bottom lane. Golden Glue's push is at least answered by Stunt back in mid, so he won't be able to break things open there. All right, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hard force this with Baron. Only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this will be their last wave, as you say. Probably not going to be able to make it happen, but Perry's just going to drop the ult to try to create some space. There's the double ultimate combo.
Yep.
Dropping that equalizer and the Maokai ultimate. And Golden Glue has been bought a little bit of time mid. He's going to crush through this thing, but he does have turret aggro. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, the turret aggro is what really spoiled that, because now Golden Glue down to about a third HP, has to fully disengage. Speak is still chasing after him. Golden Glue thinking, hey, maybe I can stick around and try to take the red, but it's just so greedy. Spica goes in and commits the flash and just kills him with the ulti damage. Golden Glue at least bought some time for his team to try to get a little bit more turret damage, but that was just a little bit sloppy from the Glue.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie. Pulled aggro, on that turret. I'm not sure if he stepped up ahead of the minions or if it maybe like something splashed onto another champion and he got aggro that way, but either way, had turret aggro, got himself really, really low and wasn't able to keep alive as they just kind of chase him down. At least it cost Spica his flash, so there is something to be said for that. But Spica now on 7 kills. As you say, a lot of the onus is on him to really be able to make it happen, but the problem is he's not really like enough ahead of the pace of the game, I feel like. He's the same level as the Maokai. I feel like as Kayn, you have to be the same level as the Soul Laners. You have to be like multiple levels up to really be able to just like 1v9 a game. And it just has not been that kind of game for him.
Well, things continue to be a very difficult game to play out for Sneaky's side. Remember what's on the line here. If Sneaky's team can win this, we do have a 3-way tie for first, second, and third that will have to settle by game time-based tiebreakers. Not any more games will be played no matter what. However, if Team Afromu wins it, they're just going to come out on top automatically. Now the fight breaks out, and Smoothie's going to be locked down, but he survives long enough to get himself away. Tarek ulti to reinforce the lines for Afromu's side as Balls is the first one to drop, and now Smoothie's got to try to get away again. Speak Up being focused, but he has enough time to get the ulti off. Insanity finally gets the kill back on him. It's a 2-0, and with the remaining health bars being so dire, the push down mid continues.
It's a close fight, but they get nothing at the end of the day. Smoothie maybe going to die to the dot. In goes Darshan.
Yup, Darshan's ready for the flash follow. That flame spitter will cut him down as Smoothie and Sneaky have to try to keep themselves alive. They're stuck underneath the tier 3 turret right now. Sneaky just trying to use the supercharger to make his way back to the safety of the Nexus of the Fountain, but you still have the problem that you're in a 2v5 for the next 20 seconds, and your Nexus turrets are melting. The first one falls, the second one goes right after. Sneaky and Smoothie won't be able to hold on any longer. Yes, they at least get 1 kill back onto Perry, but the Nexus is dropping fast. Sneaky's gone, Smoothie's gone, the games are done. And the Watchmen of Team Afromu are going to take day 1 with a clean 3-0 record.
Yep, they'll be 3-0, topping the table. So the matches tomorrow, as a result, will be set. We're going to have Afromu's Watchmen going up against Skara's Water Boys. And then we're going to have Yasuo's team, Yasuo's Wild Turtles, will be playing against the Sneaky Beakies for round 1 of that bracket. But really nice performance, honestly, from Afromu's squad. They looked like, by far and away, the best team here today. They looked really prepared. Sneaky's team made them work for it, though. This was actually a really competitive game. It seemed like for a while they were going to be able to actually claw it back. Sneaky had a good game, got the 3 items, had the Leandries even, was poking really well. Stunt had a much better game than previous, so they definitely had their opportunities, but couldn't quite close it out. You see that one big jut up, pre 20 minutes around to where almost parity, where Sneaky Squad was getting, a couple fights in a row where they were winning, but largely in the favor of Afromu's team, and these guys just look kind of on a different tier. They're on a little bit of a different level than the rest of the competition today.
Well, I mean, the important thing about this gold graph to me is this is the only time we've seen it actually go back up at all. Both the other games these guys played were very, very fast wins, under 25 minutes each, I believe. They had at least a kill per minute in their other ones. They did not hit that mark on this one. And this is the first time somebody was ever able to actually wrestle control of the game back away from them after they had already taken over. So maybe there is still an opportunity for these guys to be taken down, but they're definitely looking like a favorite going into day 2 and the bracket stage tomorrow. That is going to be a 2 best of 1s to determine who's going to go into the final, and then the final itself is a best of 3. Now, I do believe we still have one more player interview coming up, so we're going to throw to a break real quick, and then once we're back, Toast is going to be back here with us to wrap up the day with our final interview, one more look at the standings, and what to expect tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. There's still a little bit more to go here at the NA Legends Invitational, hosted by Disguised Toast.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ. Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
Okay, they see Perry, so they gotta run now.
Oh.
But might be too late.
Yep, Aframu has already gone for the dazzle. Parry with the flash follow, twisted advance. Smoothie's gonna be your target here, and you know they want to put the money on Insanity.
I'm on him.
Okay, okay.
Never mind, guys, the bot. 3v3, 3v3. We can win.
Yep.
Take your time, Grayson.
Oh, I am.
Watch my son here. He flash.
Trying to move.
Yo, down here.
Rail, still flash as well.
Yeah,
I'm cutting him off. Cut him off. Just fight. Hard winning.
2 seconds on stun. I'm gonna.
He has no flash. I've got W in 1. You can have it.
Yeah, look at this right here, guys. Look at this right here.
Roll no flash.
Yeah. Watch the roll here. She's slowed. For a decade.
Yeah. I'm
Walking.
6 on
He'll
1
be 6 though, huh?
No, he won't.
Oh, okay, I'm coming. I have to spend on a minion too. Walk up.
Yeah.
I'm Wing him here.
I'm waiting for your W.
No flash. Nice job, guys.
It's all you.
Yeah, good job.
Nice. Kane was on this, okay?
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Thanks,
Jungle
everyone.
was
Presence in the lane, constantly trading back and forth with Darshan. Darshan does have a nice CS advantage, but now it's problems, man. He overheats.
We're here.
Yeah.
You can root him.
We're coming. I'm spells in 2, so 2-1 here.
Yeah, roll no flash.
Alright.
He has ulti.
Yeah. He also has E soon.
Walk down.
Yeah. He's gonna try eating through a wall soon. Or not. Alright. Nice one.
Yo, careful.
I got red. Slowly. Nice. I have TP. Oh, no flash.
Wait, where's the Terrible ulti?
Yeah. Take it slow.
I'm at W1.
Insanity first.
Nice. No flash on this guy.
Yeah. W in 3.
Try to get to sneak.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Nice.
saying.
Doesn't matter. Nice.
We're crossing now.
Triss is kind of getting fisted here.
Yeah, Maokai could be appearing anytime.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh.
Alright.
They go too deep.
I'm coming.
They missed the stun.
They're on Ori.
Sneaker, you have range, Sin? I can go here.
I'm almost.
I got him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in range.
No flash.
I
You got
sped you.
him.
Okay, no flash. Oh.
Keep going. No flash this guy.
Go everybody.
Yeah, I'll chase.
I'm gonna chase here, by the way. Watch me.
E and 10.
Okay.
Oh, we
I
can get
spells, I get in range. Oh, nice.
Okay.
No flash on this guy. No flash on Makai.
I got him.
I'll cover bomb. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
Here, don't die.
I'm good.
We got him all.
Nice, good shit.
Nice.
Huge.
Okay, we fight with dragon then. Maybe.
Yeah, after this?
I'm watching Rail.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming.
Dead.
Rail's one shot.
I'm coming.
Good.
Peel.
Ori no flash.
Track.
Yeah. I have ulti still. I'm holding.
Yeah.
Nice. Go. Down here.
Going. Need to go slowish here.
Can you give me E?
I'm going right. I'm going right. I'm going right.
I'm coming to you guys.
I don't have much right now.
Go Aatrox if you can.
Thunder her.
Drop Rift. Okay, okay, yeah.
Nice, no ult. Oh, he does have ult actually.
No.
He's dead.
Nice job.
We get
I
that.
got dizzy. Guys, no ult for a little bit. If anyone wants CC on him.
I'm just fucking jumping.
Okay, they're coming. They're coming from base.
He's dead.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm here with you guys. I'm here with you guys.
I have no TP.
They TP'd. Try to play back.
Wow, the ulti didn't touch you? That's fucking ridiculous. Nice. Not terrible, not terrible. Aatrox.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Watch me on the way, watch me on the way.
Watching you soon.
Kai's out of the fight. Kai's out of the fight.
Need help over here? Nice.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Kai's no flash.
Yo, yeah,
I'm gonna ult. I'm gonna ult.
I think we're gonna end.
I got him here. No cleanse. No cleanse, guys. Huh?
Help flash.
Nice.
GG.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NA Legends Invitational. We just got done with our last game of the day, but before we end, we have an interview with one of the winners from Team Watchman, Afromove's team. Welcome, Perry. Perry, how did that game play out for you guys? Were you guys going in with a lot of confidence?
I mean, in the draft, I was like, guys, I'm gonna take one for the team, and I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna play the meta champs. I'm just gonna do it. I'm here to win. That's kind of the vibes in the draft,
Hey man, I like it. You gotta play that most effective strategy if you guys want to come out on top. How do you feel about like your teammates have some very creative draft potential, right? Like we got to see you guys play the Brand in the bottom lane. We got the Draven, we got the Neela and the Taric. What's it like having all these wild strategies? Like what are your draft communications like to end up taking these 5 champs onto the Rift?
Oh, I mean, we're cooking every game. David or Insanity, he's just like, he's always like, guys, I have a pick here. Like, don't worry, I have something. And we're just get surprised. Just as much as you guys, we're just as surprised. It's crazy.
That's funny. How has it been for you? Like, obviously, this is a tournament for fun, but also it's competitive. You're getting to play with a lot of people who are like former LCS players. You're playing with some current LCS players and stuff. Has it been fun, getting to play with like a different group of people and kind of maybe seeing how it is working with them?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest comparison would be Champs Queue, but playing with the streamers and a lot of people I used to watch when I was younger, it's just like it's a much more fun experience, I'd say.
That's awesome. Has Afro been doing a lot of shot calling? Like, is it kind of the reputation he always had that reputation in LCS as being like a big shot caller, as being a voice of the team? Is he kind of facilitating that, or are you taking over some of the shot calling duties and whatnot? How's it been?
I think I'm for sure really stressing hey guys, let's play for objectives. I really just want those objectives. I want to just
You're wanting to win.
I want to win, yeah. But then at the same time, the whole team, their comms are amazing. Everyone is just they're on top of it. They're on top of it. So
That's awesome, man. So with the way that things have settled here on day number 1, that means going into tomorrow, you guys are going to have your first round, your best of 1 up against Scara's team. And then if you win that, you'll be going into the best of 3 final versus whichever one of the other 2 teams comes out on top. Now that you've played everybody else in the competition in today's round robin matchups, is there anybody that you're worried about? Is there anybody that you think has the chance to topple you guys? Or is it just way too big of a team gap?
I really think it's a team gap. I think the hardest match we're gonna have is today, against Sneaky's team, and we still, they gave us, they made it hard, but we destroyed them realistically. So we're gonna have I think a clean sweep tomorrow, just like today.
All right, that's what I like to hear. That's the confidence right there.
So you said you were taking one for the team. You're gonna play the meta picks. If you guys are up 1 game in the finals, are you gonna give us something spicy then?
I mean, it depends, but I remember Golden Glue.
Hell no, I want to win.
He has a spicy pick, so I'll leave it to the team.
Okay, cool.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, your first match is up against Team Scar, and they are winless so far. So are you guys gonna have fun, maybe take it easy on them, or is this just you're gonna end their careers tomorrow?
I think it depends. David might cook something up. You never know. You might see something special in the bot lane. If you guys heard, we scrimmed Annie Ivern in the bot lane, so we might have to watch out over there. We'll see.
Danny
we'll see.
Ivern.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
That's like some arena stuff. That's what people are playing in the arena mode a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Perry. Amazing games today, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow for your playoffs. Maybe you'll keep your undefeated streak. We're excited for it. Good luck tomorrow, sir.
Thanks for having me.
All right. See you later, man.
See you.
Wow. So that's it for today. Crazy day. They started off with a couple of very close games. Like I feel like Team Scar could have definitely ended the day 2-1. But both games just went a little over to the other side, and now they gotta play against Team Aframu, and I'm worried about them. Just as a friend to him.
As someone who's invested in Skara winning the glove trophy so that you can also have it in your house, I think that there is a significant risk of there not being a glove trophy in your house.
Yeah, how close are you getting, Toast, to trying to fix the tournament? As someone who's hosting it, you know, are you above a little bit of cheating to get your hands on that trophy?
Well, the plan was to have Scar pick second. Like we planned the draft out, and we just gave him second pick. We didn't do like a coin flip or anything, so that he could get some really. I honestly thought he was gonna go for Insanity first pick, but my man drafted for the Vibes, which are immaculate for that team.
They're chilling, they're vibing, they're staying in their lane, you know, 0-3, but they're having a good time.
Well, hey, man, hopefully they can get in some good practice on like Street Fighter or Valorant tonight, and then come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe you should change the game for tomorrow.
Show.
You know, surprise their opponents. They come in tomorrow, they're all prepped, and all of a sudden it's the Water Boys versus the Watchmen in Street Fighter.
It is the best of one, so there's always a chance.
True.
And yeah, the Team Aframu just off to a crazy first day. Yeah, I would say they are the heavy favorites to win this entire event. Let's check out the final standings just to show the viewers what we have going on for tomorrow and who's coming in with the best points.
Cool.
Yeah, Watchmen, solid 3-0. Yeah, so I think the fun matchup will be between Yasuo and Sneaky's team. I think if Sneaky didn't give Yasuo his namesake champion, would have gone another way. I don't think they'll be allowing it in their rematch.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to give it to him. So it'll be really, really competitive. That one's going to be a lot of fun. I think the finals are going to be a lot of fun too, because teams are maybe going to have a little bit more preparation against the Watchmen, see if they can cook something up to be able to try to take them down, because you know, everyone is going to be hunting for that trophy. But today has been so much fun. I want to say thank you, Toast, for organizing this, and thank you, Rally Cry and Riot and everyone who's been a part of this, and all the teams. It's definitely fun seeing these kind of community events, and getting to see a mix of the streamers and the NACL pros and the LCS pros has been awesome.
Yeah, it's just been a super fun event. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Just going to spend the rest of the night chugging plenty of water to make sure we're ready to go, and then hopefully we get even more bangers the next day.
Yeah, big thank you to you guys for agreeing to cast this. I've been actually enjoying the show so much. Like in between the my segments, I've just been at my desk watching. Each of these games have been really fun, even if the one-sided ones, just to see how these teams, listening to their comms. For those who don't know, a lot of these players are streaming their POVs. Lowerlow was streaming, Afromove, Skara, Shifter. Definitely check it out tomorrow as well, because we don't hear the comms on this mainstream too much, but you can hear it all on their stream, and they say some pretty funny stuff, some stuff that's a little too spicy for the mainstream, but definitely check them out. And of course, big thank you to Riot, Rally Cry, and all our amazing sponsors, Turo, Subway, for making all of this happen. And we're gonna start at the same time tomorrow, 12 p.m. PST, with our first round matchup, Watchmen versus Waterboys. As for us, I think that's gonna do it. Thank you all very much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. See you next time.
so fly like a hula hoop. Girls are out of sight, never felt so good, now we getting fire.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ. Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.